The Barbarian Principle. Merleau, Ponty, Schelling. And the Question of Nature. Edited by Jason M. Worth. With Patrick Burke. Part I. Orientations. Chapter 1. The Reawakening of the Barbarian Principle. Jason M. Worth. Phi sigma iota kappa rho pi tau epsilon sigma theta alpha iota phi iota lambda epsilon. Heraclitus, DK Frag 123, 1. In what follows, I would like to speak both to our motivation for this collection of essays and then to the character of the essays themselves. In his provocative essay in Signs on Husserl and the Problem of Non-Philosophy and Non-Phenomenology, The Philosopher and His Shadow, Merleau-Ponty takes up the question of what eludes philosophy but which cannot nonetheless be dismissed from philosophy. What resists phenomenology within us natural being, the barbarian source Schelling spoke of, cannot remain outside phenomenology and should have its place within it. The philosopher must bear his shadow, which is not simply the factual absence of future light, S2 178.2 in the working notes to the visible and the invisible. Merleau-Ponty proposes a psychoanalysis of nature that takes up the question of the ever new and always the same in nature, that is, the Barbarian Principle, 6.2 267, that which haunts the face of nature. Let us be clear, to take up the project of a psychoanalysis of nature is to enter into an analytic relationship with the psi chi of nature, but that in turn assumes that nature is both whole, nature as such is thinkable, and animated. In a sense, it asks that we re-engage the anima mundi of the ancients, nature as a living creature, animated by its psi chi or anima. Otherwise, what is there to psychoanalyze? At the same time, the sensibilities that have largely governed Western, and increasingly global, thinking for the past 4 centuries would find such a project absurd. Merleau-Ponty's proposal is an affront to the manner in which the environment appears as something obvious to us. But this is not at all lost on Merleau-Ponty. The question of a psychoanalysis of nature is at the same time the task of rethinking nature as no longer something obvious, or quaint, but fundamentally as something worthy of being questioned and having the dignity of the question, fragwürdig in Heidegger's celebrated sense. Indeed, the question of nature cannot be separated from Schelling's Barbarian Principle. A nature philosophy, in the manner of Schelling, or a psychoanalysis of nature, in the manner of Merleau-Ponty, demand that both philosophy and analysis take up the question of their respective shadows. What is this Barbarian Principle, this nomadic force, this source that always comes to being unexpectedly from within being, that resists our settled modes of thinking, rendering them ceaselessly plastic, but which thinking can neither wholly include nor exclude? Schelling, in the 1809 Freedom Essay, calls this shadow erste Natur, that which is an incomprehensible ground and a nie aufgehende Rest, an irreducible remainder that cannot be resolved by reason even with the greatest exertion. I/7, 360.3 Merleau-Ponty speaks of this excess of being over the consciousness of being as what Schelling wants to think in all its rigor. Cet excès de l'être sur la conscience de l'être, voilà ce que Schelling view penser dans tout sa rigueur, N1, 62/N2, 38. Schelling strives to think das Übersehen, that is, he wants to bear the shadow of nature without self-deceit and without the explanation that it can be contained in any advance. Deleuze and Guattari, at the end of their great period of productivity, argued in What is Philosophy? That we will say that the plane of immanence is, at the same time, that which must be thought and that which cannot be thought. It is the non-thought within thought. It is the base of all planes, immanent to every thinkable plane. For a plane of immanence is the planomenon that determines the horizon of a philosopher's conceptual creativity, indicating what belongs by right to thinking. The horizon of philosophical concept creation, of thinkability as such, casts a shadow that the philosopher must bear. The problem of non-thought, what simultaneously must and cannot be thought, is not another tiresome lamentation about the sorrows of finitude. It is the effort to unleash the powers of thinking's shadow. Perhaps this is the supreme act of philosophy, not so much to think the plane of immanence as to show that it is there, unthought in every plane. WP 59. The Barbarian principle, perhaps the supreme act of philosophy. It is worth noting that in calling the philosopher to bear her shadow, Merleau-Ponty evokes Schelling, who at the time was a largely neglected thinker, at best on the shadowy periphery of the philosophical canon. Indeed, Merleau-Ponty would more expansively turn to Schelling when he gave 3 remarkable courses on the question of nature, 1956 to 1957, 1957 to 1958, and 1959 to 1960, at the Collège de France. Although, as Robert Vallier explains, the notes from these courses were in a less than optimal form, and to 13, it was nonetheless a boon for our appreciation of his late work that, more than 3 decades after his death in 1961, they appeared in an edition prepared by Dominique Siglard called La Nature, Notes, Cours du Collège de France, 1995. In 2003, Robert Vallier's welcome English translation appeared, Nature, Courses Notes from the Collège de France. In addition to providing a critical context for his unfinished magnum opus, The Visible and the Invisible, they also provide a striking philosophical inquiry into this present volume's organizing question. In the first course, as Merleau-Ponty ruminates over some of the key figures in the Western legacy of the Nature philosophy, he retrieves, in an extended investigation that also includes Bergson and Husserl, Schelling's Nature philosophy. The latter, despite its meteoric arrival on the philosophical stage of late 18th and early 19th century post-Kantian thinking, had largely become a philosophical relic by the 20th century, discredited by natural science, aufgehoben by Hegel, discarded by Marx, and largely enigmatic to prevailing philosophical sensibilities. Fortunately, Schelling's dormancy was not to last in all quarters, and early rumblings in France could already be detected in Samuel Jankelovich's Schelling translations, essays, etc., and his son's study, L'Odyssée de la conscience dans la dernière philosophie de Schelling. 5 In the mid-century, Germany saw an explosion of confrontations with Schelling, Schulz, Tillich, Heidegger, Jaspers, Löwit, Habermas, Frank, Jaunig, et.al. Merleau-Ponty, for his part, remained sensitive to the philosophical developments across the eastern border. Merleau-Ponty, more so than some of these early readers in the renewed Schelling reception, was also presciently receptive to the problem of nature in Schelling's thinking, and, despite some quibbles with Schelling, he could see the power of a mode of thinking that sought to place us not in front of, but rather in the middle of the absolute, and 47. The thought of nature, despite the many ways in which Schelling experimented with articulating its various dimensions and potencies, always remained at the heart of Schelling's enterprise. As Ian Hamilton Grant recently contended in his provocative monograph, Philosophies of Nature after Schelling, even in the 1830 lecture course, Introduction to Philosophy, which claims to have found the Ariadne's thread of history running through the true produce of nature, it does not follow that Schelling abandoned nature philosophy for a new project of freedom and history. The former remains the substrate of the entire system of philosophy. 6. Schelling, like a reawakening volcano, prophetically argued, the idea of nature as exteriority implies immediately the idea of nature as a system of laws. 1/3, 6. Nature's exteriority, its presence, its face, so to speak, conceals its unruly interiority. Viewed merely as the real, without the intervention of what Schelling called speculative physics, nature seems to reduce to the interaction of bodies or forces according to set laws. This is the Verhängnis, the fateful curse, of modernity, nature as a calculable and determinable system of objectively representable relations that can be studied scientifically. Moreover, as the representation of a closed set of recursive laws, nature is something before us, in front of us, at the receiving end of the scientist's discerning gaze. We are no longer of nature, but rather in nature, as if we were separate from it, albeit surrounded by it as an environment surrounds an independently standing investigative subject or fly finds itself in a bottle. Schelling's intervention did not forswear science in favor of vague intuitions, idle musings, random conceptualizing, or the schwärmerei of reducing the question of nature to affective raptures. Schelling, deeply immersed in science, was fighting for a robust expansion of the range and character of science. Schelling understood this with admirable clarity. The struggle was not between philosophy, or art, or any or the other humanities, and science. The latter domains are not in the end an exclusive disjunction, and there is no call to reconfigure all modes of knowing in accordance with the natural sciences. It was a struggle over the nature of science itself and, as such, its relation to other modes of knowing. In his beautiful 1807 essay on the relationship of the plastic arts to nature, for example, Schelling reflected on the intertwining of the artistic imagination and the Inines building, the coming into form and image within nature. As Marcia S.A. Cavalcante Schubach articulates this relationship in the penultimate essay in this volume. While in nature the formlessness of the life of form, formation, appears immediately as forms of life, in art, the art forms make visible the disappearing of the formless life within form itself. In nature, the formless life of form, formation, die Formung, appears from the point of view of its appearing as form. In art, it appears from the point of view of its disappearing in forms. Both nature and art are alive, are ways of life. Science can either decimate nature, reducing it to the representation of bodies or forces subject to the laws that govern them, or any other closed system that seeks to fundamentally represent nature, or it can provide new ways of retrieving the wisdom of the ancients regarding the question of nature. It is important to note here that the former option has not won out in all quarters, and that some significant enterprises in science, especially quantum physics, string theory, neuroscience, and some exciting developments in biology, have independently rediscovered the question of nature beyond the flatlining that comprised modern positivism. In Schelling's time, the picture was becomingly alarmingly less complicated, a fate that we have not wholly evaded. In the Freedom essay, Schelling charged that the former view of science with its representation of nature, or more precisely, its view of nature as representable, is nature's side, the fatal flaw that epitomizes modernity. Nature is not present to it, for modernity lacks a living ground. Die Natur für sich nicht vorhanden ist, und das es ihr am lebendigen Grunde fehlt, I/7, 361. Nature therefore becomes an abstraction, its forces become mere repetitions of the same. Natural laws are its inviolable operators, and nature is bereft of the miracle of nautility, incapable of real progressivity, so that it merely repeats what it has always already been, swiveling in the indifferent circle of sameness, which would not be progressive, but rather insensible and non-vital, I/7, 345. Unless thinking illuminates the gap that allows one to think nature as the eternal beginning, nature occludes what is most forceful, most valuable, and most transformative within itself. As Schelling posed the question in Von der Weltseele, how can nature in its blind lawfulness lay claim to the appearance of freedom, and alternately, in appearing to be free, how can it obey a blind lawfulness, I/6, 9. In Schelling's 1797 Ideen zu einer Philosophie der Natur, we find a remarkable line: the ancients and after them the moderns quite significantly designated the real world as Natura Rerum, or the birth of things, die Geburt der Dinge, for it is in the real part that the eternal things or the ideas come into existence, I/2, 187 to 188. In this brief formulation, we can hear clear echoes of Plato, especially the Timaeus, a dialogue with which Schelling was occupied since his time at the Tübingen Stift. 7. We also can hear an allusion to Lucretius' great atomist poem De Rerum Natura, which had finally appeared in a German translation by Franz Xaver Mayer 13 years earlier. 8. Mayer translated the poem into prose as Von der Natur der Dinge, on the nature of things, which, although certainly correct, inadvertently falls prey to the suggestion that Lucretius is explaining the essence, nature, of things, that is, telling us what things fundamentally are. For Lucretius, however, things are not a property of matter, and the idea of matter does not entail things. Matter is still matter whether or not matter is configured into things. Things are an accident of matter, the power of Lucretius' famous clinamen or swerve of the atoms, Book 2, lines 216 to 224. The clinamen happens in an uncertain time and an uncertain space, prompting Deleuze to insist that the clinamen is by no means a change in direction in the movement of an atom, much less an intermination testifying to the existence of a physical freedom. Incerto tempore does not mean undetermined but non-assignable or non-localizable. 9. The natura rerum names not the essence of things, but their coming into being, their birth and emerging into presence from non-assignable or non-localizable space and time. Although Deleuze is right to warn that the Epicurean atom still retains too much independence, a shape, and an actuality, Dr. 184, the clinamen nonetheless provocatively suggests the interiority of nature, its shadow so to speak. The non-assignable or non-localizable ground of things does not suggest that there is some kind of unknowable thing at the origin of all other things. Rather, things in their formation as things do not come out even, but rather leave an irreducible remainder, a trace of chaos in the originary sense, as an indication not of their being, but of their coming into being. Schelling's translation of the ancient natura rerum as Die Geburt der Dinge does not absurdly seek a more natural nature, the return to a mythic Edenic nature. Rather, it attempts to think the question of nature all the way through. Natura, after all, names not the set of all things but rather their birth, from natus born, pages of nasi to be born. Using a distinction in Spinoza that Schelling held dear even as he critically transformed it, 10. One could say that modern science studied natura naturata, already born nature, but had lost the wisdom to think natura naturans, the progressive nautility of nature. Moreover, I think with this distinction, one is wise, as Jean-Luc Nancy counsels, not to follow Heidegger's distinction between phi sigma iota and natura as if he were marking the distance of a more natural nature, one that would not have harbored the possibility of human technology. 11. The descent from phi sigma iota to natura risks sounding like the time of natura is a time in which we are living someplace wholly otherwise than nature, that nature is a lost paradise and that the Enlightenment, or perhaps the loss of originary Greek thinking, was tantamount to the fall from nature. The problem of contemporary natura is not that it has been lost, but that it has been degraded and humiliated. Schelling does not mourn the loss of nature, as if it could disappear, leaving us in non-nature. Rather, we have lost the wisdom and means to think more fully the thought of nature, and the contemporary ravages of nature's immense global crisis reflects this incapacity. It is not a question of yearning for something more pristine, pining nostalgically for a lost home. The question of nature is not the question of how and when to return to nature. It is a question of thinking more wisely about where we are right now. The current catastrophe of nature reflects our current inability to think philosophically about nature. We know only the presence of nature in accordance with our interests, and know little about how better to think the coming to presence of nature, the nautility of things from the shadow of non-assignable or non-localizable irreducible remainder of natura naturans. In this way we can see more clearly why Merleau-Ponty understands Schelling's nature philosophy as wanting to attain the unjous, the unknown, and not a science of nature, or one could say, not an account of the nature of things in the representational sense. Hence, Merleau-Ponty considered Schelling's nature philosophy a kind of phenomenology of pre-reflexive being, and 41. How is thinking to turn from nature as it is before us and for us to nature thought from the perspective of nature itself? How do we think ourselves not from ourselves, but from the question of nature? Neither Merleau-Ponty nor Schelling attempt to answer these questions by dividing nature into distinct and autonomous, freestanding domains, real nature versus fallen or apparent nature. They both in their own ways belong to the legacy of what Deleuze called the univocity of being. A single voice raises the clamor of being, Dr. 35. In saying this, however, I do not find myself in agreement with Badiou when he argues that in Deleuze, or in the univocity legacy more generally, the fundamental problem is most certainly not to liberate the multiple but to submit thinking to a renewed concept of the one and a metaphysics of the one. 12. Hence, Despite Deleuze's seemingly disparate cases of analysis, his conceptual production in the end is monotonous, cb. 14, the ceaseless repetition of the same in which Deleuze must refashion what he has already produced, and repeat his difference, in differentiating it even more acutely from other differences, cb. 14. This issue in the end exceeds the range of this introduction, but I would at least like to say that the point of univocity is not to insist on anything mathematically one. Univocity is an attempt to think immanence without something discrete transcending being. As he puts it in the first Spinoza book, unlike emanation, as in Plotinus, there is no one above being. 13 The one is the clamor and the clamor is one. There is no way to think the one only as numerically one or as a singularity, for that would be to mistake it for something. To think the one as multiplicity, as difference, is to think the immanence of difference without recourse to remote causes. 14 Transcendent grounds, or any other ruses of what Deleuze and Guattari later call the illusion of transcendence. The latter is perhaps the premier mirage to which thinking is subject, rendering immanence immanent to something and therefore always finding a way to magically rediscover transcendent objects lurking within immanence. WP 49. Univocity thinks multiplicity without a something beyond, but with the infinite depth of the earth and the unthinkability of the future. For Schelling, nature philosophy was not an account of something called nature, but it was rather philosophy endeavoring to think with, of, and from nature. It was the retrieval of a robustly natural way of thinking, so to speak, without resorting to the expulsion of the living shadow of nature to an ontologically distinct domain, as in all ontotheology. It was an attempt to think of nature as a progressive and dynamic whole, beyond the duality of appearance and reality, phenomenon and noumenon, immanence and transcendence, and Merleau-Ponty found this very attractive. As William Hamrick and Jan van der Weken recently argued, Merleau-Ponty's entire ontology is an attempt to recover that primary indivision in being and find an adequate philosophy, beyond the limits of phenomenology, to think that indivision. 15 Schelling, in a manner that often has been grossly misunderstood, called this indivision identity. With the identitats philosophy, Schelling never meant that everything is one and the same, einer Linie, but as in the tradition of univocity, he attempted to think of the indivision of nature. Merleau-Ponty discovered in Schelling the primitive unity of conscious and unconscious activities, and 42, and both sought a way to think our fundamental indivision from nature, the life that is already there before the advent of reflection, and for both philosophers, being is not an object. Both thinkers sought to overcome bifurcations of nature and classical philosophical antinomies of the one and the many, nature and freedom, nature and consciousness, and the infinite and the finite, NL 142. Ted Toadvine, in his recent Merleau-Ponty's Philosophy of Nature 16, called this chiasmic univocity, this mode of non-difference with self, MPN 20, a binocular ontology, that is, an ontology that recognizes the tension between both poles as constitutive of being, MPN 117. Schelling's nature philosophy insists, as Toadvine felicitously phrases it, not on an antithesis that breaks with nature, but rather nature's recapitulation at the level of consciousness, MPN 119. I think that it is fair to say that Merleau-Ponty did not fully appreciate or sympathize with what Jaspers characterized as Schelling's reflection on what is not reflection, N2, 45. The question of the intellectual intuition remained at best unresolved for Merleau-Ponty. Again, it exceeds the boundaries of this introductory essay to take this issue up in its full complexity. 17 But I think it is more important to say that both Merleau-Ponty and Schelling endeavored to rescue the question of nature from its degeneration and depreciation into the concept of the environment, as if nature were a mere staging ground for the great human drama. Nature cannot be measured by the anthropocentric reference point implicit in the notion of the environment, literally, that which surrounds us. For Schelling, nature is not the environment or surrounding conditions in which a human being lives, and human consciousness is not the center of nature. For Merleau-Ponty, we are intertwined with and inseparable from the flesh of the world. As Toadvine aptly measures the issue, environment connotes the surrounding world, the setting, and implicitly this means the setting for human beings. Iverdon makes a similar point: there can only be environment in a society that holds certain assumptions, and there can only be an environmental crisis in a society that believes in environment. MPN 6. From where then to raise the question of nature? Perhaps not in environmental ethics, which at least inadvertently recapitulates the anthropocentric bias that is at the heart of many of the problems that it seeks to solve. Perhaps not even in the word nature itself, for if by this word we mean the sorts of things that it has come to mean since the 17th century, we could just as well speak of getting beyond or away from nature. In his 1807 Munich address, on the relationship of the plastic arts to nature, Schelling characterized this dead modern conception of nature as a dead aggregate of an interminable quantity of objects, or as abstract space filled with objects like a receptacle, or as raw materials for extraction and consumption, mere ground from which one draws nourishment and sustenance. I/7, 293. It may be a question of getting beyond this conception, or it may be a question of retrieving or reviving updated, of course, with the extraordinary discoveries of the natural sciences, a more ancient sense of nature. If it is the latter, it is not a reactionary agenda and a degeneration into nostalgia. It is a question of the relationship among philosophy, the sciences, and art. A far more promising, and at times exhilarating, direction comes to the fore in recent Gaia science. An interdisciplinary single disciplines are the monocultures of the mind approach that is ripe for its ontological implications to be further developed and articulated. Schelling's retrieval of the question of nature pushes us closer to the strong version of the hypothesis, namely that in some way, at least metaphorically, the biosphere can in some respects be thought of as a superorganism, or what Schelling would call a system of freedom. In a certain respect, Schelling's nature philosophy was an attempt to rethink and retranslate what the Greeks, and most critically, Plato in the Timaeus, had called the psi upsilon chi kappa sigma mu omicron upsilon, and the Latin-speaking traditions had called the anima mundi the world soul. In Timaeus 30 BC, Timaeus himself imagines the kappa sigma mu omicron, in accordance with the likely account, kappa alpha tau lambda gamma omicron nu tau nu epsilon kappa tau alpha, as coming into being as a living and intelligent, nu omicron upsilon, creature, an animal, zeta omicron nu, endowed with psi upsilon chi, the soul or animating force. Schelling called the second of his significant works of nature philosophy, von der Weltseele, een Hypothese der höheren Physik zur Erläuterung des allgemeinen Organismus on the world soul, an hypothesis of higher physics to explain universal organism, 1798, and it attempted to take up the question of nature as a whole, I/2, 348, and in so doing, translate the wisdom of the anima mundi into the language of the emerging sciences. 18. And where does one find this soul? Nowhere and everywhere, for it is in a figurative sense nature's living shadow. Because the principle is everywhere present, it is nowhere, and because it is everything, it cannot be anything determinate or particular. Language has no appropriate term for it, and the earliest philosophies have handed down to us an idea of it only in a figurative sense. Dicterisk Vorstellungen gen. I/2, 347, Ws. 89. We have, and can only have, the likely, poetic representation, the bastard reckoning of the Chi-Rho alpha, the aorgic and unruly, ground of the universal organism. The importance of Plato's Chi-Rho alpha for Schelling, from his early essay on the Timaeus, written at the Tübingen Stift, to his dramatic allusions to the Chi-Rho alpha in the Freedom essay, should not be lost on us, and they are taken up in this volume repeatedly, especially in the essays by Gaudli, Zachary, and Wiskos. Schelling's prescient book on the Weltseele, both recalling ancient and modern, but not modern philosophical, wisdom 19, anticipates the reappearance of Gaia, the universal organism, as a possibility for contemporary natural science, which renews the ancient understanding of the earth as a living subject rather than an inanimate object. 20. Because after 400 years of being virtually shelved by dominant mechanistic and reductionist perspectives, not only is anima mundi unabashedly expressed in Gaian literature, it has been turned into a research program within an interdisciplinary field charged to investigate it. OGO, 7. Christ and Rinker review the contemporary names for Die Weltseele, universal organism Gaia, biosphere, geophysiology, and Earth system, as well as, more controversially, living organism and superorganism, OGO, 5. The latter terms are controversial because they reflect the strong thesis that the whole works organistically. Schelling certainly embraced such language, although it is important to make clear that we are not saying that there is one thing that everything is. The inability of the superorganism to ground itself in itself and overcome the autoprogressivity of its plasticity produces an imageless image of the whole as the repetition of difference in its prodigal and unperthinkable, unwoordentlich, creativity. Nature as a whole may be a differential and autopoietic superorganism, but it is one that is now at the tipping point of becoming a dangerously different kind of world. This is almost exclusively because modern industrial humans have lived in nature in order to take from nature. The climate emergency, pollution, and the general degradation of the Earth's various habitats, biodepletion, overpopulation, and the intensive spread of invasive species have put us and the world's immense non-human biodiversity in the midst of the sixth great extinction event 21 and, alas, we are its catalyst, a searing fruition of Schelling's prophetic admonition that nature is not present to us, and that our relationship to it lacks a living ground, I/7, 361. It is not therefore that we have simply been wrong-headed in the way that we have conceived nature in the past 4 centuries. I am in grateful accordance with Todvine and his claim that in this newfound attentiveness to environmental problems and the race to solve them, the specifically philosophical dimension of our relationship with nature is obscured. Indeed, it seems as though our myopic focus on solving environmental problems distracts us from asking the most fundamental questions at stake. MPN 3. I would add to this, however, that it has also been a crisis of value. Schelling insisted again and again that modern philosophy did not value nature, that it diminished it in order to trample all over it and exploit it. The moralist desires to see nature not as living, but as dead, so that he can tread upon it with his feet. I/7, 17. At best, modernity has deeply lacked gratitude for nature, at worst, it has been hateful and bellicose toward it. Stephen Harding forcefully observes, utilitarian arguments for protecting biodiversity may not prevent it from being seriously degraded, for ultimately we may not be able to save what we do not love. As he, along with Arnice 22 and others, have argued, nature has intrinsic value regardless of its use to us, GB 122, and so Harding pleads for a recovery of the ancient view of Gaia as a fully integrated, living being consisting of all her life forms, air, rocks, soil, oceans, lakes, and rivers, GB 122.23. Although this is not a book about Gaia science, it is a book that shares its desire to retrieve an ancient insight. Moreover, we argue that we must remember that this insight demands that on an ontological level we rethink the question worthiness of nature, that is to say, that we take up again the question of nature's shadowy interiority, the enigmatic quality of its Psi Chi or anima. In his revealing study, The Veil of Isis, an essay on the history of the idea of nature, Pierre Hadot draws our attention to the critical Heraclitan fragment, Phi sigma iota kappa rho pi tau epsilon sigma theta alpha iota phi iota lambda epsilon. Nature loves to hide. Hadot translates this variously as what causes things to appear tends to make them disappear, i.e., what causes birth tends to cause death, or form, appearance, tends to disappear, i.e., what is born wants to die, v. 10. He then takes us on an impressive tour of the fragment's storied history, and notes that with Schelling, the secret of nature represents not a problem that science might solve but the original mystery of being, its impenetrable and unexplorable character. In this perspective, nature loves to hide means that being is originally in a state of contraction and non-deployment, v. 301, and that nature originally represents a resistance to evolution, insofar as it is a will to remain within itself, v. 303. Perhaps one could give these formulations an even more nuanced formulation, but Hadot's basic insight is compelling. Schelling, along with Goethe, professed the kind of science that took, in a kind of binocular ontology, MPN 117, the enigma of nature, that phi sigma iota and natura remain the friends of the concealed, as seriously as the myriad manifestations of nature. This, one might say, was a powerful early experiment with what Merleau-Ponty would later propose as the psychoanalysis of nature, an analysis that would have likely revealed that we have become a cancer on nature's soul. 2. This book is fundamentally a collection of essays about the question of nature, occasioned by the intersection of the investigation regarding this question in Merleau-Ponty and Schelling's respective paths of thinking. The former is well read and digested, and philosophical appetites are ready to ruminate any new morsels. Schelling, on the other hand, remains a feast still largely unserved, although that is beginning to change. 24. The intersection of the newly resurgent Schelling and the chiasmic, nature-oriented rethinking of the ontology of the flesh of the world for Merleau-Ponty, presents a rich occasion to take up again the question of nature. Two important recent publications, Ted Toadvine's Merleau-Ponty's Philosophy of Nature, as well as the edited volume, Merleau-Ponty and Environmental Philosophy, Dwelling on the Landscapes of Thought 25, testify to Merleau-Ponty's importance for this task. But the aim of this volume is not merely to rehearse Merleau-Ponty's greatness or to again announce Schelling's relevance. It takes these two phenomena for granted. It is to investigate with renewed vigor Die Sache der Natur selbst. With exception of two respective discussions on the relationship between gravity and light, Hilt and Wirth, this is not therefore a book about the many details of Schelling's own reflections on the scientific developments of his day. That is an exciting topic, but it is the topic for another, quite welcome, book. This volume takes up the question of the thought of nature as such, and there are plenty of motivations to recommence such a consideration. How does one think nature, especially given the many philosophical indictments, including Schelling and Merleau-Ponty, that contend that the representation of nature occludes that which it seeks to illuminate? In what manner does nature most fundamentally address and compel thinking? The global ecological crisis, with the climate emergency, the acceleration of the sixth great extinction event, catastrophic overpopulation, the devastation of forests, and the general industrial degradation of the biosphere, are plentiful motivation, and it is certainly the case that the current crisis of nature explicitly or inadvertently haunts the background of each and every essay. This is not, however, to imply that the question of nature only again becomes a commanding question at the moment when its crisis is impossible to deny, unless you belong to the American Tea Party or like-minded organizations. This is an ancient question, and its varied cultural translations occupy most ancient philosophical traditions throughout the earth. It is a question whose power is self-warranting. In a sense, it is the wager that we can forego our obsession with the paramount value of ourselves and think that all value, including our value, is inseparable and indivisible from the value of the earth. As David Abram poetically makes this point, our nervous systems are thoroughly informed by the particular gravity of this sphere, by the way the sun's light filters down through the sky, and by the cyclical tug of the earth's moon. In a very palpable sense we are fashioned of this earth, our attentive bodies co-evolved in rich and intimate rapport with the other bodies, animals, plants, mountains, rivers that compose the shifting flesh of this breathing world. Hence, it is the animate, more than human terrain, this early cosmos that carnally enfolds us, that has lent us our particular proclivities and gifts, our specific styles of behavior. 26. The question of the earth on a global level, the globe not as the philosophical and cultural diversity of the ancient earth, but the increasing and unsettling uniformity of a global corporate ideology, however, is only becoming harder and harder to think well. As the Kyoto school philosopher Ueda Shizutaru recently estimated the challenge, it must be said that the grim global reality of today is the formation of a mono-world which renders meaningless the differences between East and West. A hypersystematization of the world is bringing with it a swift and powerful process of homogenization that is superficial yet thoroughgoing. This in turn is engendering friction and even confrontation between ethnic groups and their cultures, the accelerating destruction of nature. Just like asphalt in a metropolis, the cement of the uniform world system is gradually yet thickly covering the entire world, including so-called outer space, and the thickness of this covering corresponds to the hollowness of the vacuum that is being spread. Point 27. These are huge challenges. This volume does not claim to provide an exhaustive account of the question of nature, nor does it propose to exhaust the immense resources of either thinker. It is rather an attempt to open up a three-way dialogue among the reader, Merleau, Ponty, and Schelling around the question of nature against the at least implicit background of the Earth crisis. It is time to think dialogically about Gaia, both as a value in itself and in a time of impending ruin. In the Freedom essay, Schelling confessed that this particular work obviously lacked the form of a proper dialogue. It is in the classical treatise form, but that its contents had come into being as if in a dialogue. We Gespraxes, I/7, 410. It is our hope that the implicit dialogues enacted within each essay will become, in being assembled together, a dialogue between the essays and with the reader, and in so doing, perform an element of the coming into being that is at the heart of the question of nature. In this sense, we hope that the book as a whole can be read as a self-developing dialogue, much in the manner that Gadamer taught us to cultivate. We say that we conduct in a conversation, but the more genuine a conversation is, the less its conduct lies within the will of either partner. Thus a genuine conversation is never the one that we wanted to conduct. Rather, it is generally more correct to say that we fall into conversation in ein Gespräch geraten, or even that we become involved in it. Wir entwickeln uns in ein Gespräch. The way one word follows another, with the conversation taking its own twists and reaching its own conclusion, may well be conducted in some way, but the partners conversing are far less the leaders than the led. No one knows in advance what will come out of a conversation. Understanding or its failure is like an event that happens to us. We eingeschiehen, da sichen uns Valzogen hat. Thus we can say that something was a good conversation or that it was ill-fated unter keinem günstigen Sternstand. All this shows that a conversation has a spirit of its own, and that the language in which it is conducted bears its own truth within it, i.e., that it allows something to emerge which henceforth exists. Et was entbergt und herausgetreten last, was forten ist. Point 28. This essay both simultaneously introduces the dialogue and partakes in it. Moreover, by bringing these two thinkers into conversation, it is our expectation that the whole will exceed the sum of its two respective parts. We have happily accepted Gadamer's call to muster the generosity and charity to allow this conversation to be open-ended. How does Merleau-Ponty allow us to reap praise or perhaps even delineate more sharply certain features of Schelling's thinking? Just as importantly, how does Schelling's thinking, including aspects that Merleau-Ponty did not highlight, allow us to develop Merleau-Ponty's thinking in new, perhaps unexpected and unanticipatable new directions? Most importantly, how does this conjunction of thinking, with all of its felicities and tensions, allow us to take up the question of nature as such? In what new ways can the question of nature both appear as a serious question and, in so doing, reappear as a different kind of question than we had imagined, given our propensity to think it merely as a question of environmental ethics and rights? The book has been divided into 3 parts. The first part is both brief and introductory, and it includes this essay, which seeks to orient the volume as a whole. It also includes a meditation by Patrick Burke, with whom I worked bringing this volume together. In his engaging and poetic style, he offers a preparatory reading of the dialogue between Merleau-Ponty and Schelling. In order to facilitate a smoother exploration of the volume's contents and ambitions, each essay, with the exception of the present one, is accompanied by a brief abstract. The second part of the book is dedicated to Schelling and the question of nature. In a book that takes seriously the question of nature's shadows, Joe Lawrence goes right into the crux of the issue in a vigorous investigation of nothingness at the heart of nature. As we have seen, Plato's Timaeus is a critical text both for Schelling and for the issue as such, and Kyriaki Gaudli takes up again the importance of this dialogue, both in itself and for Schelling. Spinoza, as we have also seen, is similarly important both for Schelling and for the guiding question of this volume, and Jeffrey Bernstein offers a careful study of the relationship between nature and history in both thinkers. Finally, Vasiliki Tsakari takes up the question of time in the middle period of Schelling's thinking. The third part of the volume is dedicated to the intensive dialogue in and between Merleau-Ponty and Schelling. It is divided into 3 sections. The first is synoptic in scope, and the first essay is a slightly revised version of the key essay by Robert Vallier, published earlier and referenced by several writers in this volume, on Schelling's importance for Merleau-Ponty. Dr. Vallier is the translator of the English version of Merleau-Ponty's Nature Lectures, and this essay was among the first to work out the germane issues of the relationship. The second essay, by Josep Maria Beck, is an admirably thorough and insightful reconstruction of and meditation on Merleau-Ponty's relationship to Schelling. Taken in tandem, the 2 essays provisionally lay out the territory for the whole volume. The second section takes up specific themes in the relationship between Merleau-Ponty and Schelling. Annette Hild analyzes the relationship between freedom and necessity in Schelling's account of nature, concentrating primarily on the freedom essay, and measuring this reading against Merleau-Ponty's own understanding of Schelling. Angelica Nuzzo takes up the question of the body in Merleau-Ponty's reading of Schelling, and Carolyn Culbertson takes up the question of wonder and Merleau-Ponty's complicated relationship to Schelling. Stephen H. Watson takes up the question of the Barbarian principle in Merleau-Ponty's thinking in relationship to the latter's own sense of how one stands in relation to the philosophical tradition. Finally, Bernard Flynn reflects on the problem of nature's interiority. The third and final section takes up the relationship of both Merleau-Ponty and Schelling between art and nature. For both Merleau-Ponty and Schelling, art was not a philosophical diversion, an optional bit of window dressing draped over more serious thinking. Art is critical to the question of nature, and it is testimony to the vitality of the Barbarian principle. Jessica Wiskos pursues this through music, and does so quite musically, I might add. Marcia S. A. Cavalcante-Schubach meditates on this relationship primarily through painting, particularly the work of Paul Klee. My essay takes up similar questions around Merleau-Ponty's work on Cézanne, but it does so by extending the analysis to the problem of the kinship between the polarizing forces of light and gravity, as well as to the equally polarizing forces of willing and knowing. I hope that it is fair to say that it is the collective belief of all of the authors that the intersection of the thinking of Merleau-Ponty and Schelling around the question of nature offers profound and timely, even urgent, opportunities as jagged and rough as all thought may be to partake in one of the pressing questions of our times. Chapter 2. Prefatory Meditations. Patrick Burke. Abstract. This essay purports to show that Merleau-Ponty's philosophical career was marked from its very beginning by doubt about the vocation of the phenomenologist to offer a description of lived experience that would reveal the coming into being of meaning before the objectifications and interpretations of natural science or the natural attitude. Like Schelling, Merleau-Ponty turns to the artist, to the painter, who, according to Merleau-Ponty, alone accomplishes the phenomenologist's epoche, who alone catches in her or his colors the opening of sensibility itself into the sensing and the sensed, the very coming to be of phenomenality itself, the epiphany of things. In trying to model his thinking after that which he finds in painting, Merleau-Ponty runs up against the historicity of philosophical language, even the highly reformed language he proposes in his last works, a language that violates this epiphany of being. Merleau-Ponty's philosophical career was marked from its very beginning by doubt about the vocation of the philosopher, about its ability to deliver what it promised, whether, for instance, it was the promise of the rationalist to accomplish a systematic explanation of the whole of reality within which every aspect of thought and experience would have its place, or, to take another example closer to his own work, the promise of the phenomenologist to offer a description of lived experience that would reveal the coming into being of meaning before the objectifications and interpretations of natural science or the natural attitude. Merleau-Ponty's thought intersected with, and continuously crossed the borders into, that of Paul Valéry, a poet, Marcel Proust, a novelist, and Paul Cézanne, a painter, as if they could express what for the philosopher would always remain a closed secret or a mystery. Like Schelling, Merleau-Ponty wanted to think the excess of being over the consciousness of being, and 238. Like Schelling, he found resources for this project already at work in art. One of the members of his doctoral committee, Émile Brière, stated his own doubt about Merleau-Ponty's vocation as a philosopher when he charged Merleau-Ponty with betraying immediate experience won by an impossible attempt to return to it in full philosophical consciousness. I see your idea as being better expressed in literature and in painting than in philosophy. Your philosophy results in a novel, PRP, 30. Lyotard claims that Merleau-Ponty certainly would not have been a great commentator on Cézanne if Cézanne's doubt hadn't been his own, since both Merleau-Ponty and Cézanne return to the source of silent and solitary experience on which culture and the exchange of ideas have been built, to each launching his own work just as a man once launched the first word, not knowing whether it will be anything more than a shout, SNS 2, 19. Lyotard prompts us to ask about the magnitude of Merleau-Ponty's doubt about his own vocation as a philosopher, especially in his last works, I and Mind and the Visible and the Invisible. At the time of Merleau-Ponty's sudden death at the age of 53, there had been rumors that he was engaged in a serious revision of his thinking, and that his own doubt about his earlier works precipitated a change of position on such questions as perception and the nature of man, comparable to his change of position on Marxism that made his Adventures of the Dialectic such a dramatic event. In Humanism and Terror and other essays written in the 1940s, Merleau-Ponty credited Marxism with providing the concrete interpretive perspective on social and political existence in the 20th century. But his doubt about and consequent disenchantment with the communist praxis of the early 1950s led Merleau-Ponty to withdraw the privilege he had assigned to Marxism and to relegate it to the status of a classic, as that which ceases to be true in the sense that it believes itself true but that maintains, nonetheless, a serious heuristic value. Do Merleau-Ponty's later critical reflections on phenomenology of perception lead likewise to disaffection with Husserl's style of philosophizing? Does phenomenology, like Marxism, lose its privilege? Does his own phenomenology, too, become for Merleau-Ponty, another classic? Jacques Tamanayot dramatically situates the concern expressed in these questions. In his recent work Les Sens du Temps et de la Perception chez Husserl, G. Grainel writes phenomenology's attempt to survive as a philosophical school has produced epigones, or has led to the ritual murder of the father, which Merleau-Ponty piously and pitilessly had set out to perform, and would have performed had he not himself died. The visible and the invisible is an agonizing reappraisal. The expressions ritual murder and agonizing reappraisal suggest that Merleau-Ponty's itinerary from phenomenology of perception to his last works involved some kind of reversal of his attitude toward phenomenology. Point 3. It was fashionable to speak of Inkehr, a reversal of direction, when interpreting Heidegger's later utterances on the meaning of being. Regarding the last writings of Merleau-Ponty, Tamanayot, in effect, questions the same possibility: do these texts authorize us to speak of a rupture or a murder, and I would add, or even a suicide? Are we justified in speaking of Merleau-Ponty's care, that Merleau-Ponty's doubt involved some kind of reversal of his attitude toward phenomenology? I critique of the phenomenology. It should be noted at the outset that Merleau-Ponty does not formally claim any radical break in his thought from the first to the last works. Rather, it would appear to be a question of an ontological explication of his earlier writings. I must show that what one might consider to be psychology, the phenomenology of perception, is in fact ontology. 6.1, 230, 6.2, 176. This ontological explication involves, however, a certain general critique of the starting point of the metaphysics of presence involved in phenomenology of perception. It is no longer just a question of describing the layer of living experience through which other people and things are first given to us, pp 1, 69, pp 2, 57. The critique is more radical. it challenges the assumption underlying that question, namely the primacy of the distinction between consciousness and the being of things. In phenomenology of perception, the being of things is their presence to the subject, and the being of the subject is simultaneously presence to self and presence to things. Presence to is thus the fundamental relation, the abstract designation of the being common to both subject and object, but the subject is the primary pole of the relation. In phenomenology of perception, the interest in the strangeness and miracle of presence was focused through the transcendental question, how? The answer was usually in terms of the synthetic activity of consciousness embodied in the world. There is a basic tension, however, in this text. At times the world is described as a structure of presence logically prior to and as the ground of the relation between consciousness and object, but more often than not, the argument gravitates toward the view that the world is a field of presence of which consciousness is the pivotal ground. In The Visible and the Invisible, Merleau-Ponty acknowledged this tension when he writes that the problems that remain unresolved in phenomenology of perception are due to the fact that in part I retain the philosophy of consciousness, 6.1, 237, 6.2, 183. In another place he states that not only are these problems unresolved, but they are insoluble because I start there from the consciousness-object distinction, 6.1, 253, 6.2, 200. The ontological explication of the phenomenology that Merleau-Ponty envisages in The Visible and the Invisible will raise the question about the being of the subject in a more radical way than was done in the former work. It will show that the relation of presence to does not establish the meaning of being, but presupposes it. In a word, it will disclose a meaning of presence more profound than presence to. Following Cezanne, it will try to show that the world or nature is an absolute of presence, S1, 215, S2, 171, the presubjective and pre-objective ground for both subject and object, and is the abyssal being of their being. Thus, through the ontological explication of the earlier writings, the metaphysics of presence, or, to be more precise, of presence too, is ostensibly supplanted in Merleau-Ponty's later thought by an ontology of presence, which takes up again, deepens, and rectifies my first two books, 6.1, 222, 6.2, 168. The rectification mentioned here begins with a purgation of the notions and language of traditional ontologies. This is required by the problem that Merleau-Ponty's new ontology sets for itself. For us the essential is to know precisely what the being of the world means. Here we presuppose nothing, neither the naive idea of being in itself, therefore, nor the correlative idea of a being of representation, of a being for the consciousness, of a being for man. These along with the being of the world are all notions we have to rethink with regard to our experience of the world. 6.1, 21, 6.2, 6. In order to take up this problem in a fresh manner, Merleau-Ponty mounts a monumental effort to move away from the theory-laden language, not only of traditional philosophy, but also, to a certain extent, of his first works. Ceaselessly the philosopher finds himself obliged to re-inspect and redefine the most well-grounded notions, to create new ones, with new words to designate them, to undertake a true reform of the understanding. 6.1, 17, 6.2, 3. Under the label positivist bric-a-brac, Merleau-Ponty relinquishes the following terms: transcendental subjectivity, mind, acts of consciousness, judgment, states of consciousness, concept, idea, representation, image, sensation, relation, matter, and form. Not that Merleau-Ponty finds these notions and their implied distinctions to be senseless, but that to employ them uncritically at the outset of ontology is to re-enter the impasses we are trying to avoid. 6.1, 209, 6.2, 158. Replacing these are notions such as wild logos, savage spirit, barbaric source, abgrund, conceptless universals, dimension, articulation, level, axis, pivot, hinge, configuration, lateral transcendence, and pregnancy. Merleau-Ponty even expresses hesitation about such terms as perception and intentionality, which formed the core of the phenomenology, we exclude the term perception to the whole extent that it already implies a cutting up of what is lived into discontinuous acts, or a reference to things whose status is not specified, or simply an opposition between the visible and the invisible. 6.1, 209, 6.2, 158. Instead of perception and perceptibility, terms such as seeing, touching, visibility, and tangibility are more predominantly used in the visible and the invisible. Even the inveterate notion of intentionality undergoes a transformation in Merleau-Ponty's last analyses. Merleau-Ponty opposes this notion insofar as it leads to a philosophy of the transcendental immanence of consciousness and the exteriority of things, where the ecstatic essence of human existence is understood as a standing out from the immanence of consciousness. In the phenomenology, Merleau-Ponty qualified Husserl's notion of intentionality by defining it as the primordial perceptual dialectic of the body subject and the world. In the visible and the invisible, he radicalizes the notion of intentional dialectic through his notion of chiasm, reversibility. Again, this implies that the notion of presence so central to his earlier analyses is also supplanted. In its place, Merleau-Ponty introduces what he considers to be the most fundamental notion of his new ontology, the flesh, which expresses a more radical sense of presence than presence too. This massive overhaul of philosophical language is undertaken with great difficulty because it requires a break with the descriptive categories of ordinary language. In order to presuppose nothing about the world, about being, Merleau-Ponty must speak not according to the law of the word meanings inherent in the given language, but with a perhaps difficult effort that uses the significations of words to express beyond themselves our mute contact with the things, when they are not yet things said. 6.1, 61, 6.2, 38. 2. Painting as thinking from the outside. In the essay I and Mind, the last work that Merleau-Ponty published, we notice that his doubt has become more hyperbolic, not only that the philosopher is not in possession of his own vocation, but that he or she must heed the calling of the painter who alone accomplishes the phenomenologist's epoche, who alone genuinely disengages the watchwords of knowledge and action, PRP, 161, who alone holds the world suspended, who alone practices his wonder faithfully, who alone ruminates and creates within the living present, he who silently summons the philosopher into the mystery of presence and presencing. Even in his most tortuous interrogative effort, the philosopher is hemmed in by language whose original creative force he strives to recuperate and release afresh in an effort to make it commensurate with the mystery it wishes to express. This is why the philosopher, in his speaking, is closer to the poet, but Merleau-Ponty goes farther than Heidegger when he depicts originary speech as the art of seeing, and so it is the painter, not the poet, who initiates the truly radical meditation on vision with his eyes and hands, and we must graft ourselves onto his creative surpassing of the profane toward the invisible that animates the visible from within. Painting is a central operation contributing to our access to being, PRP, 171. The ontologist must join the painter in articulating and practicing the secret science of eye and mind if he is to catch the world in its primordial presencing of itself through the painter who is of it, in its very appearing rather than its appearance. To ultimately understand Merleau-Ponty's doubt by means of his interest in painting, we must turn first to Heidegger. In his 1949 introduction to What is Metaphysics, he writes, "The ecstatic essence of existence is therefore still understood inadequately as long as one thinks of it as merely a standing out, while interpreting the out as meaning away from the interior of an immanence of consciousness or spirit. For in this manner, existence would still be represented in terms of subjectivity and substance, while, in fact, the out remains to be thought Zeudenken bleibt as the outside itself auseinander of the opening of being itself. 5. In Merleau-Ponty's last works, the auseinander, he inscribes an immanence that has been dislodged, along with transcendence and intentionality, from subjectivity and ascribed to the world. Immanence is now the groundless abyssal depth of the world, the barbaric principle, the Urgrund, Ungrund, or Abgrund, of which Schelling spoke, an abyss of the past which always remains present in us and in all things. It is the fundamental stuff of life and of every existing being. something terrifying, and yet, Schelling asserts in a manner seemingly counterintuitive, it is the source of all beauty and grandeur, N1, 62, N2, 38. This Abgrund is distinct from but also immanent within the existent God himself, where through a kind of fission it differentiates itself into the two principles of divine being, the obscure will of the ground and the clear will of love. What Heidegger is calling the Auseinander is what Schelling also calls the unruly. It is worth citing again this justly familiar passage from Schelling's Freedom essay. The world as we now behold it is all rule, order, and form, but the unruly lies ever in the depths as though it might break through, and order and form nowhere appear to have been original, but it seems as though what had been initially unruly had been brought to order. This is the incomprehensible basis of reality in things, the irreducible remainder which cannot be resolved into reason by the greatest exertion but always remains in the depths. Out of this which is unreasonable, reason in the true sense is born. Without this preceding gloom, creation would have no reality, darkness is its necessary heritage. F1, 34. Like Schelling, what Merleau-Ponty attempts in the form of a thought from the outside that is about the outside is found in the radically of the painter's experience and expression. All of Merleau-Ponty's talk of the inanander, of the in one another, of the visible and the invisible, of the touching and the touched, must be understood ultimately within the framework of this thinking that comes from the experience of the abyss, this thinking of the Auseinander. Merleau-Ponty writes, the painter's vision is not a view upon the outside, a merely physical optical relation with the world. The world no longer stands before him through representation, rather, it is the painter to whom the things of the world give birth by a sort of concentration or coming to itself of the visible. M. 181. Painting is ecstatic life, and even those things most proper to the painter, those gestures, those paths, to him seem to emanate from the things themselves. Inevitably the roles between him and the visible are reversed. That is why so many painters have said that things look at them, pp. 167. The painter finds himself or herself engulfed in the depth of the world, so finally one cannot say if it is the look or the things that command. 133. Merleau-Ponty asks, what is this prepossession of the visible, this art of interrogating it according to its wishes, this inspired exegesis? 133. With this question we find that Merleau-Ponty had finally wrenched himself free of the traditional thinking from within the immanence of consciousness that still haunted his earlier masterpiece. The tacit cogito of the phenomenology is replaced by ilya, the abyssal there is. In The Visible and the Invisible, Merleau-Ponty writes that what I call the tacit cogito is impossible, 6.1, 264, 6.2, 171. It expresses the mythology of a self-consciousness to which the word consciousness would refer, 6.1, 265, 6.2, 171. Merleau-Ponty argues that what he called the tacit cogito is not at all tacit if it deserves, in any sense, the name cogito. The I think is an acquisition, a stabilization, and a commanding of the ilya, of the force through which vision and speech arise in the world. In I and Mind he writes, vision is not a certain mode of thought or presence to self, it is the means given me for being absent from myself, for being present at the fission of being from the inside, the fission at whose termination, and not before, I come back to myself. Prp. 186. In painting, Merleau-Ponty finds a new, more fundamental way of thinking, a thinking that would stand in the core of vision, a thinking that would be present at the fission of being from the inside, and that in doing so is nonetheless a thinking from the outside, that is, beyond the immanence of consciousness, a thinking from the groundless, fathomless, and barbarous depth of the opening. According to Merleau-Ponty, to give the ontological formula of painting, we hardly need to force the painter's own words, Klee's words written at the age of 37 and ultimately inscribed on his tomb, I cannot be grasped in immanence, M. 188. It is also worth attending here to Merleau-Ponty's own words regarding this fundamental thinking, which shows his response to Heidegger's call to philosophy to think the Auseinander. Fundamental because it is not born by anything, but not fundamental as if with it one reached a foundation upon which one ought to base oneself and stay. As a matter of principle, fundamental thought is bottomless. It is, if you wish, an abyss. That means that it is never with itself, that we find it next to or setting out from things thought, that it is an opening out the other invisible extremity of the axis which connects us to ideas and things. S2, 21. 3. Wonder, silence, and desire. Painting involves a practice of this opening out, one that is more primitive than that of philosophy, a practice of this fundamental thought that, for Merleau-Ponty, is primordial wonder. To complete the ontological formula of painting, we could also say that it is a return to sigma iota gamma the abyss, 6:1, 233, 6:2, 179. This citation is a reference to Claudel's Art Poétique on which Merleau-Ponty commented in an article devoted to Claudel in Signs. There he writes: "If this world is a poem, it is not because we see the meaning of it at first, but on the strength of its chance occurrences and paradoxes." Although Claudel, as we know, never stopped adoring the principle at work in all this mess, he once called it silence, abyss, and he never took back this ambiguous word. Time is the means offered to everything whatsoever to be in order to be no longer. It is the invitation a mourir, to every sentence to decompose in the explanatory, total harmony, to consummate the word of adoration in the ear of Sage the abyss. S1, 395, S2, 317. Painting as a thinking from the outside rides the wave of a temporality that swells up from within the things that the painter paints and that marks them with a radical finitude. Yes, time is the invitation to be, which is also, and always, the invitation to die. As the basis of all arguments for personal immortality, the immanence of subjectivity is the refusal of death. To be is to courageously stand in the abyssal openness. Heidegger writes: "We must think at the same time, of standing in the openness of being, of enduring and outstanding this standing in, care, and of outbraving the utmost, being toward death, for it is only together that they constitute the full essence of existence." 6. This standing in and outbraving is, according to Heidegger, not opposed to joy but is in secret alliance with the cheerfulness and creative longing, BW, 108. It is the salutary terror that is, for Merleau-Ponty, fundamental to the radical wonder that motivates all painting. This wonder as standing in and outbraving is the strangest of all experiences because it is openness on the strange, the abyss, the barbarian remainder. It is strangeness itself. To endure this movement of primordial wonder, to cultivate it courageously is to engage in fundamental thinking, the thinking of the Auseinander. It is to stand with the painter in the originary opening and unfolding of the perceptual world as a field of fathomless presence, of contrasting horizons, of spatial and temporal depth. It is this depth that the painter wants to paint, as it unfolds as line, color, contour, movement, and physiognomy. But it is also the standing in the opening of depth and the depth of the opening that is the subject of painting. The abgrund is outside of representative consciousness, and as such its mode of givenness is either the radical creativity described above or tragic forgetfulness. We become mindful of this forgetfulness through shocks from the outside that provoke this wonder, that disturb the immanence of consciousness just as the latter, in its ever insistent attending to stable forms or essences, was letting slip away any threat to representation, but we feel the abgrund, the unruly, when we wait and watch, when we see the form broken, the shattered lobster pot tossed up on the shore, concentrating not on its brokenness but on the memory of its form and function. The abgrund has many voices, those of wind and wave and whale and gull and star and clock. It is the hoary, horrific depth below the scintillating waves of the visible, it is the storm hiding the rocky promontory, it is the silent unnoticed rotting in the boats bobbing at dockage being prepared yet for another voyage, and on and on and on. This barbaric source is immanent in everything, even, Schelling argues, in God. It is the abyss that reveals itself in Merleau-Ponty's work as the abyss of language and of meaning, differentiating itself as radical absurdity and the longing for significance, as the abyss of reflection, of intuition, of dialectic, differentiating itself as radically ambiguity and the longing for clarity, as the abyss of memory, of consciousness, of imagination, the threat of powerlessness, of futurelessness, and mindless repetition of the same, differentiating itself as radical forgetfulness, or unbridled fantasy, the primordial unconscious, and longing for personal identity, stable visual form, the just society, and unharnessed creativity, all of this to be found in the abyss of the lived and fathomless body that in the later writings is understood as flesh, that includes the flesh of the world. Under the name of abyss, of the unruly, of chaos, Merleau-Ponty searches nonetheless for the logos. Merleau-Ponty indicates that the logos that Cézanne really wanted to understand was what interior force holds the world together and causes the proliferation of visible forms, SNS 1, 31, SNS 218. This is how Merleau-Ponty himself would also understand the logos. He is not searching for a transcendent organizing principle, but one that is immanent within nature, logos endiathitos, the invisible of the visible, that which inhabits this world, sustains it, and renders it visible, its own and interior possibility, the being of this being, 6.1, 198, 6.2, 151. The logos, as the visibility of the visible, is not originally presentable as a visible object, never appears as a visible, and yet it counts in the visible. It is there as the internal cohesion of the visible, as its sense, as the principle of its self-presencing. It is what modulates the perpetual intertwining of presence and absence that constitutes the structure of the visible world. The logos is the burgeoning, blossoming power that Cézanne is incessantly trying to capture, and that Schelling saw as the self-differentiating force unfolding as the divine personal being, that logos that pronounces itself silently in each sensible thing, 6.1, 261, 6.2, 208, and that pronounces itself silently through his own color-filled brush. Making use of Heidegger's notion of active essence, also to be found in Schelling when he describes God's becoming, Merleau-Ponty describes this wild, silent logos as the being rose of the rose, 6.1, 228, 6.2, 174, the principle of the developmental self-presencing of the rose, its roseness that internally animates and regulates it in all of its fluctuations, and that the painter wants to capture. For Schelling, the divine personal existence is the consequence of a prior essential dynamism within him, an internal ground, an active essence from which God's existence wells up into the clear light of consciousness. For Merleau-Ponty, the wild logos is the secret of its apparition within the visual field. It is the original presentability, the style of the rose. A certain manner of managing the domain of space and time over which it has competency, of pronouncing, of articulating that domain, of radiating about a wholly virtual center. 6.1, 154, 6.2, 115. Not only the visible rose but also the painter's body pivots about this invisible center, this void, this abyss, in which they mutually and progressively open and within which they mutually tremble, the obverse and reverse of each other, each calling for the other, each articulating the other, each assisting at the other's birth, that pristine moment that Cézanne wants to catch in color, and that is the key to what Merleau-Ponty calls the flesh. As the intertwining of the touching and the touched, of the seeing and the seen, the flesh is at the same time the opening of sensibility itself into the sensing and the sense that makes manifestation possible. It is both the coming to be of phenomenality as such and a specific phenomenon within it. The roseness of the rose, its pregnancy or power to break forth into the visible, requires of me a correct focusing, defines its correctness. My body obeys the pregnancy, it responds to it, it is what is suspended on it, flesh responding to flesh, 6.1, 262, 6.2, 209. The logos is thus the axis of a system of equivalence about which the visible rose and the painter's body are disposed. It is the pivot of an interrogative, Synesthetic scheme of contrasts and motivity dictated by the multifoliated presence of the rose and the eye and hand it summons. The hue of the bloom is a complex system of graduated intensities between the rose itself and the field of colored things that it orchestrates. Surrounding colors are warm and cold, bright and dull, loud and soft depending on whether the red of the rose fluctuates upward toward thistle and orchid or downward through magenta and maroon and on into shadow. The logos is the internal murmur of the rose, within the flesh of the painter, answering the voice of light. The thought of this logos is a thought from the outside. On the basis of his discussion of active essence, Merleau-Ponty goes on to show that the logos is also the promise that this rose is not the atomist's rose, alone and imprisoned in a point of space and time, but is a ray of the world, a field being, a dimensional rose, a non-conceptual presentation of universal being. Thus, the logos is also the typicality of the rose. Merleau-Ponty writes that there is no individual that would not be representative of a species or a family of beings because every that involves a what, 6.1, 256, 6.2, 203. This typicality, this aconceptual universality, intimately bound to and binding the presence of the rose, is intelligible only through the flesh that is not just the theoretically isolatable sensible stuff of this touched rose and this touching hand and body in this point of space and time, it is also those dimensions of transcendence, of participation, of variation opened by both in the unity of their presence or, as Merleau-Ponty wants to say, what opens both to each other as variations of one flesh, of that connective tissue of internal and external horizons in which both are caught. The rose pronounces itself across space and time, and gathers within itself all the echoes it arouses and echoes them back in its perpetual utterance. Because it has this flesh, the factual rose is also the dimensional rose rising as a relief with being and executing a distinct style of cohesion and coherence on the spatio-temporal field, thus enunciating a propinquity and a promiscuity with the roses of the past and the roses of the future and with all that the rose has ever meant in the myriad cultures where it bloomed. Thus the visible rose, modulating and contracting a preggiven spatiality, is also the invisible rose, temporally expanding that space, the voice, the style, the presence of all roses. The painter captures this expansion through color and line. Insofar as the logos is also typicality, it is more than logos endiathitos, the prelogical active form or meaning of the rose. It moves toward and summons a multidimensional logos prophorikos, that logos expressed primordially in painting or uttered in philosophical speech, whose internal structure sublimates our carnal relation with the world. 6.1, 230, 6.2, 176. It is the expressive gesture, the uttered word that realizes the wishes of silence. The mute perception of the rose, rising out of the flesh of the rose, this rose presence, in which vision is held and from which it emanates, whispers a wish for immortality, for a glorified flesh, for an internalization of the vortex that it commands and that commands it, for an opening of the eye of the vortex, and for the cry of joy that will transfigure forever its silent dwelling. The silent logos of the rose thus calls for a contraction, a sublimation, an infolding of the rose from whence it will bloom again, as on a page, between words, or on a canvas, between colors, under the trance of the logos of expression, of language, both created and creative, its obverse. Within the same movement of transcendence found in the depths of the perceived world, Merleau-Ponty locates the whole architectonic of painting, expression, language, and thought. The savage logos of the Urpräsensfeld is present in the logos of painterly expression and of created language and ideas, its silent spirit always prompting new and varied punctuations of silence within the limits of color and line, of logic and grammar, but always as a reminder that these limits are contingent. It ceaselessly draws back into its silence all the powers that it released through the painter's hands and eyes and in the speaking language of the philosopher, so that in the end the expressive gesture or the speaking language are the voice of no one, since it is the very voice of the things, the waves and the forests. 6.1, 204, 6.2, 155, a voice from the abyss. 4 Conclusions. The philosopher confronts the abysses of the rose and of the world in trying to model his thinking after that which he finds in painting, trying to put into words what the painter tries to put into color, the very appearing, the epiphany, of things as the most primordial form of expression characterized by the intertwining of brute being and wild mind in an absolute of presence. Cézanne struggled to catch the primitive logos endiathitos as the resolution of chaos, to depict matter as it takes on form, the birth of order through spontaneous organization, the very self-presencing of the world in all of its barbaric and untampered with innocence. Cézanne wanted to paint this primordial world, and his pictures therefore seem to show nature pure, while photographs of the same landscapes suggest man's work, conveniences, and imminent presence. Cézanne's Doubt, SNS 2, 13-14. As a philosopher, Merleau-Ponty is confined to a less primordial form of logos prophorikos, to speech, which, in its mediation of every mode of access, violates, like the photographer's camera, the savage purity of the encounter, taming it by rendering it amenable to its own principles, categories, and mode of being. Although Merleau-Ponty as early as Phenomenology of Perception had declared that the phenomenological reduction is never complete, his interface with Cézanne expresses a desire for a virginal exposure of the world at the moment of originary apparition, of parturition, of both seer and seen. What Bernhard called Cézanne's suicide, aiming for reality while denying himself the means for attaining it, can perhaps be called Merleau-Ponty's suicide, wanting to think the apparently unthinkable, even if in a vicarious manner through the brush and colors of Cézanne, while admitting that philosophical language, the logos prophorikos, even when radically reformed as he had proposed, shows traces of its historicity that tamper with what it wishes to enjoy with innocence. Contrary to such desire and in contradistinction to Schelling's notion of intellectual intuition wherein the clashing opposites of experience are subordinated through identity, Merleau-Ponty denied that philosophical intuition could restore to us some lost immediate, could achieve an effective fusion or perfect coincidence with the savage bursting open that is the definition of being. He demands that intuition be an interrogative listening to what the world wants to say beneath the forest of references that such listening, by virtue of its own historicity, subtly imposes between itself and the world's silence. By means of radical interrogation, Merleau-Ponty follows Cézanne into the silence, never abandoning the futile wish to presuppose nothing about being, about knowing, about questioning, about answering. As a philosopher, he knows the question about the meaning of being is a kind of knowing, it knows itself as a question at the same time that it questions the meaning of knowing, it knows that being traverses it, that it belongs to being by simply being a question at the very moment it questions the meaning of being and the being of the question as well as the historicity of being, of questioning, of knowing, of answering. Condemned to be in a state of constant self-mediation, of dispossession, of paradox, it generates by virtue of this anguish the clearing of desire within which the primordial invisible logos may finally emerge and be glimpsed in the margins of language as it can between the colors on the canvas. Merleau-Ponty finds himself addressing the painter by way of an interrogative speaking that is nothing more or nothing less than a highly poised form of wonder, of silence, of desire. Part 2. Schelling and the Question of Nature. Chapter 3. Unfolding the Hidden Logos. Or, Much Ado About Nothing. Joseph P. Lawrence. Abstract. And what if the barbarian principle operates in language just as it operates in nature? This essay poses that question from the perspective of Schelling. But it is by no means limited to that perspective. As Merleau-Ponty once famously stated, citing Valery, language is everything, since it is the voice of no one, since it is the very voice of the things, the waves, and the forests. This is Schelling's viewpoint as well. But Schelling takes it one layer deeper. Language is the voice not only of no one, but also of nothing. That this nothing unfolds simultaneously as ground and as logos does not detract from the wildness of either. Quite the contrary, it occasions it. Eben das Wesen den ich zienden zu erforschen, darin liegt eigentlich das Schwur, das Kreuz aller Philosophie. Schelling, I/7, 436. Werken lassen de Gruens, letting the ground operate, I/7, 378, there is something in this Schellingian conception of creation that is both breathtakingly beautiful and utterly terrifying. Schelling's own gloss on the phrase evokes a strange enough picture: gods and demons, those personalities that God was before he became God, rise forth from the divine ground, in order to activate the various epochs of human history. Nor is this the familiar Hegelian story about how the demonic is slowly but surely supplanted by the divine. On Schelling's view, the one always summons forth the other. There is no Christ without Antichrist, I/7, 379f. Indeed, our own more recent memories seem to lend support to this way of viewing the matter. If the 20th century represented the triumphant recognition of universal humanity, it was a recognition framed by mass genocide, senseless and gratuitous warfare, and the ever-growing threat of global devastation. Letting the ground operate for Schelling, the phrase is identical with the commonly heard, but perhaps infinitely paradoxical, idea that God created the world out of love. But what love is so recklessly sublime that Leopold of Belgium, Hitler, and Stalin, demonic faces of capitalism, fascism, and communism, are allowed to emerge as creatures of God? Unless we are to suppose that God is simply the name we give for the impersonal and thus morally neutral ground of reality, how could he, she or it, have permitted so much that we ourselves are driven to condemn? How are we to reconcile the greed and violence that pour forth from the ground with the idea that divine perfection is at work in all things? What, we wonder, has God seen that we, who have declared relentless warfare on the dark ground, have not seen? Doesn't Schelling himself hint at the superiority of the human viewpoint over the divine when he concedes that the ground contains an irreducible remainder that can never be resolved by reason, I/7, 360, even by that reason ultimately identified with God himself? Is Gelassenheit, the ability to let the ground operate, itself facilitated by insight, or is it the merely negative consequence of deep resignation or even the sheer absence of any form of consciousness? Who can actively will uncertainty, when uncertainty includes the monstrous? If Schelling's belief is correct that Gelassenheit is the child of insight, the very insight that transforms God into God and remains the hope of humanity as well, then what does that insight look like, and how, above all, can it exist alongside the irreducible remainder? What is the light that lies hidden in the darkest deep, I/7, 361, the obfuscated logos whose unfolding and clarification is the movement of history toward God, himself the solution to the ultimate question: why would consciousness ever take upon itself the cross of being? What we are asking after by posing such questions is what philosophers have always asked after. Is wisdom the knowledge that would facilitate an unqualified love of reality itself a possibility, or is it a phantasm produced by a craving for happiness that can never be fulfilled? Spirit, after all, can let the ground operate only insofar as it understands the ephemeral nature, the intrinsic non-being, of evil. But such wisdom is possible only to the degree that spirit finds access to the good beyond the indeterminacy of the ground, the good that renders determinate and thus comprehensible what in itself is indeterminate and incomprehensible, the good, in other words, that lies beyond being, for only what lies beyond being suffices to place being within its limit. The non-being of ground is suspended in the non-being of what Schelling called unground, I/7, 406. What I propose in the following is to retreat somewhat from the predominant concern of contemporary Schelling scholarship, the impenetrability of ground, in order more directly to pursue the question of the unground. Point 1. If the ground is something that we can come to understand and let operate, it is not the ground conceived in itself, which is indeed impenetrable, but the ground conceived in unground. This is how far philosophy needs to take us. As for philosophy today, it is still largely in a state of hibernation, not yet ready to challenge the common sense of the age. The merely phenomenal looks real enough. The enduring, the absolute, appears simply not to exist. The project of wisdom, learning to love the ground, has been replaced by the pursuit of knowledge for the sake of power, on the one hand, the attempt to transform the ground into an object of scientific understanding and technological manipulation, and, on the other, the episodic attempt to annihilate ground altogether by the simple strategy of blowing it to bits. Ours is still emphatically the age of nihilism. Where the phenomenal is accepted as the real, the genuinely real has disappeared from sight. And yet nihilism can hardly be the proper response to nihilism. To embrace Schelling's turn to the nothingness of unground seems perverse in a time that has so systematically reduced reality to appearance. If ever we need to face reality, concrete reality, rooted in the darkness of the earth reality, it is now. Point 2. Given that political and corporate power make use of multifarious public media to define the real as the product of our own fabrication, and given the success of this ploy as measured by the almost universal tendency to deny unpleasant truths and yield to collective fantasy, it would seem that the first imperative for philosophy today would be to utter a clear mea culpa for its own postmodern flirtation with delusion, while embracing the hard task of discovering or rediscovering the actual truth of reality. Against the reduction of reality to image, Schelling has provided us with enormous resources both as philosopher of nature and as philosopher of the deep and unfathomable ground. Point 3. Indeed, if one can speak of a Schelling renaissance, it has largely to do with our contemporary need to acknowledge that even the made-on-borrowed money world of shine and glitter has left dirt on someone's hands. The heavenly city of power and commerce is supported at bottom by human toil and suffering. Where consumerist paradise conceals any view of the labor, and the natural devastation that sustains it, a sense of artificiality ensues that can have devastating consequences. Either we accommodate ourselves to this new order and learn to live a life without feeling and depth, or we live out our yearning for reality by rebelling against the world of plastic. In either case, we lose. If the real then is what we need, how do I justify the shift away from ground to unground and from being to non-being? Before delving into the discussion, let me first provide a quick answer to this question. Plastic may represent semblance, but, precisely insofar as it has been torn out of the natural cycle, it has an uncanny longevity. The artificial world, a dead world if ever there was one, is nonetheless able to masquerade as the world that has defeated death. Not looking at death becomes the source of death's reign, as is apparent when we succumb to the dream of a risk-free life, which is no life at all. By allowing the fabricated to substitute for the real, we have succumbed to the illusion that we or those of us with their hands on power are the architects of the real. This is the basis for what Schelling calls evil. That which gives life as and in the imagination can become deadly when actualized. What holds and carries us when left inoperative can very well consume and destroy us if activated. For the correlate of the contemporary flight into image and the deep layers of fear that this entails is the power that feeds off that fear, under the pretext that someone must take control, while simultaneously keeping it inflamed as its own ground and basis. If the great accomplishment of the modern world is an astonishing increase in the power that human beings wield, both over nature and over one another, then it is an accomplishment that casts a deeply worrisome shadow. Never have we been able so clearly to see the banality of what gets erected around our caged-in fear, for the power to activate our fantasies deadens the spirit instead of animating it, just as the hyperrealism of a contemporary movie serves only to render even the boldest imaginings merely banal. What is first and foremost the problem of technology, this amassing of power is increasingly the problem of politics as well, as evidenced by the systematic unleashing of the naked will to power from the system of checks and balances that once served to restrict it. Evil, the tendency of the particular will to elevate itself to the status of the universal, can be politically constrained only within the framework of a healthy community of countervailing particular wills. In the post-political age we now inhabit, power can no longer be balanced against power. In this situation, when faced with the principle of a technologically enhanced empire, truth is the last line of defense. The auto-production of power is in fact self-destructive. Death wins in the end. The mission of the philosopher in such times is not only to deliver this prophetic warning, but also to communicate the solace that comes with it. For the death of power is not just a final horror awaiting us, but a blessing, both the assurance that evil is undone by its own inherent temporality together with the additional assurance that the good remains unscathed by all temporalities. This, the unvanquished good, is the good beyond being. At issue, in other words, is not only the intuition that empires are transitory, but also the more positive understanding that the good is compatible with death, as in Socrates' claim that, although an evil man can kill a good man, he can do him no harm. Point 5 The good that prevails over death is the good beyond being and time, the good, in terms of Schelling's metaphysics, beyond will. The ultimate beyond is the simple, naked nothing. What we are seeking is access to this nothing, while yet avoiding what Schelling diagnosed as the rotten core of modernity, its reduction of everything to an image of an image, a nothing of nothing, a shadow of a shadow. 106. That reduction has to be understood as a reduction to the nothing that comes, mistakenly and catastrophically, to regard itself as the ultimately real, the nothing that denies its nothingness by setting itself up as ego, Cartesian cogito, not only luminosity of self-awareness, but fulcrum of the whole mathematical grid of space and time that underlies modern science. Objectivity is grounded in subjective positing, reality as residential extensa is reality actively cogitated by residential cogitans. In all of this, reality has been put forth as image. In a sense, the television or computer screen is already implicit in the most basic Cartesian premise. To recognize the nothingness of this nothing is to come out from under the metaphysics of will, a metaphysics that Schelling elaborated so fully that he enables us to see beyond it. Everything rests, then, on the right way of distinguishing the nothing from the nothing. The great abyss that separates the realms of good and evil opens up only on the basis of that distinction. The ego, that sliver of nothing we call real, estranges us from everything outside ourselves, thus awakening the desire for possession, knowledge, and control. Realization of the self's own nothingness, and what is consciousness apart from its object, is the reintegration of that self into the totality, itself the unfolding of a nothing that knows its own nothingness. This reintegration is the wakeful dream of an absolute future. Although withheld from us, prisoners as we are of the illusion of self, and the order of being, it nonetheless constitutes an enduring source of hope. It is ultimately with regard to that future, wherein ground is dissolved in unground, so that Satan himself is finally redeemed, that we speak here of the nothing. 6 If its denial threatens to turn the real into a desert. 7 Its affirmation is the source of new life. 2. No one chooses entanglement in the dark ground. This makes it all the more remarkable that, during Schelling's years of deepest entanglement, he possessed a roadmap to light and clarity. The project of his Weltalter philosophy, which extends far beyond the extant editions of the ages of the world, was to set forth the ground as the eternal past, eternally overcome in the divine act of creation. God becomes God by harrowing the hell of his own. But whence then am I? 8 Where unground dissolves ground by revealing that ground itself is nothing other than the potency of unground, the past falls away, spirit is reborn in the present. Yet as clear as the project was, Schelling remained bound to the past. In thousands of pages of drafts, fragments, and sketches, he was never able to extricate himself from an often tortured discussion of the past. In other words, he was never able to complete the philosophical correlate of the harrowing of hell. After nearly 20 years of struggle, he finally set aside the Weltalter project, initially intended as his definitive philosophical statement, in order to take up the problem of the present, the appearance of God in history, in the new form of lectures. Death to the old man and birth to the new, the religious experience of renewal and inner transformation. 9 Could be placed before philosophy, but could not be philosophically appropriated. No dialectic can accomplish the forgiveness of sin, or the release from karma. The letting go entailed by death would not be a genuine letting go if it came with a full dialectical seal of approval. The path to Gelassenheit is a path to insight, but it is not the path of science. Even so, the vision itself, what religion places before philosophy, was crystal clear. Schelling's project was the movement from the eternal past, the finitude God had to overcome in order first to be God, 10 Through the eternal present, the historical world we live in, and into the eternal future, where God reveals himself as the all in all. He worked through the first phase of this project during the Weltalter period from 1810 to 1830. The next phase, which depicts the unfolding of the absolute in history, occupied him from 1830 until his death in 1854. Although the last phase of his project, the revelation of the absolute future, was never explicitly undertaken, its concept was clear and readily available. Indeed, it was the intuition into the absolute future that served as the starting point of the Weltalter project. The dialogue Clara was already composed in 1810, along with the more systematic Stuttgarter Privatverlesungen, I/7, 417 to 484. Both of these works set forth a theory of potencies that sustain their dialectical march into the absolute future of a purely spiritualized world, the world beyond death. It is only on the basis of these works that one can recognize just how bold Schelling's vision was. As has sometimes been pointed out, Schelling sought nothing less than a philosophical appropriation of the entire poetic landscape traversed in Dante's Divine Comedy, the movement from hell, the past, through purgatory, the present, into heaven, the future. Point 12. At first glance, Schelling's project appears to offer a somewhat unorthodox attempt philosophically to reconstitute a thoroughly orthodox understanding of Christian religion. Against Hegel, and the entire tradition from Descartes, if not already from Aristotle, Schelling seeks to go beyond the philosopher's God, whether this is understood as causa sui or infinite substance, in order to accommodate in thought what Pascal called the living God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. With such a God on center stage, any reference to absolute nothingness appears to be out of place. Even so, there are two things that legitimate the language of nothingness: first, a concrete metaphysical need, and second, a positive insight into its reality. The metaphysical need flows out of the realization that heaven would not be heaven as long as anyone, anywhere, were condemned to hell. God is to be revealed as the all in all, I/9, 405. Point 13 evocative of the Bodhisattva vow of the Buddhist. This idea, although certainly compatible with Christian compassion, is incompatible with the Christian, and in general the Western, insistence on the ultimate and indissoluble reality of the individual, entailing as this latter does the possibility of an unbridgeable gulf opening between the self and the absolute, a possibility that gave birth to Cartesian dualism. Given that Schelling's significant philosophical contribution in the Freedom Essay, 1809, is precisely the idea of the dark ground as the metaphysical basis for a possible complete separation from God, the reality of evil, it might seem odd, 1 year later, to find him holding out for ultimate unity. Be this as it may, the more interesting observation for us is that it is the idea of an inexhaustibly indeterminate ground that drives Schelling beyond any conception of a unity of kind, or concept. Only the unity of absolute void, the cancellation of any distinction whatsoever, is wide enough, deep enough, to comprise the infinity of existence, not essence, that is Schelling's dark ground. This has to be understood in both a philosophical and a religious way. Within the formless unity, where concepts simply cease, is contained the opportunity for the final harrowing of hell, understanding through not understanding, knowing through not knowing. The salvation of Satan requires the completed self-emptying of God. What this means theologically is that can be imagined as no longer activating the satanic impulse that constitutes his own internal ground. The formlessness of an indeterminate chaos can be contained only by its utter antithesis, the formlessness of pure void. This, then, is the goal, ground contained, but never abolished, by unground. The insight that proves adequate to this projected need for absolute future, the final clarification of ground through unground, is intellectual intuition, which Schelling consistently conceives as cutting deeper than the nonsensible intuition either of mathematical form or of simple subjectivity, the cogito. In contrast to these forms of intuition, which still rest on some semblance of a subject-object dichotomy, the deepest mode of nonsensible intuition is the direct self-seeing of underlying formless void itself, a self-seeing in which the isolated human subject participates, in the fleeting moment of its own self-abandonment, but which it never appropriates. According to one of Schelling's earliest writings, it is an intuition that can be likened alone to death. I/1, 325.14. The subject that it discloses is decisively not the subject of human subjectivity but the underlying subject of all being and thought, to which our own subjectivity is bound as consciousness is bound to unconsciousness. The all-knowing that is implicit within intellectual intuition is more source than reservoir, for it is never so much given as slowly retrieved through ongoing recollection. 15. The connection of the source to actual consciousness is first and foremost mood, only through careful deliberation is it now and again raised to the level of understanding. For this very reason, any understanding that is mediated solely by concepts, and that thereby circumvents a lived and felt connection to reality as such, is not understanding at all, but never more than an empty parroting that, with every repetition, smooths away the last lingering residues of what had once actively been thought. The descent into the image world of phenomenalism that characterizes modernity is ultimately the consequence of a very personal refusal to think for oneself, a refusal that has been multiplied indefinitely by the will to imitation. Intellectual intuition is a gift, but never solely a gift, it must first be practiced. At the same time, the result of a practice, it is nonetheless not an accomplishment, for it must first be bestowed upon one by that very nature in which consciousness itself is rooted. 3. Why, the reader may ask, have I so far avoided any real descent into the unground? Why, more specifically, embed intellectual intuition in the darkness of ground, when passages abound that depict it as a beacon of light? 16. The caution, which I regard as utterly necessary, is still the same caution I evoked above. Nihilism is never the proper response to nihilism, just as the destruction of innocent life is never the proper response to the destruction of innocent life. When, in the ages of the world, Schelling critiques Enlightenment pseudo-rationality for leaving us with a world that is an image of an image, he says that the real problem lies in the impulse simply to deny the darkness of the ground. This is the response we have to avoid. It is essential to retain a connection to the Barbarian principle that, when overcome but not annihilated, is the foundation of all greatness and beauty. 106. Denial itself, and the consequent loss of all greatness and beauty, takes different forms. For the scientist, the indeterminacy of prime matter is hidden behind the dogmatic assumption that whatever is out there has some form of scientifically knowable or objective shape. Politicians have a similar relationship to evil. The political liberal denies its reality altogether by redefining it as an aggressive impulse that can be overcome with the help of good science. The political conservative, on the other hand, who takes pride in his realism, pretends to affirm the reality of evil while in fact repositioning it into the ever-hostile other, that nebulous world outside the piece of plastic we ourselves inhabit. In this move, our world, the secured or constructed world, is alone accorded the status of reality. It is the only place where suffering really matters. If the liberal wants to abolish suffering altogether, the conservative wants to dispatch it to the intolerable other as a punishment for the suffering it has caused us. Suffering belongs there, precisely because it does not belong here. To the degree that we perceive ourselves as innocent, we must perceive them as guilty. Because the origin of evil lies in the will to justice, it is almost impossible to see it for what it is. From Schelling's point of view, suffering is the condition of life, and, if rightly contended with, the source of its greatness and beauty. Against the various exercises in denial, it is important not so much to dissolve the ground in unground, but to contain and conquer it by drawing on the spiritual resources available to anyone cognizant of how unground grounds ground. What we have to see is how the inherently uncontainable, the formlessness of the indeterminate as such, can yet be contained by that other formlessness, the formlessness of pure void. How is it that the death of God, which leaves behind it an infinite regress of finite conditions, now becomes the condition for understanding God? Or, in Schelling's language, how is God to be understood as emerging from an eternal past? And how is such a past to be understood, once one clearly sees to what degree it is in fact our own present. Is it not the case that God understood metaphysically as substance, the first condition of a finite series of conditions, pales in comparison to God once he is understood as void, as, indeed, he must be understood once contingency takes the upper hand in the form of an infinite series of conditions. And, remarkably enough, is it not also the case that God qua void, separated from us by an infinite series of conditions, is nonetheless closer to us than God understood as substance, separated from us by the series of conditions, ever could be? The absolute lack of internal difference that characterizes the unground is itself the source of infinite difference. This is the inner truth of both being and consciousness, and thereby simultaneously the truth of their necessary interrelation. Ground, then, is always already contained in unground. The dialectical adventure that we are engaged in is not the Hegelian one, meant to take us forward to an absolute that constitutes itself in the process of thinking. Instead, it is an exercise in recollection meant to facilitate an awakening, a realization of what, in truth, already is. Point 17. At the very bottom of nature lies the veiled logos, which awaits its articulation through the unfolding recollection of unground in ground, the hard work of harrowing that constitutes the labor of the artist and the poet and of the philosopher, insofar as the latter understands what they understand, that the only word that speaks is the word that has been rescued from darkness. 4. The ultimate darkness is, of course, the darkness of non-being. It is, in fact, doubly dark, for, instead of presenting itself to us in its darkness, it turns emphatically away from us, just as in Heidegger's infamous, and much lampooned, phrase, Das Nichts nicht, the nothing-nothings. 18. One way of understanding Schelling's intellectual intuition is to grasp it as the sudden unturning of this otherwise so dependable turning away. Visual perception, for instance, is directed outward toward visible things and away from the infinite invisible that lies, from the point of view of actual perception, everywhere behind and beyond the visual field. Even so, moments of unturning do occur. The void behind my eyes, for instance, from which I so constantly retreat, unless indeed it retreats from me, suddenly looms forth to command my attention. In a similar way, the silent spaces between words sometimes seem more fraught with meaning than the words themselves. In such moments, the hidden, and utterly empty, ground of awareness manifests itself, and not simply as the naked core of subjectivity, but as the everywhere always identical naked core of each and every object that presents its visible or audible face to me. Yet just as quickly as this, the eternal within the ephemeral, is disclosed, it is covered over again. Eternity itself seems infected with the disease of non-being. Where, within this self-negating nothing, is there space enough for the hidden logos? What meaning is unveiled by the thunderbolt? Unless these questions can be answered, Gelassenheit is a synonym for recklessness, or is at best a hopeless fantasy. If indeterminacy is the ultimately real, if nature is defined by entropy rather than form, then the proponents of power are correct. Direct assault on the dark ground is an ongoing necessity. After all, rationality may be little more than a temporary clearing carved out of the wilderness, consciousness the ephemeral product of a chemical process. Despite its purported optimism, the single assurance of modernity is that darkness, void of either light or hope, prevails in the end. Where reason has been completely instrumentalized, the underlying assumption is that reality as such is irrational. Under this assumption, wisdom is not wisdom, but insanity. Behind the facade of order, modernity is based on a nightmare vision in which ground is perceived as utterly unbounded, which is why whatever has order becomes identified with what we ourselves have ordered. The unbounded ground is, however, ground that is bound in unground. Seeing this is what makes the philosopher a philosopher. Much of what Schelling has to say with regard to the internal structure of nature bears a rather close resemblance to the worldview of modern physics. The universe is constituted by the competing forces of attraction and expansion, of gravity and light. Energy is prior to matter. Indeed, matter is more event than substance. All things are in movement. Particles are born and particles die. The universe itself was born and will one day die. The most dramatic way of characterizing this extreme dynamism is to view physical reality as a phenomenal product of a self-dividing nothing. The nothing of absolute singularity, equals zero, which is what would remain if contraction were the only force operative in nature, is always already divided into no parts whatsoever, equals zero, and as such is identical with infinity, the absolutely voluminous void, which is what would remain if expansion were the only force operative in nature. But because contraction and expansion thereby go into one another, nothing eternally gives birth to the universe, or, rather, a universe of universes. This self-dividing nothing even makes a kind of mathematical sense. If 0 multiplied by anything whatsoever equals 0, then 0 divided by 0 must equal anything whatsoever, both the everything that is that we call the universe and the everything that might be that constitutes the infinite series of possible universes. The very thing that makes dividing by nothing taboo for arithmetic makes it ontologically interesting. Indeed, it wasn't until the invention of calculus, which legitimates division by nothing as a ratio of infinitesimals, that mathematics became an adequate tool for representing nature as a dynamic process. 19. Nothing is of course infinitely small or infinitely large, one can always get a bit smaller or a bit larger, which entails, however, that infinity itself is a process toward a nothing that is cleanly divided into the infinitely great and the infinitely small. The indeterminate infinity of the number series, which can always go a bit further, is neatly contained within infinity as such, itself identical with the very nothing that indeterminacy seems to exclude. This nothing that is both smaller than the smallest and larger than the largest is the single self-identical yet self-dividing nothing that eternally gives birth to the indeterminacy of what Schelling calls ground, which, insofar as it contains the anything whatsoever of being both real and possible, remains inscrutable. The irreducible remainder has not been wiped away. The barbaric principle has not been annihilated. And yet Logos shows itself at the very bottom of the bottomless ground. Bottom of the bottomless is simply another way of saying the nothing. It is worth saying, for it betrays the highly paradoxical nature of the hidden Logos and of all of the utterances that flow forth from it. Within the primordial Logos, 0/0, lies a clear structure. Given that 0/x equals 0, that x/x equals 1, and that x/0 equals infinity, it is clear that 0/0 equals 0 equals 1 equals infinity. If nothing nothings, we can now see why. The identity of the absolutely great and absolutely small that is nothing assures that nothing itself eternally vanishes behind the indeterminate, comparatively great and small, that issues forth from it. Given that nothing as such is without division, the result of the self-dividing nothing is that there is no nothing. This is the nothinging of nothing, Heidegger's Nicht und Nichts, that is the being of being. Given that the visual field itself mirrors this structure, what is it other than the unity of the invisible void that is pure subjectivity with the visible manifold of an infinite indeterminacy? It seems reasonable to infer that we have unveiled the hidden Logos. Because the movement here is a movement within nothing, we have effectively undercut the metaphysics of will that Schelling himself still relies on in developing the hidden Logos as a theory of potencies. If the decisive issue in the present account is the intrinsic identity of the infinitely small with the infinitely large, for Schelling the same movement is a movement of will. Non-being as lack or privation craves being which, because it is fully self-sufficient, itself wills nothing and is thus a kind of nothing in its own right. 20 At the same time, his conception of unground demands precisely this kind of attempt to get beyond, beneath or under, the will as an implicitly subjective hunger of non-being for being. It is essential to have a move like this in place before proceeding with a fully developed philosophy of Gelassenheit. 63. Raging will can only be calmed by the insight that the very ground of ground is identical with unground. A full existential realization of this identity serves as the answer to the will to power that defines modernity. Form is not first constituted by the infinite roll of the dice. Instead, it is that which is primordially given, preceding even being itself, and has to be understood as that which allows the die to be cast. This is not to say that the materialist assumption that order is constituted by disorder is simply wrong, but rather that the emergent logos is first let forth by the hidden logos. Materialism and idealism are equally primordial. Matter and consciousness are both potencies of one and the same. There is not one without the other. Neither is present within absolute reality, which is the simple, undifferentiated unground. The neither nor is the hidden heart of the both and. The love that lets forth difference all the way to the mass murderer is grounded in the neither nor of eternity itself, which is why nothing short of death can reach all of the way to the good. This is wisdom's answer to the frenzy of modernity, which is generated by the assumption that the world itself constitutes ultimate and final reality. All higher and better doctrines are in accord that the highest is above all being. In all of us dwells the feeling that necessity trails existence as its fate. A most intimate feeling tells us that only above being dwells true, eternal freedom. I/8, 234. The goal of life is the restoration of the deepest layer of the will, which is the will which wills nothing and is thus fully reconciled with the death that awaits it. This is not nihilism but the answer to it, insofar as true action requires the courage that comes only with that level of reconciliation. Such a will, Schelling writes, is nothing and everything. It is nothing insofar as it neither longs to become active itself, nor longs for any actuality. It is everything because all strength comes from it, like from eternal freedom. I/8, 235. What we are looking for is ultimately a correspondence between the soul and the world ground, that eternal peace that moves the world not by itself moving, but by constituting the goal of everything that moves. The fearmongers have won as long as they can obscure access to this, the highest principle. What they have going for them is the fact that the highest, the nothing's leaving us with merely the phenomenal in view. What they have going against them are two facts: death wins in the end and all consciousness is ultimately grounded in knowledge of that end, intellectual intuition. This is the source of life. V. These final thoughts belong as much to Aristotle and the Buddha as to Schelling. I point this out as a way of justifying a final excursus. Although I believe that I am right in depicting a convergence between Schelling's nature philosophy and the worldview of modern physics, I feel that it is necessary to spell out some important differences. First of all, the self-understanding of modern physics assumes a successful revolution against the very same Aristotle that Schelling continues to exalt. The energy of the void, of the self-differentiating nothing, is far from being a new discovery. The formula I use to depict the insight, 0 = 1 = infinity, is simply my own version of Plato's indeterminate dyad. I related it to the mathematics of calculus because of Schelling's proximity to Leibniz, the inventor of calculus, and a series of references that show that Schelling recognized the power of the divisions by nothing, and by infinity, that calculus put before us. Point 21. The thought itself is, however, a much older thought. Indeed, if Schelling's theory of potencies is correct, it forms the real content of the whole history of mythology and religion. A reading of Hesiod's Theogony would seem to indicate that this was the case. And although an abyss might seem to separate Hesiod's void from Parmenides' being, that exclusion of nothing that constitutes the foundation for the entire history of metaphysics, a close reading of Parmenides would show that what we are really dealing with is an act of reappropriation, or recollection. The very necessity of being that constitutes the heart of metaphysics itself has no grounding apart from the self-negating nothing. Although it is true that metaphysics has to be continuously dismantled before its own inner dynamic can be revealed, this is equally true of science, which is its immediate offspring. Both metaphysics and science derive their creative force from an intuition of the non-objectively real, and both tend toward the same error, the objectification of the non-objective. The Aristotelian twofold of delta nu alpha mu iota and nu rho gamma epsilon iota alpha is nothing other than the twofold of ground and unground that I have developed out of my own reading of Schelling. Even the assertion that nature abhors a vacuum carries no force apart from the vision of that delta nu alpha mu iota that is eternally awakened from the void of non-being by the sheer beauty and sublimity of absolute form, itself nothing other than the unity of that very void. The thought that thinks itself does so only on the basis of the rift that divides the nothing from the nothing. Modern physics fails to see the metaphysical underpinnings of its own attempt to reduce the forces of nature to a fundamental equation. This failure is the source of its own dogmatism. We are still moving within the framework of the Platonic, Aristotelian idea, with the difference, now, that the idea is construed as a masterful human invention, one that will make all physical reality predictable and controllable. So much for dynamism. So much for the love of nature. How, one might then reasonably enough ask, is it any different in my own Schellingian version of the indeterminate dyad? The answer, I hope, can quickly be made clear. First of all, precisely because the self-dividing nothing has nothing as its basis, its consequence remains as indeterminate as the dark ground itself. There is no leverage here for prediction and control. Reason need not set out to obliterate the ground. Although the self-dividing nothing may look like an attempt to answer the question of being, why is there something rather than nothing? Because nothing obliterates itself as nothing and thereby gives rise to the being of being, it in fact is better understood as a way of resurrecting, yet again, the question. After all, nothing is the utter lack of differentiation. There is no ground for the division that leads to the eruption of world. This lack of ground carries within it all of the pain of existence. The question of being has no answer. And yet the same lack of ground is answer enough, completion of ground in the Nirvana 22 of unground. To see the twofold of ground and unground is to recognize the mystery of being while yet anticipating its final resolution in the unbroken calm of eternity. Where modern physics is left with the infinite roll of the dice, forms that form and come undone on waves of mere probability, thus awakening the inexorable desire for control, philosophy sees further. What is at play here is the play of the self-identical one. Where physics leaves us stranded in the indeterminate infinite, philosophy shows us a way out. Beyond the infinite lies the purity of the void. This, at any rate, is what I discern at the very bottom of Schelling's thinking. Chapter 4. Schelling on Plato's Timaeus. Kyriaki Gaudli. Abstract. This essay investigates the intricate relationship between Schelling and Plato's major cosmological works, the Ages of the World and the Timaeus, respectively, with a special focus on the controversial and intriguing notion of the Platonic Chi-Rho Alpha, which proves to be of major significance for the question of nature. The first section extracts substantial conclusions from Schelling's early essay on Plato's Timaeus regarding Plato's implicit notions of invisible matter and the parallel eternities operating both throughout cosmic becoming in general and entities in particular. Schelling's early notes on Timaeus, although at times critical, seem to constitute the seeds, which fertilize his later cosmological thought. The second section attempts to provide a reconstruction of Schelling's transformations of key Platonic concepts, especially the Chi-Rho Alpha, by taking Plato's Philebus and Sophist into consideration. Schelling's exuberant and fearless thought not only provides a fresh insight into the Platonic legacy but also an impressive dynamization of his own Neoplatonic identity system. Here we find that the other of God, the Platonic muet nu, nature, is the Godhead itself in its barbaric love for existence. In Schelling's early studies on Plato, we can detect his fertile critical tension with the Platonic corpus. On the one hand, he is a severe critic, but on the other hand, there is a creative anxiety driving him to decipher the seductive elusiveness of Plato's words, as if he could somehow recollect the unwritten writings tau alpha gamma rho alpha phi alpha delta gamma mu alpha tau alpha dot. In this essay, I will examine some aspects of this interesting dynamic, which deepened precisely when Schelling was breaking with his most Neoplatonic system, the philosophy of identity. This dynamic opens an important perspective on the question of nature for Schelling. The 1794 Commentary on the Timaeus. Schelling's extensive commentary on Plato's Timaeus is among his very earliest writings. The commentary, a student essay apparently not intended for publication, consists of a thorough exegesis of selected extracts of the Timaeus, and as whole, although coherent, it nonetheless appears as an aggregate of step-by-step notes for his personal use in his reconnaissance of an unknown but promising land. As such, the commentary follows the dialogue's own order of presentation. As a preliminary remark, we note that Schelling, throughout the whole of the interpretative comments in the first section of the text, consistently applies Kantian terminology. Hence, the Platonic ideas are seen from the standpoint of the concepts of the pure understanding, and nature as an organized whole is viewed under the causality of an a priori regulative concept, namely, time as a pure form of intuition. Since the key to the explanation of the entire Platonic philosophy is the remark that he carries the subjective over to the objective, Schelling operates the reverse movement on Plato's behalf, as if Plato's confrontation with the abyssal antinomian crisis of reason in its search for the absolute would instigate a shock to the dogmatism that lurks in one-sided objectification. But, we might already ask, how dogmatic is Socrates' and Timaeus' constant solicitation of the gods and the goddesses, beseeching them to grant the requisite enthusiasm to develop a more likely story? Despite Schelling's Kantian framework, which may justifiably strike the reader as infelicitous for accommodating a cosmological poem like the Timaeus, Schelling nonetheless has a fertile engagement with it, one that results in the seed of Schelling's own future cosmological poem, The Ages of the World. As already mentioned, the text raises a large number of points, following a thorough commentary on many of the interesting ideas in the Timaeus. Here, I would like to point out three major issues, which are, to our view, most critical as far as the interpretation of the Platonic legacy is concerned. 1. Throughout the variety of his comments, a recurrent issue of major significance for Schelling, at least at this early stage of his thinking, was the refutation of dualistic thinking, which opposed matter to spirit, time to eternity, becoming to being, and, moreover, contributed to a modality of thinking associated with an hierarchical evaluation of the poles of the dichotomous antithesis. The Platonic chorismos was somehow reminiscent of Cartesian dualism transferred to the objective. Schelling, referring to the pre-existing material that the demiurge takes over for creating the cosmos, claims, Plato assumed, after all, a pre-existing matter preexistirend materie, but one that had absolutely no determinate empirical form. Thus, according to his theory, insofar as all worldly beings were the work of the demiurgos, they did not belong to matter, but rather to the form with which the demiurgos brought it into unity. Matter in and of itself couldn't bring forth any zeta alpha, for this was the work of the master builder of the world, who brought the form of the understanding into unity with matter, Tm 1, 32, Tm 2, 213. In a similar vein of thought a few years later, in the Ideas for a Philosophy of Nature, 1797, Schelling remarks that Plato still sets matter, as an other, over against God. The first who, with complete clarity, saw matter and mind as one, thought and extension simply as modification of the same principle, was Spinoza. 2. I may be stating the obvious, but I should note at this point that Schelling's critique of matter should not be confused with a naive version of Aristotelian hylomorphism. The issue at stake is a radical dualism between being and becoming, the ultimate juxtaposition between a wholly transcendent and perfected absolute, an ens realissimum that includes all the perfections in a completed, transparent, and resplendent manner, visible to pure intellect alone, and, on the other hand, the world of becoming conceived as essentially alienated and qualitatively inferior to its paradigm. For Schelling, at least at this phase of his philosophical development, the overturning of this fundamental ontological dualism to a great extent depends on one's approach toward the notion of matter and, accordingly, to nature in general. The ascription of inherent self-forming power to matter at this point of his thinking may imply its ultimate intelligibility or lawfulness. This becomes more evident in the identity system of 1804, but it mainly points to the immanent procreativity, that is, the living, animated, and thereby spiritual character of matter. In Schelling's philosophical lexicon, this was translated as the inclusion of nature in the absolute. The issue was not one of mere sigma zeta epsilon iota nu tau alpha phi alpha iota nu mu epsilon nu alpha by means of their participation in the absolute or by means of the pale presence of the absolute in them. It was rather that for sigma zeta epsilon iota nu the absolute itself, which could only somehow realize itself by means of its perennial becoming. The absolute, sheer productivity, primordial will, would express itself as nature in its real objective activity and as mind in its ideal, respectively. It is as if the eternal Platonic living being, the model par excellence, would produce by its own activity, through its exuberant fecundity, the world of becoming, which would no longer be an image opposed to it, but rather an expression of the Absolute's own productivity. This was already a move made by Renaissance thinkers when the attitude of immanence and, along with it, the re-evaluation of the cosmos, was gradually overcoming scholastic transcendentalism. The second major issue arises when Schelling moves on to the second beginning that Plato was compelled to perform, where the world can no longer be considered as the construction of the Creator, but as the compound of the works of reason and new gamma capita. This implies that, in addition to the two kinds already introduced, that is, the perfect model and its copy, a third, difficult and obscure, must be introduced in the story, the controversial and perennially enigmatic Chi-Rho alpha. The discussion of the Chi-Rho alpha develops from a similar standpoint, that is, the separation of matter and form and the external imposition of an alien form on matter. However, Schelling develops an interesting insight regarding the Chi-Rho alpha, which was meant to be accommodated in his later cosmological investigations, but which at that stage remained only at the critical level. Here Schelling draws an interesting distinction between visible and invisible matter. To be more precise, it is the division between, on the one hand, matter, which, as soon as it receives externally the form, becomes ordered and thereby visible, and, on the other hand, a matter, which, insofar as the elements are visible, is distinct from them and remains as an invisible ground in their depths. Plato already claimed above that the elements, insofar as they are visible, are to be wholly differentiated from the matter stuff in which they are grounded, and which as such never become visible, and that they are not properly, but rather forms, determinations of matter, which matter obtains externally. For the elements were originally invisible because they had not yet acquired the form of the understanding, through which alone they are able to appear and become objects of the understanding. Next, they obtained this form through the divine understanding and precisely thereby became visible, but not, however, according to their ultimate empirical constitution, since once the elements appear to us, they also appear to us in the determinate and necessary forms of intuition, TM1, 56, TM2, 229. Schelling clearly ascribes a constitutive role to the Chi-Rho alpha, which, despite bringing forth the creatures, itself remains invisible. The Chi-Rho alpha's invisibility is not, however, separable from the creatures, but rather pertains to the elements themselves, as their invisible dimension, a substance that is invisible and shapeless form all receptive, but partaking somehow of the intelligible in a most perplexing way, TM1, 54, TM2, 229. In this sense, the Chi-Rho alpha appears as the constitutive factor of the entity's invisible dimension. How does Schelling justify this unusual account? He first expounds Plato's account of the elements and then he comments on the account given by Plato about the evanescent and fleeting character of the elements, which do not deserve their names, because these would correspond to something permanent and essential, their idea. Instead, Schelling discerns an inherent special alterability in the elements because what we call fire, water, and so on, is but the part of the Chi-Rho alpha that has become fiery, watery, and the like. Now Plato speaks of the third, the matter of the world, that was presupposed by the second. Is this constituted out of the elements? What are these? Plato asks. The answer is, no element is immutable. What's more, one notices a continual transition from one to the other. For example, water becomes stone through the cold, stone again turns to water through warmth, and water becomes air through heat, but again, through heat this becomes fire, and from out of this in turn air emerges which, when thickened, brings forth rain and clouds, from out of which water emerges anew, and so on. Thus we notice a constant cycle of the elements. Who could, without fear of being refuted in the next moment, be able to give to one of the elements a particular name? Who can say, this is fire and this water? One can see that Plato speaks of an empirical and special alterability of the elements phlebus, miscellanea, an alterability that inheres in the elements not only insofar as they are empirical objects as such and are opposed to the intelligible objects, rather, he speaks here of a special empirical alterability of the elements. Most certainly, he goes on to say, one expressed oneself about this in this way, that which is continually appearing in various forms but which appears usually as fire is not fire but rather always only something fire-like, nor is it water, but always only something water-like. Thus, neither can we give a determinate name to the elements, inasmuch as they are visible, precisely for the reason that they are always mutable. The elements flee from every determinate designation. TM1, 51, TM2, 226. In the above analysis, Schelling is commenting on a critical passage in Plato's Timaeus. For this reason, the mother and receptacle of what has come to be visible and otherwise sensible must not be called earth or air or fire or water, nor any of their compounds or components, but we shall not be deceived if we call it a nature invisible and characterless, all receiving, partaking in some very puzzling way of the intelligible and very hard to apprehend. So far as its nature can be arrived at from what has already been said, the most correct account of it would be this, that part of it which has been made fiery appears at any time as fire, the part that is liquefied as water, and as earth or air such parts as receive likeness of these. 51b, 3. Hence, the Chi-Rho alpha is conceived as invisible matter, but not in the sense of the Aristotelian abstract conception of prima materia, which only as a conceptual abstraction could be considered as the underlying subictus. When the Chi-Rho alpha receives form, it is in a way the exterior of the creature that became visible as soon as the alien form, from the divine intellect, was impressed on it in a wondrous and hard to express manner. Tau rho pi omicron nu tau iota nu delta sigma phi rho alpha sigma tau omicron nu kappa alpha iota theta alpha upsilon mu alpha sigma tau nu, Timaeus 50c. This indicates the problem of mu theta epsilon xi iota, participation, which Plato does not address at this point. Hence, Schelling means a real, amorphous, indeterminate invisible substance, as the nurse of becoming. This is not the indeterminate as an abstract, fixed, universal concept, but rather the interminable, that is, a matter which, although it may take all possible forms, nonetheless, because it is determined externally, it remains in itself the potentiality for all possible determinations. In this sense, this invisible substance is the secret link of any particular entity with eternity. Thus, substance itself, which unalterably from eternity has existed delta iota alpha nu gamma kappa eta, became the substrate of all the different forms that emerged through imitating the original, pure, and intelligible forms, TM1, 54, TM2, 226. The visible entity, the copy of the intelligible form impressed on the Chi-Rho alpha, is variable and fleeting in two respects, with regard to the invariability of the eternal intelligible paradigm, but also with regard to the invariability, self-sameness, of its invisible mother, as if it were the child of two eternities. This already suggests a chi omega rho iota sigma mu or caesurin in eternity, the assumption of two eternal principles, among the three precosmic kinds, which Plato even explicitly states, Timaeus 52d, although he does not offer any further elaboration of the implications of this grandiose and indeed terrifying move, which threatens to explode the realm of reason and order. Perhaps this is the reason why the meaning of the Chi-Rho alpha in the history of most of its interpretations has been either wholly dismissed or neutralized and tempered, as matter that gets informed, as space that simply accommodates the copies, or as a mirror that reflects the formed epsilon delta omega lambda alpha. These are all interpretations, which certainly can be culled from this perplexing, often self-contradictory and enigmatic Platonic text, but which in the end serve to tame the intractability of Platonic thought. 4. On the other hand, if the Chi-Rho alpha is conceived in terms of chaos as wholly distinct from order, then the elementary question of their communicability arises. We do not here intend to provide any solution to this highly operatic and fascinating text, but rather, through Schelling's innovative thought, to indicate that the meaning and the role of the Chi-Rho alpha may be approached through the philosophical problematic of the new and muate new, the nature of the new and the nature of the muate new, as well as their interrelation. Indeed, Schelling in this early commentary only implicitly suggests that one should take this course of thinking and does not at this point incorporate it in his system, especially concerning the manner in which the Absolute expresses itself as cosmic becoming. At this point, however, we can draw a second conclusion from Schelling's interpretation of the Chi-Rho alpha, the ascription of the term substance to the Chi-Rho alpha, in the spirit of positive philosophy already present in the young Schelling, resists a merely conceptual and abstract understanding of the Chi-Rho alpha as a mathematical pi epsilon iota rho omicron nu, logical indeterminacy, muate nu as the abstract negativity of non-being. Schelling instead anticipates the ontological force of the muate nu, already suggested by Plato in the Sophist, or inversely, pi epsilon iota rho omicron nu, indeterminacy, space, muate nu, all refer to real, and in this specific and concrete sense substantial, vital forces and potencies. 3. The third major issue is a quite lengthy discussion of the philebus, which, in summa, brings forward the following interesting points. Schelling expounds Plato's account of pi rho alpha and pi epsilon iota rho omicron nu, which are applied, as oppositional categories, to the intelligible and sensible world, respectively. Hence, matter, as the whole of reality and not only disorderly matter, should be subsumed under the category of the pi epsilon iota rho omicron nu and ideas under the category of pi rho alpha. Schelling argues that Plato adds the class of kappa omicron iota nu nu, which originates in the mixture of the two previous forms, and the category of causality, through which both pi rho alpha and pi epsilon iota rho omicron nu are commonly connected in kappa omicron iota nu nu. These four forms/classes pertain to all existing things and, moreover, the genesis eisozian comes about by the measures, which are produced by the class of pi rho alpha working on the pi epsilon iota rho omicron nu, thereby generating the kappa omicron iota nu nu. In turn, Schelling cites, in a free translation, an extensive extract from Philebus, 29a, 30c, which, along with his findings on the kappa omicron iota nu nu, provides him the source of Philebus' unthinkable cosmology. Schelling claims that the introduction of the form of kappa omicron iota nu nu leads to the possibility of conceiving the self-forming ability of matter itself, that is, the immanent intelligibility of matter as well as the internal differentiation of ideas, the sensuality of nu omicron. 5. We would only like to add that the Philebus implicit cosmology could be considered even more unthinkable with regard to the Timaeus provided that nu omicron, intellect, the cosmic wisdom that is the cause of the kappa omicron iota nu nu, the cosmos, is ascribed to Dionysus or Hephaestus, according to Socrates, so we must pray to the gods, Protarchus, as we now begin to form a mixture to Dionysus or Hephaestus or whichever god presides over blending, Philebus 61b. 2. Rediscovering the divine Plato. As we have seen, Schelling's early commentary on the Timaeus is a rather methodical approach toward the text in his hope of coming to terms with Plato's cosmology. Schelling critically discussed the two beginnings of the Timaeus, but did so paradoxically. For an author so much engaged with mythology, he did not even mention the third beginning, which actually comes first in the text, that is, the myth of Atlantis. The Egyptian priest recounts the myth to the Greeks, who supposedly remain always young because they tend to wipe from their memory the aging past. The myth of Atlantis opens and seals the whole story of Timaeus as an act of recollection. But what should the Greeks recollect through this myth, and why does Timaeus, a cosmological work, begin with this seemingly irrelevant story? Is this story, as has been suggested, just a continuation of the previous political dialogues which purports to correlate the perfect city with the ordered universe? But in the myth the perfect and wise city, Athens, was itself overwhelmed and destroyed by the flood just as the arrogant one, Atlantis, was. Why does this recollection happen to occur in the 10,000th year after the major catastrophe, which, incidentally, coincides with the cycle of the eons, epsilon nu iota alpha upsilon tau omicron, that the soul in the Phaedrus needs in order to have another chance to get a glimpse of the ideas and the eternal truths? We may never be able to answer these questions, but it seems certain that when Schelling was writing his own recollection of the cosmic past, the ages of the world, he must have found much more affinities with Plato's thought than in his early commentary. Schelling not only uses or alludes to Platonic concepts, but he also claims to have understood Plato's real meaning of the muet nu as opposed to that of the Neoplatonists. 31. We need then to examine in what follows the possible manner in which Schelling has reconstructed Plato's notion of muet nu and how it has been appropriated in his later philosophy, especially in the ages of the world, where he implicitly incorporates the notion of the Platonic Chi-Rho alpha in the way the absolute, that is, eternity, temporalizes itself by means of its own active self-negation, its other, and manifests itself in the ceaseless times of the cosmic becoming, the ages of the world. It is in this context where the Godhead reveals itself through its other, which is in God but separate and distinct from God as God's eternal and never sublimated ground, in which Schelling accommodates his early, scattered findings on Plato's elusive insights of the enigmatic Chi-Rho alpha in the Timaeus, the Kappa Omicron iota nu of the Philebus, and the essential muet nu of the Sophist. The main points that we can succinctly draw from Plato's Sophist germane to our discussion are the following: a. The muet nu does not fall short of the nu in terms of beinghood, Omicron sigma alpha, in other words, the muet nu does not signify the lack, sigma tau rho eta sigma iota, of essence, but rather simply another type of essence. The latter is specified in terms of otherness with respect to the nu, that is, the muet nu is the other of the nu. b. This in turn implies that the muet nu is not wholly other to the nu, as alien to it, but it stands in a relationship of otherness with regard to the nu, and more specifically in a relationship of antithesis. 5c. The nu and consequently the muet nu are conceived in terms of delta nu alpha mu iota. In fact, the definition of beinghood in terms of delta nu alpha mu iota is ascribed by Plato to the materialists, but is never refuted in the text, and, moreover, the dynamic conception of the being permeates the text throughout and constitutes the basis for the possibility of the community among the various kinds. d. The community among the kinds constitutes the ontological ground for the possibility of lambda gamma omicron. 6. Schelling translates the dialectic between the nu and the muet nu in the Sophist into the dynamics of the unity of the tension between the two oppositional potencies pertaining to each particular entity, but also found in the Godhead, the negating and the affirming, the contracting and the outpouring, the will of the depths and the will to love, as Schelling variously named them. The main point, however, that Schelling draws from the Sophist is the ontological status of the muet nu and thereby the nature of the negating or contracting force, the principle of selfhood, of particularity, in the Godhead, the other of God which is yet in him. For Schelling, the muet nu does not signify a lack of being in the sense of an ontological sigma tau rho eta sigma iota, but rather points to the active potency, which, as it were, withdraws the nu itself, which is not a formed essence but an essence always in becoming. Or one could follow Plato in stating that it inheres in the on as its own differential and self-generative potency. This is, so to speak, the negation of the on the grounds that active negation means the withdrawal and concealment of its potential expressibility, which attains expression precisely by means of its active negation. The negating and contracting force could not be for itself without something that it negates and contracts, and that which has been negated and contracted cannot be anything other than precisely that which is in itself affirmative and flowing from itself. Hence, this negating power dislocates itself from itself in order to be, so to speak, its own complete being. In turn, that potency which, in accordance with its nature, is spiritual and outstretching, could not persist as such were it not to have, at least in a hidden manner, a force of nature. 9. The potency of the active negation and concealment that pertains to all entities is their irreducible remainder which cannot be resolved by reason, their invisible and interminable potential which, in his early commentary, was called the invisible matter of the Chi-Rho Alpha. The contracting potency, the principle of selfhood in the Godhead, the active negation that operates as an eternal principle, distinct from and yet indissolubly related to God, marks the exit point from the identity philosophy and inaugurates the distinction between God insofar as God exists, and the ground of this divine existence. Nature is immanent in the absolute, not as naturata to an externally revealed natura naturans, but rather as a causa sui transpiring through the cosmos but which in itself is never fully self-realized as ens perfectissimum. Nature, cosmic becoming, the ground of God, is its necessary other through which only the absolute, God, the One, can eternally give birth to and actualize himself. For Schelling's God is not a fully realized God, which grounds the existence of the cosmos either as a system of morally deontological world order or as its fated construction and mimetic alienation. Schelling's God is rather an eternally coming to be and coming to know himself God, an unconscious and vulnerable Godhead, which eternally becomes conscious and utters his word in the endless circular process of its self-concealment and expression. For Schelling, the Godhead par excellence, absolute eternity, is the eternal freedom to be or not to be, the eternity, which is not conscious of its infinite potentialities and actualities, beyond being and non-being, absolute nothingness in the sense that it is the absolute power and freedom to be everything. Unconscious and mute but also powerful and exuberantly self-procreative and vital, it is the eternal darkness wholly immersed, as it were, in a deep sleep, the abysmal and unfathomable realm of an enigmatic wisdom, the unspeakable, secretive might of the endless night 7 as it has been captured in words in the sacred writings of both the cosmogonic myths throughout the mythological traditions of the world and the poets. In the second draft of the Ages of the World, 1813, the eternal is called the highest, the actus purus, the will that wills nothing because it can be everything, pure freedom, the invisible and eternal realm of inexhaustible life, the restful and eternal breath of indissoluble life in which all possible, expressible, and future formations, the archetypal images of things, are buried and slumber within it as an inner oracle awaiting its manifestation. This image would certainly never awake again, if a presentiment of and longing for did not lie in that unknowing itself. But incessantly called by this other to its ennoblement, the higher essence notices that the lower is assigned to it, not to be held in idleness, but rather that it might have an instrument in which it could behold itself, express itself, and become intelligible to itself. For everything lies within it at the same time and without distinctions, as one, but in the other it can distinguish and separate what is distinguishable in itself. 115.8. The other through which the eternal comes to actualize its freedom, its eternal power to be, the eternal birth of God, is the unconscious longing that eternity feels to give birth to itself, which is in eternity and yet separate and co-eternal within it. It is also presented as the principle of selfhood in the Godhead, which stands, as it were, for the positive dignity of the finite as it is itself an eternal self-producing and self-generative will, which nevertheless longs blindly and unconsciously for a determinate potentiality. It posits itself as mere desire for essence and thereby as negation of essence and formation, as the other, the muate nu of essence which, however, is not a lack, a privation of essence but the essence itself inverted, concealed, and actively self-negated, a dynamic hiding away, an active striving backward into the depths, into concealment, and therefore as an active force that constitutes the ground for its liberation, its springing forth only to be negated anew and reveal itself again in the perpetual contracting and expansive movement into which eternity, absolute freedom, life discovers, finds itself enmeshed. In the Freedom essay, it is precisely at this point that Schelling first rediscovers Plato's Chi-Rho Alpha. We must imagine the primal longing in this way turning towards reason, indeed, though not yet recognizing it, just as we longingly desire unknown, nameless excellence. This primal longing moves in anticipation like a surging, billowing sea, similar to the matter of Plato, following some dark, uncertain law, incapable in itself of forming anything that can endure. F1, 35. This is where Schelling incorporates the soul of the matter he has mentioned in his earlier commentary, what Plato names as the traces of God in the elements. Eternity, freedom, comes to reveal and know itself through its eternal becoming finite, that is, in its other, in its negation and withdrawal, in its non-being. It is the eternally posited yet never begun self-limitation and contraction, which, as it were, activates eternity from its blissful restfulness and entangles it in the network of its activated oppositional potencies that in their vibrating unity constitute its actualization and expression. But this expression is a unity of the tension of the contracting and expansive force, the affirmation through its negation, the presence of its concealment, the exterior and visibility of its internal withdrawal, a vowel and consonant, the kappa omicron iota nu, the mixture of the philebus, and Dionysus masks. This cosmic becoming, as perpetual contraction and expansion, systole and diastole, is eternity in its activated potencies, which manifests itself as space-time. It is self-limiting freedom that ceaselessly produces the endless times of the world, the major eons of great cosmogonic transformations, destructions, and recreations of the perennial cosmic becoming, but also the individual times, the rhythms of each unique and unrepeatable entity. In the third draft of the Ages of the World, 1815, the self-activation of eternity by its longing to know itself is described as the originary and utter withdrawal of God, its utter concealment, darkness wrapped in darkness, sheer invisibility and formlessness, God wholly in its other, God as muate nu, the mother and the wet nurse of the entire word that is visible to us. 30. This is the point where Schelling conceptually at first inscribes the Platonic Chi-Rho Alpha, as it is described in the Timaeus in the most general terms, as an eternal principle, an alpha rho alpha tau omicron nu tau iota, invisible, in itself amorphous, but able to accept all forms, an eternal kind, which is not really a kind, epsilon delta omicron, nu, but rather a muate nu, incomprehensible by the intellect, invisible both to the senses and nu omicron, and yet an eternal principle indispensable for the works of reason, the nurse of becoming. But what is presented as originary negation is an eternal beginning of negation, a withdrawal that has happened since eternity and is still always happening. However, the active negation of God is precisely the negation of God's affirmative, expansive power, and the more it is contracted, the more it forces its liberation. What is contracted and negated in matter is the overflowing communicative essence. The spiritual and the incomprehensible constantly contradicts the thing and announces itself as an evaporating, spiritualizing, hostile to all limits. Yet it appears everywhere only as something coming to the fore out of an originary negation in respect to which the attractive force comes to the fore as its mooring, as its actual ground. 31. As such, the contracting force is called the mother and receptacle of all visible things, eternal force and might itself, which when set forth, is seen in the works of creation. 31. The role of the Chi-Rho Alpha is therefore conceived as the eternally posited active negation in the Godhead, the inexhaustible longing of eternity to know itself, as the other, the muate nu of God which induces its manifestation, and thereby cosmic becoming is conceived as an expression of the divine drama and not as God's construction or alienation. Accordingly, in the physical sense, Chi-Rho Alpha may be conceived as a nexus of potencies equivalent to gravitational forces that sustain light. This nexus of potencies locates and dislocates, forms and deforms, entities and thereby is the nurse of becoming. In turn, nature in the various stages of its procreativity is the network of the vibrating potencies in which eternal freedom gets entangled but that still expresses itself through incessant caesurans, Scheidungen, the eternal births of God, the multiplicity of new orderings, the division and differentiation of the amorphous unity of longing, what perhaps has been mythologically narrated as the series of caste rations of Uranus and Kronos by Zeus who inheres in them, which create the forms, the awakened and generated archetypes, that express the internal spirituality and inner light of the darkness. In a narration from the standpoint of the genealogy of the divine drama and its manifestations in the history of the ages of the cosmos, the originary negation of God is further explicated as the subordination of the Godhead's potencies under the contracting potency. It is imagined or given image as a rotatory, annular, chaotic movement, God's wrath and consuming fire, where the contracting power dissolves all forms or produces distorted forms, Uranus's generation of monsters, Empedocle's strange and monstrous creatures, but also the compacted universe before the Big Bang of modern science, the dense and undifferentiated unity of cosmic strings which vibrate out of tune. Plato's pi lambda eta mu mu epsilon lambda 1 0 movement in the pre-cosmic state before creation and the emergence of order, the music of the universe whose discovery and attunement to it is precisely what Plato called philosophy. In the Timaeus we read a version of these rotatory movements in the works of Nu Gamma Kappa Eta, which belongs to the Chi-Rho Alpha. But we have not had explained how it is that the several bodies have not been completely separated apart in their kinds and so cease to pass through one another and to change their place. We must then resume our explanation as follows. The rotation of the whole eta tau omicron upsilon pi alpha nu tau pi epsilon rho omicron delta omicron, when once it has comprehended the kinds, being round and naturally tending to come together upon itself, contracts them all sigma phi gamma gamma epsilon iota pi nu tau alpha and allows no room to be left empty. 58a. In Schelling's genealogical account in the ages of the world of the liberation of the rotatory, annular movement of the compulsive necessity, which occurs in the originary negation, comes about by its internal size Zion, the differentiation of its potencies aroused by eternal freedom, and signifies a major cosmogonic event in the formation of the universe, an expression of God's freedom because now each potency acquires its locus and sense of orientation and each entity attains its expression according to its own rhythm and time. In other words, each entity attains order. In fact, the caesurean in the original negation is the act of the generation of space and time whereby the universe in its artistic procreativity creates itself as cosmos. But cosmos order is none other than the order of the universe as it is more or less experienced and observed in the extremely limited time span of humanity's life and in its endeavor to decode the secrets of its origins and movement. From this point of view, we can say that Schelling's original caesurean, as it is articulated in the third draft of the Ages of the World, 1815, represents a major cosmogonic transformation in the history of the universe, but does not imply a single-act creation in a linear divine revelatory process. Nature, even visibly ordered, as the eternal beginning in the Godhead, as a spiritual potency, may well collapse back to its original unruly state of utter darkness, out of which, through another major caesurean, freedom, indissoluble life, will emerge anew, perhaps in a completely different and unimaginable nexus of expressions of new forms of corporeal, intelligent, and spiritual species. The cosmic becoming in its recurrent creations and destructions, its lives, deaths, and rebirths, is the manifestation of God's non a priori intelligible eternal withdrawals and revelations, the cycle of life and death within an eternally indissoluble life, which infuses becoming throughout in its life but also in its death, which in itself is an act of life. Is it through the myth of Atlantis, which stands, as it were, as the beginning before the two other beginnings, that Plato's allusion to the circularity of creations and destructions, deaths and rebirths, expresses the cosmic becoming within the realm of the self-generative, indissoluble life? This is more clearly implied by the passage in the Timaeus where Plato claims that the cosmos is nurtured by its own corruption, 33d, as well as from the conception of time. Plato ascribed this role to time. When the Father who had begotten it, i.e., the cosmos, saw it set in motion and alive, a shrine brought into being for the everlasting gods, he rejoiced and being well pleased he took thought to make it yet more like its pattern. So as the pattern is the living being that is forever existent, he sought to make this universe also like it, as far as might be, in that respect. Now the nature of that living being was eternal, and this character it was impossible to confer in full completeness on the generated thing. But he took thought to make, as it were, a moving likeness of eternity. Be that as it may, time came into being together with the heaven, in order that, as they were brought into being together, so they may be dissolved together, if ever their dissolution should come to pass, and it made after the pattern of the ever-enduring nature, in order that it may be as like the pattern as possible. 37d, 38b. Hence, according to Plato, the cosmos is set into motion through time in order to be more similar to eternity. It is consequently the very movement of the cosmos that renders it similar to eternity and not its immovability. What sort of movement and what sort of time would this be that makes the cosmos similar to eternity? It is a circular movement that somehow regenerates the cosmos from its corruption and returns it to the same living condition, and in this sense it imitates eternity, which, after all, means ageless life. Eon literally means life. Schelling's conception of the Chi-Rho alpha as the active negation of the nu, as the muate nu that induces the eternal procreativity of eternity, is mainly a contribution against a Neoplatonist reading of Plato's philosophy, according to which the cosmic becoming is perceived as privation and an incomprehensible descent of the many from an ens realissimum. In a way we could say that it is a refutation of his own Neoplatonism of the identity system. Schelling's insight into the role of the Chi-Rho alpha in terms of active negation can provide a new reading of the Timaeus via the sophist and the Philebus. But who could appropriate Plato's thought when he himself in the famous seventh letter declares his deepest conviction that by reason of the weakness inherent in language, he has never attempted nor will he ever attempt to convey his philosophical thought on the theory of ideas in either writing or speech? It seems that when Plato was writing the Timaeus he must have activated many or all of the forms of divine madness that he distinguishes in the Phaedrus, the poetic, the mantic, but mainly the erotic, falling in love with the cosmos at the vision of its beauty shining forth. In a very similar state of mind Schelling declares, since Aristotle it is even customary to say of people that nothing great can be accomplished without a touch of madness. In place of this, we would like to say, nothing great can be accomplished without a constant solicitation of madness, which should always be overcome, but should never be utterly lacking. 103. In this sense then we may say that in this essay we only trace the inevitable meeting points of two thinkers seized by divine madness who tirelessly attempted to articulate the ineffable wonder, love, and mystery of life, and, in a volume devoted to the question of nature, we can see its forgotten vitality again shining forth. Chapter 5. On the relation between nature and history in Schelling's Freedom Essay and Spinoza's Theologico-Political Treatise. Jeffrey A. Bernstein. Abstract. This chapter explores the relation between Schelling's and Spinoza's respective conceptions of nature and the different conceptions of history to which they lead. Although Schelling's conception of nature initially emerges out of an intense engagement with Spinoza, I argue that his reconfiguration of the Spinozan substance-mode relation as ground-existence implies a developmental structure and thus leads to a unified and divinized conception of history. In contrast, Spinozan history is always an expression of modal configuration in its infinite, social and political, variation. In this way, Spinozan history can be understood as materialist. Introductory remarks. The development of revealed truths into truths of reason, is absolutely necessary, if the human race is to be assisted by them. Gotthold Ephraim Lessing 1. The passage from Lessing's 1780 Education of the Human Race can serve as an introduction into the perpendicular relation that holds between the philosophies of Schelling and Spinoza. Near the end of his 1809 philosophical investigations into the essence of human freedom and related matters, henceforth referred to as the Freedom Essay, Schelling asserts his complete agreement with Lessing's statement, F2 281. Schelling's commentary on the meaning of the statement, however, moves in a decisive direction. A system in which reason actually knows itself would have to unite all the demands of spirit as of the heart, of the most moral feelings as of the strictest understanding, F2 282. For Schelling, reason's ultimate capacity is to function as a synthesis between mind and heart, spirit and affect. Read in this manner, Lessing's statement would suggest that the movement from revealed truth to rational truth must be one of unified historical development where revelation serves as the initial impetus for the fully unfolded and differentiated truth as subsequently shown by the light of reason. In one sense, One might even suggest that reason, for Schelling, would be a derivative manifestation of truth, the function of which is to gain higher consciousness and differentiation with respect to revelation. In short, although revelation must transform into reason, reason cannot fully exist without revelation. Thus, Schelling's Lessing. There is, however, another interpretation of Lessing's same passage that points in a different direction, not simply opposite, insofar as it continually takes its bearings from the same starting point, but rather perpendicular, insofar as it takes those very bearings down a lateral path of thinking with respect to the former interpretation. One might say this reading is radically different, in that it revisions the same root insight in such a way that its development moves along completely different lines. One might read Lessing's aforementioned statement in the light of 4 of his education text: revelation gives nothing to the human race which human reason could not arrive at on its own, only it has given, and still gives to it, the most important of these things sooner. 3. Taking the two passages together, Lessing appears to be suggesting that reason and revelation disclose the same truths, but that revelation's utility lies in its providing a simpler means through which to grasp truths, i.e., for those who lack the desire and/or capacity for reason. Rather than amounting to an unfolding of revelation, reason here would be construed as a more substantive alternative to revelation. Where might Lessing have acquired this particular conception of the reason/revelation relationship? Given Lessing's historical embroilment in the pantheism controversy, it would be appropriate to ask whether Spinoza anywhere holds an analogous conception. For sure enough, in his theologico-political treatise 5 of 1670, Spinoza gives an indication of this uneasy unity between reason and revelation in his definition of prophecy. A prophet is one who interprets God's revelations to those who cannot attain to certain cognitionem, of the matters revealed, and can therefore be convinced of them only by simple faith. TTP 9. Reason and revelation are truly unified with one another, but what a strange manner of unity this is. Whereas for Schelling, reason is the fullest historical expression of initial revelation, for Spinoza, revelation expresses the truths of reason in their lowest common form. How can it be that Lessing's same statement can be taken in such drastically different ways? As a link between Schelling and Spinoza, the conundrum of Lessing points to, I believe, a situation inhering in Schelling's appropriation of, and departure from, Spinoza. The figure of perpendicular departure from a common beginning repeats itself in the very Spinoza-Schelling relation that Lessing's statement discloses in mediated fashion. And given that the themes taken up by Lessing are history, i.e., revelation, and nature, i.e., reason as the natural light, this perpendicularity exists, I claim, throughout Schelling and Spinoza's reflections on the relation of nature and history. I wish to show that Schelling rethinks Spinoza's substance/mode relation along the lines of a monistic duality, as opposed to Spinoza's strict monism. This transformed conception of nature, as the submerged ground of existence, in turn, shifts Schelling's conception of history away from Spinoza's retrospectively non-teleological analyses of particular materially constituted socio-political concerns toward a tautogorically mythological universal history that, focused on naturalized religious figuration, exhibits a minimally structuring teleology, that is, a teleology that, due to the submerged ground, can never lend itself to theoretical deployment of any kind despite its unifying scope. Put slightly differently, Schelling's philosophy of history remains tethered to the desire, however minimal, for a purely ontological discourse, while Spinoza's occurs within a socio-political discourse. Schelling on Spinoza's substance/mode relation. What is understood by Spinozism? Perhaps the whole doctrine as it is presented in the man's writings. Or, according to what principle would divisions and sections be made? F2 229. I introduced the question of Schelling's and Spinoza's respective conceptions of nature and history by reference to Lessing, not out of any desire to connect the two thinkers to an extrinsic reference point, but because the very question itself as it occurs in the Freedom essay is intimately tethered to the context of German Spinozism. In fact, as the epigram to the present section of this chapter attests, Schelling's conception of nature and history insofar as it amounts to an interpretation of Spinoza can never fully free itself from that context. It is, therefore, somewhat difficult to ascertain precisely where, in Schelling's text, Spinozism ends and Spinoza begins. Insofar as Schelling understands himself initially to be combating pantheism, especially the form that consists in a complete identification of God with all things, a mingling of the creator with the creature, F2 222-223, his appropriation of Spinoza inevitably occurs in the service of combating the German Spinozism of the pantheism controversy. That Schelling's initial mention of Spinoza occurs immediately after his description of pantheism as the immanence of the divinity, almost as if the name Spinoza might serve as an answer to this controversy, signals to the reader the intimacy of Schelling's appropriation of the substance/mode relation, in Spinoza, within the aforementioned context, and here the stakes are set. One can scarcely imagine a more total differentiation between all things and God than is found in Spinoza, who is taken to be the classic representative of this doctrine, i.e., pantheism. God is that which is in itself and is comprehended solely through itself. The finite, however, which necessarily is in something other, is comprehended only through this other. Obviously, as a result of this differentiation, things are distinguished from God not merely in degree or by their limitations, according to a superficial view of the doctrine of modifications, but rather toto genera. F2 223. As if to proactively rescue Spinoza from the charge of pantheism, Schelling puts forth a distillation of the definitions of substance and mode, and Proposition 14 in Book 1 of the Ethics: by substance I understand what is in itself and is conceived through itself. 1d3, by mode I understand the affections of a substance, or that which is in another through which it is also conceived. 1d5, and except God, no substance can be or be conceived. 1p14.6. Schelling understands the conjunction of these definitions and proposition to amount not only to a separation between God and modes, but also to an ontological priority of God over the modes. The modes are absolutely separated from God because they can be only in and after another, i.e., God, and because their concept is derivative and would not be at all possible without the concept of God. To it all else can be related only as the consequence is related to the ground. F2 223. The differentiation of substance and mode is, simply put, a differentiation between origin and derivative. That the one is not isolated from the other in no way implies that the two are simply identical. This interpretation of Spinoza away from German Spinozism attempts to carefully think the sameness of substance and mode without identifying them. However, what remains operative in Schelling's rescue also amounts to an interpretation away from Spinoza, for in applying the discourse of ground and consequence, Schelling enacts a dynamic movement in Spinoza's thought that turns Spinoza's monism of substance and mode into a monistic duality. 7. Put differently, Schelling's interpretation simultaneously collapses the separation between creator and creature while allowing the distinction to remain. In so doing, Schelling preserves a conception of divinity. It is just this conception that is challenged in Spinoza's articulation of the substance/mode relation. How does Schelling walk this sensitive line between unity and duality? This is accomplished by setting to work an important substitution in his interpretation of, and departure from, Spinoza's discourse. The concept of immanence must be discarded altogether insofar as it is supposed to express a dead comprehension of things in God. Instead, we recognize that the concept of becoming is the only one commensurate to the nature of things. F2 238.8. Such dynamic growth, for Schelling, more adequately discloses the manifold movement of modal expression from out of a divine and unified origin, that is, as a movement that opposes the envelope to the unfolded. F2 225.9. Hence, Heine's comments about Schelling as a mere repetition of Spinoza are precisely incorrect. 10. The idea of becoming allows for a preservation of divinity, albeit one grounded in nature, within the context of unity. It is this preservation that runs counter to Spinoza's intuition. It is, indeed, an extremely innovative interpretation given Spinoza's statement, in Ethics IP 18, that God is the immanent, not transitive, cause of all things. However, one might suggest that the above commentary unfairly blurs Schelling's own development of monistic duality, and its relation to German Spinozism, with Spinoza's monism. After all, doesn't Schelling's discussion of Spinoza occur at the beginning of the text precisely so that a departure from Spinoza as well as from German Spinozism can occur? For what reason would one conflate the two movements of thought? It is at this point that one comes upon the passage that returns the reader to Schelling's question regarding what one understands by Spinozism. Spinoza's most difficult expression is certainly the following: the individual being is substance itself, considered in one of its modifications, i.e., one of its consequences. If we posit that infinite substance equals A, and infinite substance considered in one of its consequences equals A/A, then the positive in A/A is certainly A. But it does not therefore follow that A/A equals A, i.e., that infinite substance considered in its consequence is the same as infinite substance considered as such. In other words, it does not follow that A/A is not a separate, particular substance, even though the consequence of A. Of course, this is not stated in Spinoza's writings. But our primary concern here is pantheism as such, so the only question is whether the given view is incompatible with Spinozism per se. F2, 226. Up until the last two sentences, Schelling presented the reader with an elegant, and almost Spinozan, critique of pantheism, that is, whereas God/nature/substance is not ontologically distinct from its modes, it is also not strictly identical to them. Hence, any suggestion that humans, as modes, are divinities is simply false. In this, Spinoza and Schelling agree. However, the equation of modes and consequences is Schelling's innovation. For Spinoza, substance and modes cannot be related as ground to consequence simply because they are at every moment the same thing. This does not necessitate their being completely identical. It does, however, exclude the possibility of substance being related to modes other than in an aspectival manner. Schelling, in fact, explicitly recognizes this in the final two sentences of this crucial passage, and it is here where the Spinoza/Spinozism conflation becomes explicit. Spinoza leaves the discussion of substance and its modal consequence unstated in his writings. This, for Schelling, presents no problem because his concern is with combating the charge of pantheism. His interpretation of Spinoza, therefore, does not simply occur within the horizon of German Spinozism, but it is cut of the same fabric. In other words, Schelling's Spinoza is put forth as an alternative to the German Spinozistic pantheists, and as a response to their critics, ultimately in order to undo an extreme dualism that, in his view, amounts to the self-laceration and despair of reason. F2, 234. Hence, Schelling's view is not incompatible with Spinozism per se insofar as what is at stake is the conceptualization of unity, that is, of difference within the same. However, it is this very articulation of such difference and sameness that is ultimately in question. Schelling's attunement to the intimacy between his own philosophical development and Spinoza's/Spinozism operates at such a profound level that he even describes such development as it occurred in his nature philosophy by reference to his Spinoza interpretation. The fundamental concept of Spinozism, spiritualized through the principle of idealism, and changed on one essential point, acquired a living basis in the higher view of nature and in the recognized unity of the dynamic with the affective, gemütlich and spiritual. Out of this grew the nature philosophy. F2, 231. By spiritualization, one can understand Schelling to be referring to the dynamic representation of nature. F2, 230, which leaves the fundamental views of Spinozism essentially changed. F2, 230. But although it may appear that this spiritualization is something additional to the changing of Spinozism on one essential point, it is in fact the change that initiates the spiritualization. By reconfiguring the substance/mode relation as one of ground to consequence, Schelling allows for a divinized substance from which all subsequent modifications flow forth. In so doing, he transforms Spinozan nature from a monism to a monistic duality. 2. Schelling on nature, as submerged ground, and on history. Despite the fact that at this very point the nature philosophy most definitely parts ways with Spinoza, in Germany one could still assert up to the present day that its metaphysical principles are the same as Spinoza's. And although it is this very distinction that yields the most definite distinction between nature and God, yet this did not prevent its being accused of mingling God with nature. Since it is this very distinction upon which the present investigation is based, let the following be given as commentary. F2, 237. It is with these words that Schelling introduces his real interest in appropriating the substance/mode relation. Not only is the type of differentiation transformed from its Spinozan manifestation as monism to Schelling's monistic duality, but the polarities of such a monistic duality also undergo a significant rearrangement. No longer is its emphasis on the quasi-Spinozan distinction between deus of natura as ground and mode as consequent. Now, God itself as the unfolding of modes becomes differentiated from the ground. For Schelling, the distinction is now between God's modalities and nature as submerged ground. And yet, it is interesting to note that, for Schelling, this new development still remains a commentary on his relation to Spinoza. Put differently, it is the transformation of Spinoza's monism into a monistic duality, brought about through a rethinking of the substance/mode relation, which, on Schelling's terms, ultimately allows for the unity of God's modal existence and God's ground in as nature to emerge. For God, in this case, is nothing other than the historically unfolding movement of modal consequence. 11. It is the submerged ground that serves as the originary point of emergence and unity of the historically unfolding divine universe. Since nothing is prior to or outside of God, he must have the ground of his existence within himself. This ground of his existence which God has within himself is not God viewed absolutely, i.e., insofar as he exists, for it is only the ground of his existence. It is nature in God, a being which, though inseparable from him, still is distinguished from him. F2, 237.12. God's ground, as nature, is the submerged potency that functions as the site of emergence for everything actual and as the force of upsurgence into everything actual. The question that Schelling faces at this point, given that his text deals primarily with good and evil, is how one might distinguish the unfolding movement of God's universal life as either good or evil. Although a full discussion of good and evil in the Freedom essay exceeds the scope of this chapter, the following can serve as an initial indication. When the emergence of modal consequence enacts a force that moves in the direction of unity, in Schelling's terms, actualized understanding and universal will, good makes its entry into life. In contrast, when the modal consequence actualize forces that move in disintegrating directions, in Schelling's terms, actualized ruliness, incomprehensibility, and blind/creaturely will, evil makes its entry into life. The divine unfolding of God's modal consequence is the historical battle between good and evil. The ground's relation to this battle is one of originary longing to give birth. F2, 238. Evil, therefore, always remains a possibility insofar as the ruleless still lies in the ground as if it could break through once again. This is the incomprehensible basis of reality in things, the indivisible remainder, that which with the greatest exertion cannot be resolved in the understanding, but rather remains eternally in the ground. F2, 238 to 239. Insofar as the ground exerts itself in such a way that understanding, i.e., light, dialectically bursts forth and raises up the unity locked up in what it's divided, so that something comprehensible, something singular first arises. F2, 240, it is the source of good. Insofar as it exerts itself such that incomprehensibility comes to rule, it is the source of evil. In itself, ground, or nature, is beyond good and evil. It is the productive, generative animating force of history. What is remarkable about the Freedom essay's conception of history is its uniqueness within the context of Schelling's work. Unlike those contained in Schelling's system of transcendental idealism, Stuttgart seminars, The Ages of the World, and later lectures on mythology and revelation, the Freedom Essay's conception of history is structurally reducible neither to a straightforwardly Trinitarian, or even a simply tripartite, scheme, as many claim 13, nor a generally dual-phased process. 14 Instead, the Freedom Essay proposes 7 discernible, if not utterly distinct, specific historical periods. One might initially wish to interpret this particular structure along the lines of the Book of Revelation, insofar as that text is organized, in large measure, around the number 7, given Schelling's late interest in this theme. This interpretation, however, could only be given in a qualified sense. The first historical period which Schelling articulates, i.e., the Golden Age, functions equivocally, as both the first historical period and that initial space that opens up the very possibility of history as such. It is neither simply transcendental nor merely empirical. Strictly speaking, then, the periodicity contained in the Freedom Essay numbers somewhere between 6 and 7,15 and thus more closely resembles Augustine's historical account in City of God than in the Book of Revelation. 16. Additionally, because Schelling understands historical periodicity in a systematic fashion, the revelatory moments assume a universal/cosmological character rather than solely taking the form of discrete individual events, as many interpretations of the Book of Revelation suggest. Differently stated, the historical periods are operative both universally and within the context of each particular society, i.e., Revelation is not unique. 17 And if history is the unfolding of God's life, animated by the submerged ground of nature, then the process of history is simultaneously a process of theogony. This means that the interpretation of history is the interpretation of the birth and actualization of God. Thus, every readable sign of history is a moment of this divinely unfolding structure. Symbols and myths understood as the inner meaning of historical events therefore express nothing other than their own being insofar as they are simply moments of this self-theogonic manifestation. Rather than having allegorical significance, i.e., referring to something other than themselves, such historical symbols and myths, as they are concretized and manifested in specific events, are tautogorical. 18 Finally, because the unfolding of history occurs by virtue of the submerged ground, i.e., that incomprehensible basis of reality in things, events, myths, and symbols, although intelligible by virtue of their unity, are never simply conceptually graspable. Hence, whatever telos might exist in history can never be theoretically deployable for any particular purpose. Schelling's conception of history is one in which the intelligible unity exceeds the grasp of, and usage by, human beings. At this point, a brief explication of the 6/7 historical periods can now be provided. As stated above, the first historical demarcation, of the Freedom Essay, is simultaneously the opening of history as such and thus vacillates between being an immanent period within and a transcendental condition of Schelling's history. Schelling refers to this period as the Golden Age, and being a mere memory to present humans accessible only through legendary tales, it is characterized as a time of blessed indecision when there was neither good nor evil. F2 254. In other words, the divine existence, and thus, humanity, with its concomitant differentiated dialectical principles of good and evil, has not yet separated from the ground. Life is, purely and simply, nature. One might think of this period through the reference of Hesiod and the Garden of Eden. 19. Schelling entitles the second period the Age of the Rule of Gods and Heroes. It is in this period where the ground both, 1. differentiates itself from existence and, 2. assumes a ruling character over existence, that is, the ground showed what it could do by itself. F2 254. Humanity lives not simply as nature, but rather under the rule of nature. Humans take guidance and derive wisdom from the hidden emanating power of oracles, and all divine forces of the ground reigned on earth and sat as mighty princes on secure thrones. F2 254. The gods are understood immanently and anthropomorphically as natural beings. One might think of this period through the reference of Homeric legend and, more generally, of Western and Near Eastern mythologies, Sumerian, Egyptian, Greek, Roman, Norse, etc. The third period of history is referred to as the age of the highest glorification of nature and becomes manifest in the visible beauty of the gods and in all the splendor of art and ingenious science until the principle acting in the ground finally stepped forth as a world-conquering principle in order to subjugate all things to itself, and to ground a firm and lasting worldly realm. F2 254. Differently stated, this historical period is marked by the priority of the original longing of the ground/nature asserting itself as the self-will of humans toward worldly creation and attention. This first has the effect of giving birth to culture. One might here think of Athens from the 5th century onward in its generation of tragic drama, philosophy, and science. But it ultimately leads to the focus on worldly governance. One might here think of Rome from its inception as a republic and the concomitant tracts on jurisprudence and politics that derived from it up to the establishment of the Roman Empire. In this period, the rule of the ground/nature differentiates within itself such that it spawns both the desire to affirm the whole through cultural development and the desire to affirm itself through politics. The next two historical demarcations are presented in reverse order. Although Schelling immediately moves to the time of full decay, it is clear that there exists a prior moment that might be called the time of decline. This fourth period occurs when the powers presiding in the whole assume the nature of evil spirits, just as the same forces that were beneficent guardian spirits in the time of health become of a more evil and venomous nature with the encroaching dissolution. F2 254. During this phase, the health of society begins the process of corruption and disintegration. Given that Schelling is thinking of this process as initiated by the ground/nature, we might associate this with the process of composting. The signs of this process include the disappearance of the belief in God, F2 254, and the striving to call back the fleeing spirits and to appease the evil ones, F2 254, through the usage of incantation and theurgy. In other words, the connectedness of life now transforms into alienation due to the overwhelming upsurge of the ground/nature which, at this historical juncture, becomes manifest as self-will run amok. At this point, an intensified struggle between the natural forces of integration, i.e., good/divine understanding/affirmation of the whole, and dissolution, i.e., evil/blind craving/self-will, is set into motion. One might associate this period with the assassination of Caesar, and the reigning of Caligula and Nero. During the fifth period, the time of full decay, all the former glory dissolves, the beautiful body of the previous world decays as from a terrible disease, and finally chaos enters again. F2 254. One might associate this period with the later phases of the Roman Empire. The process of disintegration now nears completion. This again exerts a structuring influence not only on the final two historical periods but, in fact, on the entire conception of history as it is put forth in the Freedom Essay. This re-emergence of chaos amounts to the precondition of a second creation. Schelling calls it another ground, F2 252, whereby the relation of understanding/spirit becomes overturned. Up until this point, human history was characterized by its relation to the natural order. Now, with the emergence of the second ground, the stage is set for human history to be guided by God's life, i.e., understanding. Thus, although it cannot be said that Schelling's conception of history is simply reducible to two periods, the developmental motif, which Schelling had introduced in his discussion of Spinoza's substance/mode relation, now opens up into a before and after sequence. Human development is itself the transformation from natural history to spiritual history. The sixth historical period, the second beginning, exhibits the hither side of this movement. The very moment at which the earth becomes without form and void for the second time becomes the moment of the birth of the higher light of the Spirit which was from the beginning of the world, but was not comprehended by the darkness acting for itself, and was within still closed and restricted revelation. F2 255. The scriptural reference is to John 1, and just as the creation narrative in that gospel emerges as a reconfiguration of the creation narrative in Genesis 1, the emergence of spirit out of nature is, for Schelling, a reconfiguration of the primordial emergence of nature. Differently stated, out of the hegemony of nature, human intelligibility arises and reacts. The light of the Spirit first takes place in the mediating personage of Jesus such that personal evil/dissolution can be counteracted and so that the relation between nature and God can be returned to health. Only with the restored relation of the ground to God is the possibility of healing, of salvation, again given, F2, 255. Jesus' light amounts, for Schelling, to the state of clairvoyance befalling individual men, as organs chosen for this purpose according to divine fate, i.e., the apostles, F2, 255. The emergence of Jesus as Christ initiates a time of signs and wonders when divine forces counteract demonic forces breaking forth all around, and calming unity opposes the dispersion of forces, F2, 255. The second aspect of the light of spirit / the reassertion of understanding over nature occurs on an international level when the turba gentium stream across the land of the ancient world, in order to make possible a second creation, F2, 255. The turbulence / rage of the nations refers, in a theological register, to moments in certain prophetic books of the Hebrew Scriptures, particularly Isaiah 13:35 and 33:24 and Jeremiah 25:31, as retrospectively interpreted through the reconfigurating / reanimating theme of making all things new in Revelation 21:5.20. Politically it refers to the fall of Rome in the attacks mounted by the Persians, Visigoths, Huns, and Vandals. This moment is one mark of Schelling's departure from Hegel's conception of history, the fall of Rome, insofar as it amounts to the overthrow of the ground / nature's hegemony and the restoration of the proper order, occurs not by virtue of reason, but of spirit. And insofar as spirit, for Schelling, is always a product of the oppositional forces emerging from the ground / nature, the unity and meaning of spiritual unfolding, i.e., history, can never be conceptually determined. Hence, pace Hegel, one can no longer speak of the cunning of reason as the motivating force in history. Would one, instead, speak, albeit with a certain agnoia, of the cunning of ground? Even this would presume too much insofar as the ground is, strictly speaking, not conscious of itself. One is forced simply to refer, as Schelling does, to the working of ground. As a result of Rome's fall, a new division of peoples and tongues emerges, a new realm in which the living word, as a firm and constant center, enters into battle against chaos, F2, 255. This issues in the seventh period of history which lasts until the end of the present time, F2, 255, the age of explicit conflict between good and evil. One might understand this period to originate with medieval Europe and continue up until our own time and view the conflict as being between church, i.e., the universally affirming forces of spirit, and state, i.e., the forces of self-will issuing from the grounds striving for priority. Indeed, Schelling gives an intimation of this in the 1810 Stuttgart Seminars. The state, when viewed as an attempt to produce, merely external unity, is opposed by another institution, one based on revelation and aimed at producing an inner unity or unity of the mind, namely, the Church. 21 The historical struggle between the assertion of nature and the assertion of unified integrated life / divine existence is, therefore, a religious struggle, and in it, God reveals himself as spirit, i.e., as real actu, F2, 255. If history is just the revealing development of God's unfolding life, what might its telos be? Such a telos cannot simply be an imminent moment within history, but it clearly must be of history. 22 The movement of becoming necessitates the temporal character of such a telos. One gets a sense of what this telos is from the systematic character of the unity of history. If history is the unfolding movement of becoming, chaos and all, and God is history, then God, as divinity, must undergo at the level of totality what individuals and societies undergo at the level of partiality. In other words, nature, as the submerged ground, subjects God to the same struggles that affect all particular things, i.e., the entire movement of history replicates the very struggles that occur within history. This replication amounts to the profound unity and intelligibility of the historical process. Without the concept of a humanly suffering God, all of history remains incomprehensible. F2 274. Put differently, the unity of history, i.e., God, or life, is precisely the solidarity undergone in developmental suffering, and the telos contained in such suffering is the exhibition of the interconnectedness between things which forms the substance, or being, of histories, i.e., God's, or life's, unity, for this is the final intent of creation, that whatever could not be for itself, should be for itself by being raised from darkness, as from a ground independent of God, into existence. F2 275. This being raised into existence is nothing other than a being's emergence, from the ground/nature, as a mode of God's life. Hence, the message that Schelling's conception of history provides in its emphasis on divine unity and interconnectedness is not the pantheistic claim that everything in life is a divinity, as the opponents of German Spinozism mistakenly charge, but rather that all life is sacramental. 23. So although it would be a mistake to state that the Freedom Essay's conception of history is Trinitarian, it would not be a mistake to hold that it discloses a view of life that is incarnational. And this profound belonging together of God and God's creatures, which is the hallmark of such sacramentality, is a function of God's unfolding movement of differentiation that Schelling terms becoming. Schelling's historical teleology, therefore, is intrinsically related to his thinking of becoming. In summary, then, Schelling's appropriative rearticulation and rearrangement of Spinoza's substance/mode distinction as the development of God's modalities from out of nature as the submerged ground leads to a development of history which, 1. Is structured by struggle and opposition, 2. Manifests sacramentality, i.e., profound unity and interconnectedness, throughout all of life, and, 3. Is not amenable to full conceptual determination. How do things stand with Spinoza? 3. Spinoza. Having already seen Schelling's innovative substitution of becoming for immanence in articulating the emergence of God's life, i.e., the totality of modal expressions, from nature, we need to ask what it means to say, for Spinoza, that God/nature, i.e., substance, is immanent with respect to its modal expressions, for this other configuration of the substance/mode relation, as stated above, leads Spinoza to wholly different conceptions of nature, history, and the relation of the two. Spinoza provides a direct answer to this question in the TTP. The universal power of nature as a whole is nothing but the power of all individual things taken together. TTP 173. In other words, God/nature just is its modal expressions taken either in their specificity, modes, as an infinite aggregate, nature, or as one indivisible singularity, God. But each aspect, God or nature, or respect, modes, is non-hierarchically related to each other, they simply amount to an infinity of different ways which one might undergo the same substance. This means that movement and transformation, for Spinoza, cannot exhibit a linear, unitary, or even purely developmental dynamic progression. Rather, natural movement amounts to infinite modal variation, each with its own temporality, thus opening up an finite number of perspectives from which one can have access to nature. This, in turn, leads to a thinking of history as multiple retrospective accounts of modal interaction. One might draw the contrast with Schelling in the following manner: history, for Schelling, amounts to the unified self-theogonic unfolding of God's life as energized by the submerged forces of nature. For Spinoza, history amounts to a concrete account, or accounts, of nature as its modal associations. Schellingian nature and life are essentially structured in, through, and around the movement of history. Spinozan history occurs in as natural expressions. 24. Two things follow from Spinoza's thinking of immanence that underscore his conception of history, as plural. First, the categories of good and evil do not apply to nature as a whole, i.e., they do not subtend and structure modal interaction, but only apply to particular modal configurations, i.e., they are conventional categories. Point 25. Whether these categories be conceived of as relating to 1. The disposition of certain individuals, Ethics 1 Appendix, 2. The use value of particular things, actions, or states 26, or 3. The subsequent perfection of one's intellect resulting from such use value, ttp. 49-50, is of little consequence here. What is important to note is that, for Spinoza, these categories have context-dependent social and political value in marked distinction to the ontological value that they have in Schelling. Put differently, good and evil, for Spinoza, tell us about the manifold particular concrete and material ways in which humans interact with and involve one another. They tell us nothing about nature as such. In this way, Spinoza observes the Judaic ban on graven images with respect to God/nature. An ontology of good and evil would amount to anthropomorphism and, therefore, idolatry. Second, given the conventionality of good and evil, understood in the light of the ban on graven images, there can be no teleology/final causality to nature for Spinoza. Nature has no end set before it, and all final causes are nothing but human fictions. Ethics 1 Appendix. Given this, histories can be nothing other than retrospective accounts of the material, formal, and efficient causes which have necessitated current social relations, ttp. 51, that is, the now. Spinozan history is, therefore, never world history but rather always and only particular, or even singular, socio-political history. Point 27. It is nothing other than a material and genealogical account of prior modal association with no universal or supersessive capacity. 28, not even one limited to future anterior conceptualization. This does not mean that history is accorded a denigrated status in Spinoza's thought. The most one could say is that a particular historical account is not the only account, or type of account, one could give with respect to a current situation. If this is the case, why does Spinoza present readers of the TTP with a history 29 of the Hebrew state, TTP, ch. 17? One might answer as follows: the specific theologico-political arrangements of Spinoza's time, i.e., the conflicts between Dutch Calvinists, Socinians, Colagians, Roman Catholics, and Marrano Jews, have their concrete beginnings in the formation of the Hebrew state as presented in the Hebrew Bible. Such an inquiry serves as an appropriate material, formal, and efficient causal reference point for explaining Spinoza's now. Spinoza's inquiry is undertaken, therefore, with the purpose of deriving political principles that will be helpful for understanding and undertaking the foundation of states. Such principles are provided in ch. 18 of the TTP. Spinozan history is neither universal nor systematically developmental. His account of the Hebrew state charts a specific set of modal arrangements that neither necessarily nor inevitably replicate themselves throughout the rest of nature. Thus, although both thinkers root their respective articulations in the substance/mode relation, as stated earlier, Spinoza's history of the Hebrew state, in the TTP, assumes a perpendicular relation to Schelling's conception of world history, in the Freedom essay. This relation also can be seen in the different usages that Schelling and Spinoza make of Scripture. Whereas Schelling's account more closely fits with the prophetic books of the Hebrew Bible, as seen through moments in the New Testament, Spinoza bases his account largely on the last four books of the Torah, i.e., Exodus through Deuteronomy, and the historical books of Ezra and Chronicles, with only scant forays into Jeremiah and Ezekiel. Indeed, the prophetic books would be deeply problematic for Spinoza within the context of any historical inquiry. Given Spinoza's view that the prophets base their statements on imagination, TTP, 19, 21, as opposed to reason or intellect, such statements reflect nothing so much as their own imaginative capacities, the exception being Moses, who is portrayed rather as a lawgiver and founder of a state than as a prophet. And given that Spinoza, in the manner of the normative rabbinic tradition, adheres to the principle of accommodation, that is, that Scripture speaks the language of humans, he is reluctant to deduce historical accounts, let alone political principles, from imaginal, another term for which might be mythical, articulations. Point 30. He, therefore, gives the prophetic books less credence in his account of the Hebrew state. In the present context, I can do no more than sketch the contours of Spinoza's detailed and nuanced account of the rise and fall of the Hebrew state. Such a sketch, however, will further concretely illustrate the difference between Schellingen and Spinozan conceptions of history. Spinoza's account ultimately shows how the Hebrew state, due to its theologico-political problem, resulted in an aborted democracy. 31. One might structure Spinoza's account, as Martin Jaffe has done, into three phases. The first historical phase can be referred to as the period of democratic monarchy, TTP, 189 to 190. After achieving liberation from Egypt and having attained their natural right, or what, for Spinoza, is the same thing, power, TTP, 173, the Israelites agree to transfer such right to God. Precisely how the Israelites understand God here is not, in the present context, what is most important. Of significance is the fact that they democratically unify in order to enter a covenant and thus form a community. Through their confidence in Moses, and by means of covenant, they allow Moses to effect this transfer. Given that Moses, himself, has also transferred his natural right/power to God, the form of government that exists during this period is a monarchy in content, insofar as God is the ruler, but a democracy in form, insofar as the right is democratically transferred. The second historical phase can be referred to as the period of Moses' monarchy, TTP, 190 to 194. After the Israelites' only direct experience with God, they become so terrified that they, democratically, transfer their right back to Moses, Exodus 20:15, 18. Moses then begins to organize a differentiated government dividing up the religious and civil authorities, that is, the right/power to interpret God's law is now in a different governing body from the right/power to govern the state. On the one hand, the Levites are chosen as the courtiers and administrators of God's palace, and Aaron is chosen as the supreme interpreter of the law. On the other hand, the right to issue commands is to be democratically maintained by the rest of the people, and the military might is to be divided up between the remaining tribes of Israel. Eliezer is to divide up the territory and Joshua is to be the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. This decentralized monarchy lasts for the rest of Moses' life. However, upon his, and Joshua's, death, no one is authorized to choose successors in the respective governing areas. The lack of legitimating authority issues is the third historical phase, the period of religious nationalism, TTP, 194 to 204. This lack, coupled with the already existing divisions in the state and throughout the tribes, leaves a period of conflict and instability as each tribe, with its concomitant military force, is left to consult God according to the powers, i.e., imaginative capacities, of each of its members. Conventional monarchy thus transforms into religious nationalism, in Spinoza's terms theocracy. The Levites attempt to centralize the government, via the imposition of strict laws and heavy taxes on the Israelites, and consolidate political power that is formerly outside their jurisdiction. Eventually, the Israelites become suspicious of the Levites, and cease to obey them. The prophets, attempting to extinguish the corruption of the Levites by allying with tribal kings and usurping the priests' power, merely switch tyrants without dismantling the tyrannical form of government which had come to replace the Mosaic monarchy. Consequently, chaos ensues, that is, little remains that binds the Israelite tribes together. They are, thus, easy targets for the Babylonian attack. Spinoza draws 5 political lessons from this account. 1. Religious authorities should not be given political power. 2. Religious authorities should not be allowed to render decisions on philosophical matters. 3. Religious authorities should not be given the power to enforce civil decisions over matters of right and wrong, such matters being better handled by the state authorities. 4. Giving people who are unaccustomed to laws the power to set up a monarchy ends in disaster. And 5. Trying to remove a tyrant without changing the causes of tyranny ends in disaster. In summary, one might say that the principles that Spinoza draws from this history are those having to do with the separation of religion and politics, 1 and 3, freedom of thought, 2, and the necessity for political education, 4 and 5. Given the current concerns over religious fundamentalism and political ignorance/apathy, one might wonder if, in fact, the principles informing Spinoza's now do not also inform our own. Concluding remarks. The success of this essay depends on its having been able to illustrate the forceful divergence of two conceptions of nature and history from one common root, i.e., Spinoza's substance/mode relation. That Schelling's appropriative departure from this Spinozan figure occurs with such intensity suggests that, in Schellingian terms, both the ground and consequence of this departure remain deeply rich moments for thinking. Similarly, now in a Spinozan horizon, one might say that immanence and becoming are compelling ways, i.e., modes, of illustrating the profound connection of all things with respect both to their variation and to their nowness. Yet one might be tempted to inquire about precisely what force these respective conceptions of nature and history actually exert. Why, and to whom, would these two conceptions be compelling? Such a question could be diverted in both Schellingian and Spinozan fashion. On the one hand, if, as Schelling holds, nature escapes all attempts at complete conceptual grasp, then desire, regarding thought or anything else, will never fully yield to articulation, i.e., there can be no absolute explanatory necessity given to one's compulsions, they always remain, from at least a certain standpoint, a moment of freedom. On the other, Spinozan hand, if nature creates individuals, ttp. 200, and if each mode, and/or modal association, has a singular affective configuration, then there could be no generically identifying, or even self-identifying, index as to what one's affective compulsions are/would be, unless, of course, by a fiat of abstraction. These displacements, however, would not annihilate the sense of the question. For why is it that some resonate more with an articulation of history as minimally teleological while others resonate more with an articulation that owes its account to a materialism that signally rejects final causality? Perhaps this question can be best addressed by situating Schelling and Spinoza thematically in certain philosophical lineages. One might hear secularized echoes of Schelling's nature as the submerged, yet conceptually excessive, ground of life in Heidegger's 1942 interpretation of Hölderlin's poem Der Ister, where the river leads back to its withdrawn origin, its non-identical source, its foreign home. 32 Similarly, Schellingian history, with its periodicity of tautogorical mythic development, might find sympathy in Heidegger's overall thinking of history as the epical upsurgence of myth, sent in/as Aranis, as gift of being. In both cases, humans would wrest the more profound interpretation of such history by thinking from out of the experience of such historical sending rather than through an external discourse about it. Spinozan nature, as a monistic expression of singular modes, in sharp contrast, might find echoes in Freud's overall thinking of somatically affective configuration and reconfiguration. With respect to history, Spinoza's account of the rise and fall of the Hebrew state has much in common with Freud's Moses and monotheism, insofar as both texts, in very different ways, offer socio-political accounts of the traumatic origins of the Jewish people. 33. All of this amounts to the following: those who resonate with a view of life as profoundly sacramental and history as ultimately meaningful will, perhaps, be compelled by Schelling's vision in the Freedom essay. Such a vision is, by no means, simply optimistic given the tragic quality of life's relation to nature as the submerged ground of existence, for we can neither know nature's intentions nor control its impulses. 34 However, as the unity of impulses toward both self-will and universal will, humans are in a unique position to understand and further God's living revelation, in part, perhaps, through critiques of technological and instrumental rationality. In contrast, those who resonate with history as a concrete account of specific modal associations based on material facticity, i.e., social processes, political struggles, and desires, will, perhaps, be drawn by the thrust of Spinoza's account in the TTP. The fundamental insight contained his account, based on the critique of final causality in Ethics 1 Appendix, is that the ills of societies can be retrospectively illustrated through the matrices of their theological and political institutions. The moment such institutions fall prey to superstitions about final causes/teloi, chaos and downfall occurs. In this respect, perhaps the most appropriate figure for Spinoza's conception of history is Walter Benjamin's Angel of History, contained in the 9th of his Theses on the Philosophy of History, who perceives historical development as a continuing pile of wreckage protected from being dismantled by the storm of progress. 35 Spinoza's gambit, and it does remain a gambit, involves the realization that nature's immanence might just provide the facilities we need to avert, if only momentarily, such oncoming wreckage and chaos, and even, perhaps, slowly work toward bringing critical awareness to society with respect to its political infirmities. Spinoza acknowledges the difficulty of this risk, but one can, in the end, discern a sober and quiet moment of advocacy toward adopting this viewpoint, and thus living this way of life. In the last sentence of the Ethics, all things excellent are as difficult as they are rare. Chapter 6. Eternal Times. Schelling on Creation, Contemporaneity, and the Unconscious. Vasiliki Tsakari. Abstract. This essay is an inquiry into the multiple and also hidden perspectives that Schelling's work opens up for the theoretical consideration of creation, time, and eternity. It also introduces what is arguably a fascinating and unprecedented conception of the unconscious as the eternal past, which reveals the primordial relationship between the divine and the human as being dynamic and theurgic. I argue that freedom both in its divine and human manifestations forms the basis of this unique interrelationship between the divine and the human personalities. This gives to the latter a unique status, namely, that of being self-determined in an eternal act contemporaneous with creation. Moreover, this primordial and theurgic deed that did not happen once and for all but has a peculiar mode of duration informs Schelling's notions of responsibility, creativity, and eternal resolution. Merleau-Ponty's contributions also are considered in the pursuit of these themes. Schelling's unfinished cosmic poem, The Ages of the World, as well as the 1809 Freedom Essay, are works of major philosophical significance because they both address the problems of nature and the unconscious, as well as time and eternity, in a manner that makes them indispensable for contemporary thought. Both texts belong to what is known as Schelling's middle period, namely, the transitional period during which Schelling is often seen one as trying to distance himself from his previous system of identity, while at the same time laying the foundations for his philosophy of mythology and revelation. Pivotal to Schelling's endeavor is the postulation of a primordial relationship and mystical unity but not conflation between God, nature, and human beings, epitomized in the celebrated dictum, everything divine is human and everything human is divine, I/8, 291, 67-68. Schelling differs from his predecessors in that he constantly seeks to unearth the primordial meanings of the notions he employs and modifies. Accordingly, although for many of Schelling's contemporaries, science is synonymous with philosophical knowledge, for Schelling this word acquires a special and mystical meaning. In the second draft of The Ages of the World, science is also interpreted as history. Science-Wissenschaft, according to the very meaning of the word, is history Histori, sigma tau omicron rho alpha. It was not able to be history as long as it was intended as a mere succession or development of one's own thoughts or ideas. It is a merit of our times that the essence has been returned to science. Indeed, this essence has been returned in such a manner as to assure us that science will not easily be able to lose it again. From now on, science will present the development of an actual, living essence. Point 2. The inextricable relation between the historian and the philosopher permeates the whole introduction to the third, 1815, draft of The Ages of the World, where Schelling constantly describes the philosopher as a certain kind of historian who narrates what is known, namely the past, I/8, 199, xxxv. The philosopher-historian is also a psychologist in the primordial and broadest sense of the term, whose task is to become immersed in the dark depths of her or his own soul, so as to firstly internalize and consequently externalize the knowledge of the past. Everything, absolutely everything, even that which by nature is eternal, must have already become internal to us before we can present it externally or objectively. If the writer of history does not awaken in himself or herself the past age whose image they want to project to us, then they will never present it truly, nor vividly, nor in a lively fashion. I/8 202, XXXVII. Thus, science or knowledge is for Schelling something living and internal. It is the striving toward new munueta sigma iota wiederbewusstwerden, and hence more of a striving toward knowledge than knowledge itself. I/8 201, XXXVII. This understanding of science has important consequences for Schelling's conception and representation of the theogonic, cosmogonic, and anthropogonic creative processes, as it is premised on a challenging conception of the eternal past. Thus, the first part of this essay focuses on Schelling's interpretation of creation, whereas the second part attempts to uncover Schelling's postulation of a special interrelationship between the divine and the human. In so doing, both portions will examine the Schellingian themes of freedom, contemporaneity, and love. In pursuing these themes, Merleau-Ponty's contributions also are considered. I Theocosmogony, a theurgic interplay between time and the unconscious. In both his freedom essay and the various drafts of the ages of the world, Schelling attempts an exploration of what is known, yet in this case the known is not something finished, completed, at hand since the beginning. I/8 201, XXXVII, and ready to be discovered and revealed. The past is not fixed and dead but is still in the process of becoming. It is an eternal past. In the same vein, knowledge is not synonymous with completion, but it means questioning, discovery, longing, and desire. Given that traditionally the past was conceived as unchangeable, Schelling's idea of a non-fixed past that is incessantly in the process of becoming seems paradoxical and self-contradictory. One has to first make clear that by eternal past, Schelling refers to the theocosmo-anthropogonic processes, which he conceives as internal to the divine being. Indeed, despite having no actual beginning outside itself, the internal life of the divine being nevertheless has a beginning within itself. Schelling's account therefore postulates the existence of many different beginnings to the aforementioned processes. It first assumes the absolute first beginning, that is pure freedom. Second, it assumes the eternal beginning, that is the negating will commencing the will of birth within the limits of nature. Third, it assumes the eternal birth of God, that is the beginning of God's actualization and revelations, and so on. I/8 305, 78. Indeed, one can easily confuse and conflate the different beginnings if one fails to see them as internal processes, or if one is not careful enough to avoid refeeing the past. Accordingly, the eternal birth of God, for example, should not be considered an absolute although internal act that happened once and for all. Schelling rather postulates the being of a system of times, AF 123, while elaborating in a challenging manner not only on the intermingling of time with eternity, but also on the very nature of eternity. Thus, in his attempt to explain the succession and the simultaneity of the potencies, i.e., of the negating will, the affirming will, and their union, which exclude each other with respect to time, Schelling argues. We express it intentionally in this way, for the relationship cannot be of the kind such that if the posterior, say A, has being, then the posterior, hence, B, would be sublimated, or simply cease to have being. Rather, it always and necessarily abides as having the being of its time. If A is posited, then B must simply still persist as the prior, and hence in such a way, that they are nonetheless, at the same time, in different times. For different times, can certainly be, as different, at the same time, nay, to speak more accurately, they are necessarily at the same time. Past time is not sublimated time. What has passed certainly cannot be as something present, but it must be as something past at the same time with the present. What is future is certainly not something that has being now, but it is a future being at the same time with the present. Hence, the contradiction only breaks with eternity when it is in its highest intensity and, instead of a single eternity, posits a succession of eternities, eons, or times. But this succession of eternities is precisely what we, and by large, call time. Hence, eternity opens up into time in this decision. I/8, 302, 76. Thus, the eternal past, the eternal present, and the eternal future are parallel eons that necessarily but also freely exist simultaneously. Time begins in the sense that time becomes actual with the eternal birth of God, for this is the moment where God is posited as yes and separates himself from no, positing thus his nature as his eternal past. The eternal past is not a fleeting moment, but it rather has active duration, the latter being the meeting point of eternity with time, I/8, 307 to 308, 80. This is the duration of the unconscious in the context of which two simultaneous and yet successive creations have taken place, namely the separation of darkness from light and the separation of nature from spirit. In the first creation, the three potencies, voluntarily, in the face of pure freedom, sank into the expressible, moving from succession into simultaneity and then into succession once more, although now in a different form. The Caesarean, Die Scheidung, inaugurating the spatial dimension where a true over and a true under emerge for the potencies, did not happen once and for all. After the positing of a true over and a true under, each potency acquires its proper tau pi omicron and there is a mutual nurturing between them. The first potency is the possible substratum of external nature, the second potency is the substratum of the spiritual world, and the third potency is the link between the Godhead and nature, for although it was captured in the will of birth, in its freedom it is the closest to God and is the universal soul. The will of life still continues to rotate, but enriched with freedom's energy that transforms it into an incessant theurgy. This constantly repeated movement of eternal nature, always beginning again, can be regarded as an incessant theurgy. The meaning and goal of all theurgy is nothing other than to draw the Godhead down to what is lower, to produce the guiding concatenation, so to speak, through which the Godhead would be able to act in nature. I/8, 297 to 298, 72. This can be represented schematically in the following manner: in the eternal moment of first creation, the dark side of nature voluntarily withdraws, refrains from being actualized, becomes what it was. The Platonic Chi-Rho Alpha, the mother and receptacle of all visible things, and light emerges, I/8, 244, 31. At this moment, the realm of nature opens up for Schelling, which in an external fashion could be seen as being best presented in the Old Testament where the law was preeminent, F1, 92, or in the various stages of mythology. 4 God's revelation is continuous and at this moment he is both Elohim and Jehovah, the latter being his inexpressible side, which often is depicted as consuming yet always reviving fire, I/8, 274, 53.5. The second creation is the emergence of God qua Spirit, and his positedness as yes, which is love. In this context, the will of the depths, or, in other words, the will that denies expansion and is seen as the eternal force of selfhood that longs for particularity, retreats in front of the will of love that longs for expansion and universality, and God as Spirit and love emerges. God reveals himself as a personal God, as a he instead of an it, I/8, 255, 39, uniting in himself selfhood and expansion, consequently elevating particularity into spirit. In order for this to happen, God has to say no to his eternal ground, and thus a side of the pure eye of divinity, pure freedom, remains inexpressible and unspeakable. Thus, the eternal past, that is, the unconscious, incorporates both the unspeakable sides of God, viz. Pure freedom and pure necessity that are united and function together. The expressibles, or, in other words, the archetypes, continue their theurgic transmutation incessantly and inform any creative act that springs from the unconscious. I/8 289 to 292, 66 to 68. Schelling sees the incessant movement of the potencies as a source of inspiration and creativity, as divine and holy madness, even when the potencies express themselves in a blind and merely necessary manner, as in the case of the will of birth. When inspiration appears in poetic and other kinds of works, a blind force must also appear in them. For only a blind force is capable of inspiration. All conscious creation presupposes an unconscious creating. Conscious creating is just the unfolding and setting into opposition of unconscious creating. I/8 337, 102. Indeed, in Schelling's account, God's ground, being separate from him but in him, is the ground of the creation of cosmos, of external nature, and inevitably of human beings. Similarly, as Patrick Burke has argued, Merleau-Ponty develops an account of what he perceives as an original or never-present past, namely of the primordial unconscious wherefrom stems all inspiration in forming creative acts. Moreover, this primordial unconscious is for Merleau-Ponty radically different from the Freudian unconscious, which he considers a secondary formation and not genuinely primordial. 6. Merleau-Ponty rightly points out that for Schelling, human beings, and every living being, including the whole of nature, is considered alive, and all have a common root in pre-objective being, and 2, 40. This is why Merleau-Ponty explains Schelling's attempt to grasp the inexpressible, as pursuing the development of a phenomenology of the pre-reflexive being rather than of a science of nature, and 2, 41. Furthermore, as already mentioned, the human being has the special ability to rediscover inwardly and then outwardly express what Bohm has called the signature of all things. 7. Paraphrasing Bohm, one could say that only human beings can capture the sound of nature and narrate its language, attaining thus the memory of the past. Man must be granted an essence outside and above the world, for how could he alone, of all creatures, retrace the long path of developments from the present back into the deepest night of the past? How could he alone rise up to the beginning of things unless there were in him an essence from the beginning of times? Drawn from the source of things and akin to it, what is eternal of the soul has a co-science/consciousness mit Wissenschaft of creation. AF 114. Given that science is for Schelling primarily the striving towards nu mu eta sigma iota, co-science or consciousness could be seen as the restoration of memory that has nu mu eta sigma iota, recollection, as its presupposition. 8. Merleau-Ponty rightly acknowledges the importance of Schelling's insight in arguing that it is in human being that things become conscious by themselves, and human being is also the becoming conscious of things, or, more emphatically put, that the human being is the Mitwissenschaft of creation. It carries traces of all that nature has been, it is the recapitulation and the contemporary of creation, and 2, 43 to 44. Schelling's account of human freedom should be further discussed in order to deepen the analysis of this special feature that makes human beings able to attain this contemporaneity with the eternal act of creation. 2. Contemporaneity qua human freedom. Schelling defines human freedom as the possibility of good and evil, F1, 39. The importance of this definition is found in this end, which, as Heidegger observes, shatters the traditional definition of freedom by adding evil to it. Indeed, Descartes' statement that libertas est propensio in bonum encapsulates the definition of freedom endorsed by most of the thinkers before and after Schelling's time, and according to which freedom is the capability of good. The supplement of evil into the aforementioned proposition inaugurates a rather novel perspective on the issue. Evil is not regarded as a simple appendage to the concept of freedom, but rather freedom is freedom for good and evil. 9. Thus, the discussion of evil eludes the boundaries of traditional morality and acquires a metaphysical, ontological, and even theological meaning. Before exploring the dimensions of human freedom, inevitably the question arises whether divine freedom should also be seen as the possibility of good and evil. This entails that the very relationship of God with evil is problematic, especially given that the root or ground of evil, that is also the root of freedom, is for Schelling independent of God but nevertheless in God, F1, 28, St. 103. In Schelling's description of the theogonic processes, one encounters a two-faced resolution. First, the potencies decided to sacrifice themselves, that is, to accept the suzerain instead of falling again into blind obsession and craving, I/8 233, 23. Second, the same decision entails that God resolves that he wants to give birth to himself, uttering consequently no to his nature. It has been already observed that this act is repeated eternally, within the active duration of the eternal past. Although the abyss freely retreats so as to allow for God's revelation, there is still in the abyss the will of the depths that longs for realization. This reaction that comes from the depths is said to be the root of universal evil. There is, therefore, a universal evil, even if it is not active from the beginning, but is only aroused in God's revelation through the reaction of the ground, and indeed never reaches realization, but is nonetheless constantly striving towards it. Only after recognizing evil in its universal character is it also possible to comprehend human good and evil. F1, 58. This does not mean that God consists of two opposite but equal powers that are constantly fighting each other until one finally prevails. On the contrary, Schelling insists, the succession and concatenation of potencies is indissoluble in divine life although it is dissoluble in human life, making thus evil possible in human life but impossible in divine life, I/8 260, 43. Similarly, as Schelling argues in the Freedom Essay, the unity of the potencies, or in other words, the will of love and the will of depths, is indissoluble in God and dissoluble in humans. If, now, the identity of both principles were just as indissoluble in man as in God, then there would be no difference, that is, God, as spirit would not be revealed. Therefore that unity, which is indissoluble in God, must be dissoluble in man, and this constitutes the possibility of good and evil, F1, 39. As Schelling characteristically argues, among the visible creatures, only human beings are in God, and it is because of this very being in God that they are capable of freedom. In this sense, human beings are also redeemers of nature, as though in their connection with God, God also accepts nature and takes it to him, F1, 92. The importance that Schelling ascribes to human beings is striking. The dissolubility of the forces in human beings proves their freedom and the independent relation they have with God and with his ground. Even with respect to God, human beings are free and consequently primordially capable of evil. For Schelling, human beings are also permeated by two principles, namely the principle of light and the principle of darkness, and consequently they are influenced by two centers, the deepest pit and the highest heaven, F1, 38. Taken separately, the principle of darkness is the negating will or the self-will, whereas the principle of light is the affirming will or the universal and expanding will. Similarly to the theogonic creation, although the self-will opposes reason as the universal will, the latter makes use of the former and subordinates it to itself as a mere tool. Consequently, through the progressive transformations and division of all forces, the self-will unites with the universal will, without losing its individuality. In the same way as in God, in the human being the elevation of the self-will and its union with the universal will is described as the elevation of the most abysmal center into light. Indeed, the will of the human being, to the extent to which it is individual, is also a particular will, though in itself or as the center of all other particular wills it is one with the primal will or reason, F1, 38. As they rise from the depths, human beings are capable of containing a principle relatively independent of God, while the transfiguration of this principle into light entails the emergence of human spirit. In other words, the union of the two principles brings forth spirit, and the very relationship of human beings with God constitutes their personality. That principle which rises up from the depths of nature and by which man is divided from God, is the selfhood in him, but by reason of its unity with the ideal principle, this becomes spirit. Selfhood, as such, is spirit, or man as an egocentric, particularized being, divorced from God, is spirit. The very relation to God constitutes personality. F1, 39, emphasis added. As far as the two principles are in union, and in a similar manner with that of God, human beings utter yes to light and no to their dark depths. Insofar as the self-will remains subordinate to the universal will, the principles are indissoluble, and evil has not yet appeared. However, selfhood as spirit is beyond the two principles and free from them, and thus selfhood can separate itself from light, and consequently dissolution of the principles is possible where the self-will demands to be in itself what it was in its union with the universal will. Indeed, the emergence of spirit is the element differentiating human beings from other visible creatures. The animals, for example, being in want of spirit, can never escape from the unity of the forces, whereas man can deliberately cut the eternal nexus of forces. F1, 49. The elevation of self-will into an autonomous position results in the emergence of a false life, of disease, and of sin. Schelling is adamant that if a genuine life could only exist in the original relationship, there thus arises a life which is indeed a life, but is false, a life of lies. F1, 41. This state of affairs can be most appropriately compared to the situation of disease, which for Schelling is a disorder that entered nature through a misuse of freedom, and this is why it is a counterpart of sin and evil. Sickness is a false life that longs for its elevation from non-being into being. It is a nothing that endeavors to be something. I/8, 267, 48. In other words, it endeavors to replace God. More specifically, Schelling claims that in the second creation, that is, the creation of spirit, there were also two acting principles, in a manner similar to the creation of light out of darkness. Indeed, in the second creation, the spirit of evil has been awakened through the arousing of the dark natural ground. It has as its opposition the spirit of love, which arises in the center, and in a manner similar to the way light emerged before, it controls and subjugates the spirit of evil. F1, 54. But when the two principles, light and darkness, conflict within a human being and their unity has been dissolved, then another spirit occupies the place where God should be. This is namely the reverse of God, a being which was roused to actualization by God's revelation but which can never attain to actuality from potentiality, a being which never exists but always wishes to be, and which, like the matter of the ancients, can thus never be grasped as real, actualized, by perfect reason but only by false imagination, lambda omicron gamma iota sigma mu nu theta, which is exactly what sin is. F1, 68. Schelling's comparison of the spirit of evil with the Chi-Rho alpha or matter is indicative of his intention to stress the fallacy of false imagination, although it should not be interpreted as an identification of the Chi-Rho alpha 10, matter, with evil. Consequently, Schelling refrains from identifying evil with the initial blind life in itself whose nature is nothing but conflict, anxiety, and contradiction. If this initial life were ever for itself, or were it not engulfed since eternity by something higher and placed back into potentiality, it could neither be called a sick nor an evil life. For these concepts first become possible after life is subjugated by the mollifying unity but at the same time is still free to emerge, to withdraw itself from the unity and enter into its own nature. I/8, 267 to 268, 48. Thus, Schelling stresses once again that evil does not spring forth either from the depths or from God, because evil is a spiritual issue and it is consequently connected with the emergence of selfhood. Evil can only arise in the innermost will of one's own deed and, like religiosity 11, it requires the highest commitment. Selfhood that comes from the depths is not evil in itself, in the sense that in the good the reaction of the depths works towards goodness, in the bad towards evil. F1, 80. Indeed, employing the law of analogy, in a similar way to God's resolution to say yes, positing thus his eternal past, the human being is called to a similar primordial resolution that is beyond time. the relationship between God's personality and the human personality plays an important role in the direction, i.e., yes or no, of this primordial resolution, in the sense that both God and the human being reveal themselves in a relational way. It is relational in the sense that both the human and divine beings meet and relate to each other in their comportment. At this point, it is important to emphasize that the Godhead's depictions as yes, no and their union, should not be interpreted as characterizations of his essence but rather as distinctions, only of the comportment, that is of the relationship of the one essence with respect to being, this being a feature of God as eternal freedom, I/8, 300, 74. The exercise of human freedom is revealed in the comportment of human beings shaping their existence. Human beings are creatures, but nevertheless creatures of the centrum, and are consequently placed outside time. Man, even though born in time, is nonetheless a creature of creation's beginning, the centrum. The act, which determines man's life in time, does not itself belong in time but in eternity. Moreover, it does not precede life in time, but as an act eternal by its own nature. Through it man's life extends to the beginning of creation, since by means of it he is also free and himself eternal beginning. F1, 63-64, emphasis added. This means that only humans, among all other visible creatures, participate both in God's eternal past and their own eternal past. In other words, we can say that the human resolution in relation to God's eternal past, to God's abyss, constitutes human personality and moreover the human eternal past. Human beings participate in God's eternal past by virtue of their presence in the center in the moment of creation and by their special affinity with the third potency, namely, the universal soul. It also can be argued that the third potency, the union of love and selfhood, is the human being because this potency, in the same way as the person, provides the link between God and the world, I/8, 252, 37. Thus, human beings primordially act both at the level of the universal soul and at the level of their individual soul, in the dimensions of the collective and personal eternal past or unconscious. Indeed, Schelling conceives the human being as playing a central role in creation, and this is why the histories of God, nature, and the human person intersect. Fackenheim claims that in Schelling's positive philosophy, the third potency, by virtue of being the only one among the three potencies that is free to will or not to will, is the original man, or, in other words, man in God, in the sense that the human being's primordial freedom consists in the bare choice between willing and not willing. For any particular decision presupposes the decision to will at all. 12. Furthermore, in the same vein, Schelling offers an interesting and radical account of the doctrine of predestination, where the responsibility lies in the human being's primordial resolution, in relation to what Schelling calls contemporaneity. The greatest obstacle to the doctrine of freedom has ever been the relation of the assumed accidental nature of human conduct to the unity of the world whole as previously planned in divine reason. Thus there came the assumption of predestination, since neither God's prescience nor actual providence could be relinquished. The authors of the doctrine of predestination felt that human conduct must have been determined from eternity. However, they did not seek this determination in the eternal act contemporaneous with creation, which constitutes the being of man itself, but in an absolute, i.e. wholly unfounded, decision of God through which one individual was predetermined to damnation, the other to blessedness, and thus they destroyed the root of freedom. F1, 65-66, emphasis added. On the contrary, for Schelling, each human, in its contemporaneity with the primordial act of creation, breaks the limits of time, and repeatedly participates and acts in the eternal past which is simultaneous with the eternal present and the eternal future. Thus, all human beings determine themselves in their contemporaneity with the act of creation, and in a sense they take their stance before time, but in eternity. It seems that Schelling's interpretation of the notions of highest commitment, eternal resolution, and predetermination, offers a really strong account of all persons' responsibility and of their deed beyond time that determines their further life. Without intending to diminish the importance of this initial act, it has to be emphasized again that for Schelling this moment of contemporaneity is not a definite act determining irretrievably human life. Thus, it is quite plausible to suggest that Schelling implies that through the act of contemporaneity there is always the possibility of change and transmutation, as humans are actively taking eternally part in both successive and simultaneous creations, like the emergence of light and the emergence of spirit. Even in the case that human beings affirm light instead of darkness, there is always the possibility that, in their freedom, they can also suffer a conversion from good to evil. There is also the chance that the opposite can happen. In effect, Schelling attempts to secure human freedom even from the assumption that however man be constituted, it is not he himself but either the good or evil spirit which acts in him, in arguing that this very letting act in him of the good or the evil principle is the consequence of the intelligible deed, through which man's being and life are determined. F1, 68. If one wishes to employ the terminology of the drafts of the ages of the world, one could say that the possibility of the dissolubility of the potencies makes the duration of the human being's eternal past quite different from that of the divine being. Although God's resolution in relation to his eternal past is always one that affirms life and love, in the case of the human being this relation is quite variable. In conclusion, I emphasize the importance of the multiple dimensions of time as well as the special moments of resolutions that signify the collision of time and eternity in Schelling's thought. Human beings can either affirm love and life or sickness and selfhood. But this does not restrict the infinite number of ways with which human beings can relate with the eternal past, or the collective and individual unconscious. In the same way as in the case of divine being, these processes are not static, devoid of dynamism. It should be clearly established by now that Schelling praises and uncovers the primordial creative powers, which make human beings capable of always creating anew and elevating into consciousness infinite concatenations of potencies, or archetypes, grounding every creative act. Part 3. Merleau-Ponty and Schelling in Conversation. Section 1. Overviews. Chapter 7. Être Savage and the Barbarian Principle. Merleau-Ponty's reading of Schelling. Robert Vallier. Abstract. The readers of Merleau-Ponty have long recognized Merleau-Ponty's interest in the nature philosophy as developed in post-Kantian philosophy, most notably and radically by Schelling. In this essay, I discuss Merleau-Ponty's relationship to Schelling and the Barbarian Principle, concentrating on the late lecture course, the concept of nature. This essay takes its bearings from a remark Merleau-Ponty makes in his essay dedicated to Husserl, the philosopher and his shadow, where he observes that the traditional characterization of phenomenology as a philosophy of consciousness is only half of the truth of phenomenology. The other half, excluded by the appropriative gesture of the tradition, but seen clearly in Husserl's last unpublished manuscripts, shows that phenomenology descends towards nature, toward the sphere of the Erpräsentierbar. To take account of this other half brings to the fore a larger problem, that of the mediation between the world of nature and the world of persons. If phenomenology is to follow its program rigorously, then it would have to take account of this other half, and transcending itself as philosophy of consciousness, take hold of its deeper historical and philosophical truth. And so the ultimate task of phenomenology as philosophy of consciousness, is to understand its relation with non-phenomenology, that is, with what does not belong to the philosophy of consciousness, with what is not constituted by consciousness, S1, 224, S2, 178. The tradition might wish, for the sake of convenience, to exclude this other half, but Husserl himself pursued its elaboration in his later writings. These efforts are not a radical departure from the phenomenological project, and are in fact anticipated if only in the vaguest of ways from the moment Husserl articulates the phenomenological reduction. The epocha demands that we overcome the naive, natural attitude in favor of the transcendental attitude in order to bring to the fore the structures by which the subject ego perceives and knows the noema. But this in no way implies a destruction of the world of nature or the positing of another world of ideas beyond this one of naive, lived experience. The ego is still situated in nature, and the value of the epoche is to bring into relief the structures of this situation. But because, as Husserl says, a real mind, according to its essence, can only exist tied to materiality as the real mind of a body, then phenomenology can never be finished with and never be absolved of the world of nature. Point 1 Merleau-Ponty emphasizes this point in the last paragraphs of his essay, writing that what resists phenomenology in us natural being, the barbaric principle of which Schelling spoke, cannot remain outside of phenomenology and must find its place in it. S1 225, S2 178. To take account of its other half is thus an imperative if phenomenology is to realize itself, and doing so would necessarily move phenomenology beyond a philosophy of consciousness and thus disconcert the tradition's appropriative gesture. What is most striking is that in an essay dedicated to Husserl, Merleau-Ponty alludes to Schelling as the philosopher who already names in the figure of the barbarian principle the problem that phenomenology must confront, and who thus has already engaged in phenomenology's last task. This allusion, inserted as a hiatus, is not an incidental or accidental remark. It serves rather as a clue, which we take as our starting point, a clue that bespeaks the importance of Schelling's thought for Merleau-Ponty's late work. On the basis of this clue, we should like herein to make explicit this importance, to show how Schelling's work already engages the ultimate task of phenomenology. We propose to do so, first, by examining the place of Schelling's thought in Merleau-Ponty's text, with special attention to the role of the barbarian principle. We will then follow Merleau-Ponty's reading of Schelling in the first course on the concept of nature, 1956, 7. The elaboration of this reading will require that we attend to three key moments in Schelling's work. By way of conclusion, we will indicate what purposes this appropriative reading may serve. 1. Situating Schelling in the later Merleau-Ponty. We know that the philosopher and his shadow dates from 1958, and is thus contemporaneous with the courses on nature given at the Collège de France, of which the first, 1956 to 1957, contains several pages explicating Schelling's thought. In both the published and the unpublished writings of the same period, i.e., 1956 to 1961, we find several allusions to Schelling's ideas, allusions that give us an indication of the interest and importance of Schelling for Merleau-Ponty's project. Among the most important of these is a reference found in a working note dated November 1960, which is worth citing in its entirety. Nature is at the first day au premier jour, it is there today. This does not mean, myth of indivision and coincidence as return. The Erdem-like, the Ursprung-like is not of long ago d'autrefois in the past. It is a question of finding in the present, the flesh of the world, and not in the past, an always new and always the same a sort of time of sleep, which is Bergson's nascent duration, always new and always the same. The sensible, nature, transcend the past-present distinction, realize from within a passage from one into the other existential eternity. The indestructible, the barbaric principle. Do a psychoanalysis of nature, it is the flesh, the mother. A philosophy of the flesh is the condition without which psychoanalysis remains anthropology. In what sense the visible landscape under my eyes is, not exterior to, and linked synthetically to, other moments of time and to the past, but has them really behind itself in simultaneity, inside itself and not it and them side by side in time. 6.1, 320 to 321, 6.2, 267. There is much to think in this note, which begins with a reference to Lucien Hare's commentary on Hegel, who refuses to nature all efficacity Wirklichkeit, whereas Schelling allows thinking a life of nature, N1, 76. To deny nature efficacity would mean to leave it reposing in itself as a thing, or as Schelling says, to leave it revolving in the indifferent circle of sameness, which would get us nowhere and remain meaningless and lifeless. I/7, 345, F1, 18. The continually productive life of nature is not in some datable, distant past, such is not the sense of the au premier jour, rather, the primordial, the originary, is to be found in the thickness of the living historical present, in the flesh of the world, and what we find there is an always new, which promises a future, and an always the same, which preserves the past. The au premier jour thus names the inexhaustible capacity of nature to bring itself to presence such that the past survives within it, and it opens unto a future. The au premier jour does not name a date or place when nature was, that is, it does not name a d'autrefois, it names rather the very activity of coming to presence, and is thus bound up with questions of temporality and phenomenality. In this way, the productive life of nature that Schelling wants to think has a relation to the Husserlian logic of stiff tongue, institution, that is, as that which is not constituted by reflexive consciousness, as that which in every respect baffles reflection, IPP 133, in other words, it is what phenomenology must confront in its ultimate task. But whereas for Husserl, stiff tongue remains within the realm of consciousness as constitutive of ideality and of ideal objects, Merleau-Ponty wants to extend this logic to the realm of that which consciousness does not construct. He wants to think stiff tongue. Nature au premier jour transcends temporal distinction while at the same time implicating the past and the present in a mutual relation of an inander, and thus institutes a system of temporal indices, 6.1, 227, 6.2, 173. Nature apposed as existential eternity the past that was never present, the absolute past. The immemorial further determines not only its character, but also the extent to which Merleau-Ponty installs himself within Schelling's philosophical horizon. As Pierre Xavier Tilliet has remarked, this relation between eternity and time is the Schellingian problem par excellence, the problem of how the absolute temporalizes itself, of how it qua das unbedingt shows itself as bedingt, of its coming to presence, and therefore the problem of ground and existence, of grounding and of Wesen point to this abyss of human reason, as Kant called it, is what Schelling tried to think throughout his philosophical career, and in one telling passage, Merleau-Ponty underscores that, as Schelling has remarked, there is in nature something which makes it such that it would impose itself upon God himself as an independent condition of his operation. Such is our problem, IPP 134, emphasis added. Schelling has thus already engaged in the task that Merleau-Ponty takes as his own in the course on the concept of nature. I3 We can gain clarity about this task by considering how Schelling is situated in the course itself. This situation is double. We know from the retrospective resume prepared at the end of the academic year that the point of the course was not to do a history of the concept of nature, but rather to take as a reference the Cartesian concept of nature, which for better or worse still overhangs our ideas about nature, and to disengage the elements necessary for the resolution of problems associated with Cartesian ontology, i.e., the fantastic image of man, of spirit, and of history that result from it, IPP 130 to 131. Indeed, the course begins with a short section on Descartes, to whose conception of nature Merleau-Ponty returns in the second and third courses, finally devoting a whole course to l'ontologie cartésienne in 1959. Briefly, Cartesian ontology gives an objective character to the tradition, insisting on the positive object as the model for being. But Merleau-Ponty indicates that this ontology of the object can be articulated only through the strategy of suppressing an ontology of the existent, a rubric under which would be subsumed the question of natural inclination, the problem of the body and of natural being in general, resulting in attention or diploplia, subsequently neutralized in God and in the notion of necessary being. Point 4 Schelling is thus situated in the first instance as the philosopher who most overtly challenges the Cartesian idea of necessary being and the ontology of the object, and who attempts to disengage the ontology of the existent, N1, 63. The Cartesian idea of natural being as object in itself is what it is because it cannot be something else, and it emerges from an idea of being without restriction, infinite, or cause of itself, and this in its turn emerges from an alternation of being and nothing, a metaphysical idea. For Schelling, on the other hand, the absolute is no longer being the cause of itself, the absolute antithesis of nothingness, and nature no longer has the absolute positivity as the only possible world. As response to the Cartesian conception, Merleau-Ponty sees in the Schellingian conception the primordial being which is not yet the being subject nor the being object. From it to us there is not derivation nor caesura, it has neither the serrated texture of a mechanism, nor the transparency of a whole anterior to its parts. We can conceive it neither as it engenders itself, which would make it infinite, nor as it would be engendered by another, which would lead it to the condition of a product and of a dead result. IPP 133 to 134.5. The challenge then will be to conceive the Barbarian principle in a non-metaphysical way, for to do otherwise would yield only abstract and dead results. Merleau-Ponty thus shares Schelling's objection that the whole of modern European philosophy since its inception, through Descartes, has this common deficiency that nature does not exist for it and that it lacks a living ground. I/7, 356, F1, 30. The Barbarian principle, which names this ground, thus also names the problem of life. Schelling's work thus presents itself and is situated by Merleau-Ponty in the first place as a critique of Descartes. But in the course, Merleau-Ponty develops his reading of Schelling in the chapter entitled The Romantic Conception of Nature, which is itself divided into three parts. The first is devoted to Schelling, while the second and third are devoted respectively to Bergson and Husserl, two thinkers not normally associated with Romanticism. From this point of view, Schelling's philosophy forms the background for these two 20th-century thinkers, who are to a certain extent viewed as different heirs to the Schellingian legacy. Bergson conceives being as primordial and temporal, while developing the thesis of a natural operation, which is neither mechanism nor teleology. When Husserl follows the limits of reflexive philosophy with respect to nature, he is led to the unexpected consequences articulated in his unpublished manuscripts. Two different directions, sometimes opposed, but largely contemporaneous, are thus anticipated by Schelling, one concerning natural productivity, the other the limits of reflexive philosophy. The reading of Schelling will thus be the occasion to place Husserlian phenomenology and Bergsonian metaphysics in direct but productive opposition, which in its turn will allow Merleau-Ponty to free himself from the residues of idealism in phenomenology, and thus to push it beyond philosophy of consciousness, and the residues of positivism in Bergsonism, and thus to read Bergson more generously than he had previously, placing an emphasis on the negative at the heart of being. Point 6. Through this negotiation, Merleau-Ponty's own position begins to emerge. We see that what allows Merleau-Ponty to bring Husserl and Bergson to the bargaining table is the preliminary reading of Schelling. The situation of Schelling in the course is thus double. In the working note cited above, however, Merleau-Ponty also specifies the perspective in which he will grasp the meaning and significance of the Barbarian principle. That is, he specifies the way in which he will read Schelling. This precision resituates Schelling, this time with respect to Merleau-Ponty's own project. We already know that we need not seek nature d'autrefois. There are certain lived experiences like the time of sleep, for example, dreams, memory, in which the logic always new, always the same, which hints at a logic of stiff tongue, shows itself. Bergson's notions of duration and simultaneity, alluded to in the note, may be useful for understanding these experiences, or inversely, these experiences understood against the background of Schelling may well teach us how to read Bergson. But strikingly, Merleau-Ponty announces, in a manner descriptive of his own project, the perspective in which he will grasp Schelling's thought. What is required, in order to grasp the significance of what is shown, is a psychoanalysis of nature. It is the flesh, the mother. A psychoanalysis is thus required, and it would have to be complemented by a parallel analysis of the flesh and the mother, since a philosophy of the flesh is the condition without which psychoanalysis remains anthropology. But how does Merleau-Ponty understand this psychoanalysis? He specifies its character in a note written a few weeks later. It would be neither Freudian/clinical, there is no expectation of a cure or transference, nor Sartrean/existential, there is no hole to be filled nor a desire to be in itself for itself, but rather, it would be an ontological psychoanalysis. 6.1, 323, 62, 270, emphasis added. A preliminary psychoanalysis of nature will be thus articulated within an ontological perspective, as the psychoanalysis of natural being. We can gain some clarity as to what such an ontological psychoanalysis of natural being would mean by briefly considering the preface he wrote in 1960 for the work of Dr. Hesnard, a text where once again we find a telling allusion to the Barbarian principle. In this short text, Merleau-Ponty examines the convergence of a phenomenology that descends into its own basement, with Freudian research 7. Even if these researchers are no longer shocking with their recall of what there is of the barbaric in us, ppf. 70, psychoanalysis, like phenomenology, is directed toward a zone of experience that we have not integrated. Psychoanalysis and phenomenology are directed to the same latency, which the psychoanalysts designate by the word unconscious, ppf. 71. Freudian research is thus understood as the persistent interrogation of the Barbarian principle of natural being, of which the experiential integration remains a task to realize. And even if the name given by psychoanalysis to this principle remains problematic, philosophy does not give us the means to express better this intemporal, this indestructible in us. The name, in fact, matters little, for what is essential is to know that the word is the index of a mystery, ppf. 71. An ontological psychoanalysis of nature would thus take as its project the disclosure of the same latency that phenomenology at its limits takes as its ultimate task, a latency that psychoanalysis may call the unconscious, and that Schelling may name the Barbarian principle. In several places in the working notes, Merleau-Ponty clarifies how he understands this latency, which serves to underline the ontological aspect of this psychoanalysis. The emphasis is definitively not on a psyche as the subject of this analysis, for if it were, Merleau-Ponty would be unable to free himself of the notion of the tacit cogito. In a note he writes, "Perception is unconscious." What is the unconscious? That which functions like a pivot, an existential, and in this sense, it is and is not perceived. For one perceives only figures on levels, and one perceives them only by their relation to the level, which is thus unperceived. The perception of the level, always between objects, it is that around which. The occult in psychoanalysis, the unconscious, is of this sort. It is the hinge, 61, 243, 62, 189. This note recalls to us the nature of perception as a diacritical, relative, and oppositive system, and that the perceived world endures only through the reflections, shadows, levels, and horizons between things, which are not things and are not nothing, but on the contrary mark out by themselves the fields of possible variation in the same thing and in the same world, S1, 202, S2, 160. The function of the unconscious is understood as that which makes there be these shadows and reflections, as that which differentiates the perceived world, and makes it endure. As an existential, it names a structure that sustains and discloses the perceived world. We are also reminded that the perceived world is at bottom, being, in the sense that Heidegger gives to it, 61, 223, 62, 170. The ontological character of the psychoanalysis of nature is thus underscored. It will disclose the structures that allow being to appear. Point 8. To the extent that psychoanalysis and phenomenology share, in Merleau-Ponty's reading, the same goal, and if this ontological psychoanalysis is the way in which Merleau-Ponty will grasp Schelling's Barbarian principle, then we can begin to see how Schelling is situated with respect to Merleau-Ponty's project. Nature, the Barbarian principle, is linked to the unconscious, the hinge that separates and joins, that marks out difference, that allows the perceived world or being to appear. This recalls Schelling's problem, cited above, which Merleau-Ponty identified as our problem. We can therefore say that Schelling's situation in Merleau-Ponty's later thought is a crucial one. Schelling's thought is situated at l'ecru that allows being to appear. Let us turn now to Merleau-Ponty's reading of Schelling as he develops it in the first course on nature. As we follow Merleau-Ponty's elaboration, we will have to attend more carefully to three moments of Schelling's oeuvre. The first of these is drawn from Schelling's early nature philosophy. 2. The problem of ground and erste Natur. Schelling, the wunderkind of German idealism, was strongly marked by Spinoza and Fichte while he was at the Tübingen Stift, but it was above all the Kantian critical project that formed his immediate intellectual horizon. As Merleau-Ponty notes, the first critique is the departure point of the Schellingen adventure. Kant wrote therein in reference to the Cartesian ontology of the object that the unconditioned necessity that we so indispensably need as the ultimate support of all things is the veritable abyss of Grund of human reason 9, that is, the positive object in Descartes God himself is, as an abyss, unthinkable, and thus to know the ground of what is remains beyond the limits and is the ruin of human knowledge. Later, in 76 of the Critique of Judgment, whose influence on Schelling must never be underestimated, Kant writes that the concept of an absolutely necessary being the subgrund of reason, though an indispensable idea of reason, is for human understanding an unattainable problematic concept. 10 Further on in the paragraph, Kant continues that reason, when it considers nature theoretically, has to assume the idea that the original basis Grund, primal ground has unconditioned necessity. But when it considers nature practically, it similarly presupposes its own causality as unconditioned, as far as nature is concerned, i.e., its own freedom, since it is conscious of its own moral command. 11. For Kant, on the one hand, the attempt to understand this Grund will always be a disaster, an abyss. For Schelling, on the other hand, what is for Kant the ruin of thought names a problem, or more precisely, the problem of ground. We already know that this ground, i.e., the unconditioned necessity of Grund, the absolute ground of all that is, or in a word, God, must be a living ground, because, as Schelling claims in the Freedom Essay, God is not a God of the dead but of the living, I/7, 346, f1, 19. It is incomprehensible that an all-perfect being could rejoice in even the most perfect mechanism possible. No matter how one pictures to oneself the procession of creatures from God, it can never be a mechanical one, nor a mere construction or setting up in stelen, whereby the construct is not in itself. Just as certainly, it cannot be an emanation whereby that which has flowed forth remains the same as its source, thus lacking individuality and independence. The procession of things from God is God's self-revelation. But God can only reveal himself in what is like him, in free beings that act by themselves, for whose existence there is no ground save God, but who are as God is. He speaks, and they are there, I/7, 346 to 347, f1, 19. The problem of ground then is no ordinary problem. In these few lines, Schelling gathers a host of matters around this central problem of ground. Among them we note the issues of identity and difference, the possibility of freedom, the question of system, and most importantly, the question of life and living generation. The problem of ground will be determined in manifold ways throughout Schelling's text, but it will never cease to be a problem indeed, the problem. With this in mind, he worries about how we can even designate it except as primal ground Grund or, rather, as non-ground ungrund, I/7, 406, f1, 87, translation modified. This originary non-ground precedes the opposition of all dualistic oppositions as their absolute indifference. The whole of the Schellingen enterprise will be to understand how this indifference differentiates itself and thus makes such oppositions possible, that is, to understand productivity and generation. As a brief parenthesis, and in order to underscore the centrality of this problem both in Schelling's work and for Merleau-Ponty's reading of it, we turn to a fortuitous passage from Heidegger's On the Essence of Ground. There, in the third and final section of this essay, Heidegger writes that, we shall name the originary relation of freedom to ground a grounding. In grounding, freedom gives and takes ground. In the first edition, this passage read, places into the groundless, abyss of ground, non-ground. This grounding, is strewn in manifold ways. There are three such ways: 1. Grounding as establishing Stiften, 2. Grounding as taking up a basis Bodenemen, 3. grounding as the grounding of something begrunden. 12. Heidegger will want to determine the ontological character of this grounding relation from out of the transcendence of Dasein, and so for him this problem is situated within the horizon of the question of being. For us, on the other hand, that Stifton is named as one of the ways in which grounding construes itself, and that in this naming, it evidently cannot have an ordinary, ontic meaning, confirms our earlier suggestion concerning Merleau-Ponty's reinscription of Stifton as Stifton. Indeed, Heidegger goes on, this manner of grounding has a priority. As a thinker of stiff tongue, Merleau-Ponty thoughtfully poses and interrogates the problem of ground and thus installs himself in the problem horizon already delimited by the thought of Schelling. But let us return to Schelling, and the way in which he further determines this character of this problem of ground in the third, 1815, version of his unfinished project on the ages of the world. In the closing pages, he writes that this primal ground is not nothing, not a purely formal and regulative constructum, not natural mechanical matter, but rather, if they were capable of penetrating the exterior surface of things, they would discover that the true prime matter of all life and existence is precisely what is horrifying. I/8, 339, 104. A few paragraphs later, he claims that, without this principle which resists thinking, the world would already be dissolved into nothing. I/8, 343, 107. He identifies this as the Barbarian principle that, when overcome but not annihilated, is the foundation of all greatness and beauty. I/8, 343, 106. We have already glimpsed that this Barbarian, primal ground is lacking in all of modern philosophy, which in virtue of this lack, has emasculated itself. I/7, 357, f1, 31, this living ground, we know, is nature. Nature, then, as the Barbarian principle, is neither to be dissolved by the menstruum alchemical prime matter of the sharpest concept nor to go up in smoke in the fire of spiritual thinking. I/8, 343, 107. There is, as Merleau-Ponty notes, a resistance of nature. Now even though Schelling does not explicitly deploy Barbarian principle as a predicate for nature until the sketches for the ages of the world, it and along with it, the problem of ground it is present in his early works. During the period of his nature philosophy, he names it Erste Natur. The representative texts at the core of the nature philosophy form a triptych. The Ideen zu einer Philosophie der Natur in 1797 were followed a year later by von der Weltseele, and then by the Erste Entwurfssystems der Naturphilosophie, originally given as a course in 1799. In La Nature, Merleau-Ponty offers a summary account of Schelling's essays, a volume edited and translated by Vladimir Jankelevich, comprising these three key texts in whole or in part. In his summary, it is above all from the last of the three that Merleau-Ponty draws. Erste Natur, he writes, is both passive and active, product and productivity, but a productivity that always needs to produce something else, for example, human generation, which ceaselessly renews itself. This productivity is never exhausted except in death, a production that is not all-powerful, but which never terminates its productivity. It is characterized by a double movement of expansion and contraction, and of a movement of rotation, which produces nothing definitive. N1, 61. In the prefatory part of the Erste Entwurf, entitled Outline of the Whole, we find these lines. So that a real activity makes itself into an infinite and productive activity, and as such, an ideal activity, this activity must be inhibited, retarded. Yet since the activity is originarily only one, it cannot exhaust itself in a final product, and in each individual product, the tendency towards the infinite development must have its place again. The analysis cannot be permitted to end in a thing which is only a product, it can stop only at that which is purely productive. It is precisely for this reason that this is the goal at which our analysis will never arrive. Point 13. This productive activity is thus originarily singular and expansive, but in order that it produces something, it must be inhibited lest it dissolve in the infinite. This inhibition, Schelling tells us a few lines later, is conceivable only on the sole condition that the formative drive divides itself in two opposed directions. There is thus a sort of internal scission within this activity, whereby it differentiates itself and thus opposes itself to itself. The inhibitive splitting of the formative drives gives to nature a general duplicity, which is the condition of all production, without which there would be nothing. What is produced is nothing definitive, is nothing other than the productivity inhibited. But recall that this productivity can never be exhausted. The product contains the productivity in potential as the capacity to reproduce itself, as a generative capacity. This duplicity on a deeper level will appear as the differentiation of the sexes, and it is in this sense that the internal contradiction of erste Natur is the condition for all life. But also, that the productivity is inexhaustible means that it will overtake the product, for this is nature's struggle against everything individual. 14. Nature is thus as destructive as it is productive. Its coming to be is also its passing away, and in this sense can be said to name das Wesen des Grunds. The rhetoric of nature's destructivity is heard everywhere in Schelling's work, and Merleau-Ponty cites several examples, from the Freedom Essay, that echo some moments from Kant's Analytic of the Sublime. Nature as a destructive fire and as the anger of God, and as destructive and savage recalls 78 of the Critique of Judgment, where Kant speaks of nature in its wildest, most unbridled disorder and devastation, and as an abyss that menaces to gobble everything up. 15. This destructive face of nature is underscored in Schelling's description of it as a barbarian principle, borrowing from the Greek beta rho beta alpha rho omicron, signifying the strange, the foreign, the savage, the uncultivated non-Greeks who would invade and ravage the Greek Apolline civilization. What is barbaric and terrible is thus linked to a Dionysian irrationality. As irrational, it is also unruly, Schelling tells us, and the question then is to understand how this unruliness becomes ruled, how the irrational becomes rational, how chaos becomes order. A clue to this auto-regulation has already been gathered from the nature of productivity, by sundering itself in two, by differentiating itself. The originarily expansive force of nature opposes itself to itself, contracts itself, and thus makes itself orderly. In so doing, the primal ground as productivity is repressed, contained, or sent away. Grund ist ab Grund, and products are generated as orderly, rational, grounded creatures. The principium of the barbarian principle understood as this auto-differentiation is thus the essential of life. The productivity always remains unmasterable by its products, and in this sense, it remains irrational, uncultivatable, barbarian. A question here imposes itself: if this productivity remains essentially unmasterable, blind, and unconscious, I/3, 269, then how can a reflexive philosophy of consciousness ever secure a purchase on it? Does not every attempt by science, be it an ideal or real science, in its attempt to represent nature to thought, give us but a violation of nature, a dead product? Such worry was at the heart of Schelling's critiques of both Fichte and Spinoza, just as it animates Merleau-Ponty's own critique of science in texts as early as The Structure of Behavior. Happily, the Prince of Romanticism, to use Royce's phrase, was also a true phenomenologist. For him, the question is not to think this activity, and indeed, this activity that reflexive, idealist philosophy cannot grasp, this irreflectible or unreflected, will make reflection flounder at its limits, but rather, to live leben it and to experience leben it, cited in N1, 63. Thus it would be in the thickness our own lived experience that we prove this living ground. As Merleau-Ponty notes, nature outside of us is revealed by the nature that we are, N1, 267, and for him, the nature that we are is the flesh of the body structured as a dehiscence or opening to. In virtue of this opening or dehiscence, there is an inenander or intertwining of the human and nature. Schelling goes further and says that I am identical to nature, and as such, I understand it as well as my own life, which is to say that the I of idealism and erste Natur have a common ground in pre-objective being. 16. This parallelism already anticipates the outcome of the 1800 system, as we shall see, but for the moment, let us remind ourselves that Schelling's nature philosophy is itself an essential part of his effort to work out the problem of living ground. This working out reveals the problem of ground to be the problem of life in general. From this working out, we have learned that the essence of life does not consist at all in a force, but rather in a free play of forces which is continually sustained by some external influence, i.e., in other words a material principle. Organization and life do not express anything at all which exists in itself, but only a specific form of being. The principle of life is therefore only the cause of a certain form of being, not the cause of being itself. I/2, 566. We are thus reminded that nature as living ground makes beings stand forth. It does so by differentiating itself, and in so doing, opens the space of difference out of which beings emerge and stand forth. That certain form of being that can reflect on the principle of life is human being. What is shown when a conscious, free being reflects on its unconscious past? 3. The unreflected, nature as transcendental unconscious. We have just seen that the Barbarian principle marks an excess of being over the consciousness of being, N1, 61, and as destructive, not only does it disconcert reflection but even threatens to consume it. Merleau-Ponty can thus characterize the Schellingen project as an attempt to rediscover nature in our perceptive experience before reflection, N1, 63, or better, to rediscover what Merleau-Ponty calls, with respect to the Husserlian enterprise, être brut. But for Schelling, the emphasis on the destructive face of nature indicates not so much being that, as brute, has not been worked over by the determinations of reflection, but rather, savage being, être savage. Merleau-Ponty often uses these two terms appositively, sometimes interchangeably, but it is important to hear the echo of the Schellingen Barbarian principle in être savage, the productivity and destructivity of nature that is not heard in the Husserlian être brut. Unlike Bergson, Merleau-Ponty assesses, Husserl had no truck with natural productivity, but there is nevertheless something that brings Schelling and Husserl together. We need not think être savage, but rather live it and experience it, because it is the principle of life. But what if we did undertake to think it, by means of an idealist philosophy of reflection? What would such an attempt look like, and what would it yield? It is around this question that Husserl and Schelling keep company, for like Schelling, Husserl wanted to rehabilitate the idea of nature in the framework of a reflexive philosophy, and like Schelling, is led to unexpected, sometimes radical, consequences, N1, 102. The evidence of this in Husserl is the persistent failure of the epoche to overcome the natural attitude, a failure, which may well be due to the weight or resistance of nature. In Schelling, the evidence is in the system of transcendental idealism, 1800. Schelling proposes in this seminal text to reconstruct a progressive history of the consciousness of self, I/3, 330, st. 2. The ground of this consciousness of self rests on the agreement of something objective and something subjective, a pre-established harmony, that is, on a point of absolute difference, on a non-ground prior to all difference, just as in the nature philosophy, I/3, 334, st. 5.17. But whereas erste Natur was blindly and unconsciously productive, the productivity of the self in transcendental idealism is conscious and free. Moreover, nature's goal, if it can be said to purposive and teleological, is to become aware of itself, but the dead and unconscious products of nature are merely abortive attempts that she makes to reflect herself, attempts that fail precisely because they cannot make a product of their productivity. The goal is achieved only through the last and highest order of reflection, which is none other than man, I/3, 341, st. 6. Presumably, self-conscious man can grasp and represent to itself what the products of nature cannot. This presumption is put to the test in the 1800 system. Finally, in the nature philosophy, the problem of ground was grasped as the Barbarian principle. Here, too, it will be grasped as a principle, and Schelling tells us straight away that this principle shall be the intellectual intuition, or more simply, the principle of identity, which is the same as the principle of ground. I/7, 359, f1, 34. We can see then that the self and erste Natur, transcendental idealism and nature philosophy, share a common root, share in the problem of ground, the same problem that Kant articulated in 76 of the Critique of Judgment, as we noted earlier. In what way is this construal of the problem of ground qua intellectual intuition, on or through which is grounded the self to be understood? In the system, the self grounds itself. This grounding is understood as an intellectual intuition, through which there arises for us the self, insofar as it is its own product, at once producing and produced. The identity between self as producing and self as produced is expressed in the proposition self equals self, I/3, 366, st. 25. The equals by no means names the identity of the self-same, but rather of transitive productivity, as we shall see. This motif is already familiar to us from earlier. The self is understood as a generative and infinite activity that produces itself from out of itself. In order that the self becomes conscious of itself, it must produce its contradictory term, that is, it must produce itself as object for itself. This happens in the impenetrable immediacy or eternity, and as such, the self is nothing more than a producing that becomes an object to itself, that is, an intellectual intuition. But now this latter is an absolutely free action, and so cannot be demonstrated, but only demanded. I/3, 369, st. 27. The principle or ground of self-consciousness is, in its immediacy, posited. But a system of transcendental idealism wants to represent and demonstrate this principle as the ground of all knowledge, and to do so, must mediate it, breaking it up into discrete epochs and then try to reconstruct its history. The system is a record of this history. The reconstructed history is destined by the activity of the intellectual intuition. We already know that the intellectual intuition is that activity by which the self becomes an object to itself. A temporality is thus implied. This immediate act wherein the self becomes an object for itself, and recognizes itself in this object constitutes the originary agreement that grounds the self, what Schelling later calls indifference. He names here the concept of subject-object. Herein we can see that, as with the Barbarian principle, the activity of the self divides itself, differentiates itself as subject and object, attempts to represent itself to itself. But this attempt to represent itself to itself as the originary indifference that it is requires that it already be divided against itself. Thus, as with erste Natur, the originary singular activity of the self must differentiate itself, there must be an originary identity in duplicity and vice versa. I/3, 389, st. 42. In attempting to represent itself to itself, the originary identity or indifference of the self is lost. The history of self-consciousness is the attempt of the self to lay hold of itself again in its unity. In becoming object to itself, the originary, singular, infinite activity limits itself, and thus mediates its immediacy. Schelling attends to this limitation with the same care that he treated inhibition in the nature philosophy. The generative activity of the intellectual intuition produces itself as an object for itself, and thus limits its expansive and infinite activity. Like the natural product, the objective self is also only the productivity inhibited, or activity limited. It thus is nothing definitive save an equally infinite opposing, contract-active activity that checks the expansive force, hence a duplicity in identity. Between these two, there is a conflict of absolutely opposed activities. This conflict is itself infinite, but not a stalemate. Rather, the conflict is understood as a third activity, a synthesis, a productive product. As with the natural product, this synthetic product contains the duplicitous activity, but does not exhaust or neutralize it. The product is thus only a finite limit, which will be transcended by the infinite activity of the self. In order to represent itself to itself, the activity must limit itself. But in its representation of itself as limited, it represents itself as objectified. If the intellectual intuition is infinite activity, how can it recognize itself in a finite, limited product? It cannot, for in producing itself as an object, the self produces itself as what it is not. Its attempt to become aware of itself is always directed back to the activity objectified, and not the activity itself. Insofar as the activity remains withdrawn as an activity from the object, then the intellectual intuition remains unconscious. For the self to become conscious of itself, the originary identity subject-object must be split in two as subject and object, for this division is the condition of all consciousness, a transcendental unconscious. And yet, as we have just seen, the originary act, because it is the condition of all limitation and all consciousness, does not come to consciousness and remains unconscious, I/3, 409, st. 58. The intellectual intuition is thus the unconscious condition of all consciousness, and as such, does not come to consciousness, precisely because the effort is undertaken from within the orders of consciousness. What consciousness cannot grasp, then, is the originary unity from which it emerges, i.e., its own unconscious past. Just as the natural product cannot grasp its own productivity as such, so, too, can the self not represent to itself its own activity. Thus, transcendental idealism's attempt to think its own ground through mediated and reconstructed history of the immediate act of intellectual intuition will be a failure, for it cannot prove the ground that it posits. This means consequently that neither transcendental idealism nor the nature philosophy is able to take hold of its ground. Each is a necessary complement to the other, but neither alone can be an absolute science. In this sense, the system of transcendental idealism can be read as a critique of reflexive, idealist philosophy. Its express aim is to provide proof of the system of all knowledge, I/3, 330, st. 1, but in fact it ends up undermining the very notion of system. There is a remainder that the system cannot take account of. In other words, what the system as a work of reflection discovers is that when reflection encounters the unreflected, it flounders. And we already know that this remainder that idealist philosophy cannot account for is the natural productivity of the barbaric principle. When a philosophy of consciousness tries to think natural being, it comes up against the unreflected, and falters. Merleau-Ponty sees this failure already programmed in the Husserlian phenomenological reduction, which on the one hand makes the world appear in its phenomenality as a noematic object, but on the other hand resists and confounds this idealization. Like idealist reflection, the phenomenological reduction is a productive failure in that it reveals the unreflected as the backside of things, allowing Husserl to claim that nature is the other side of man, 274. Nowhere more than in the last texts does Husserl try to lay hold of pre-reflexive being, être brut, or a more originary world, anterior to all activity, a world before every thesis, the perceived world, N1, 105. Merleau-Ponty's critique of Husserlian idealism and reflection thus parallels Schelling's critique in 1800. We must remember that the perceived world is being in the Heideggerian sense. To the extent that Schelling describes the structures whereby the perceived world appears, he is engaged in an ontological project. The question of being is posed within the horizon of the problem of ground, which here is thought as the transcendental unconscious. This unconscious is surely not Freudian, but equally surely, Schelling's introduction of psychoanalytic vocabulary and concepts is not unrelated to later developments in Vienna. In proposing an ontological psychoanalysis of nature, is Merleau-Ponty not referring to the problem of ground and therefore also the question of being as Schelling poses them in his work? At the very least, such a referral discloses a barbarian productivity and Grund or Ungrund that in its withdrawal, lets beings appear. Inversely, it is only indirectly through these beings that being can be disclosed. There is thus a curious circularity, a Nachtraglichkeit, or après coup, described in Schelling, This circularity is already hinted at by Merleau-Ponty as early as the structure of behavior, wherein he poses the problem of the Gestalt. This later becomes the question how to take account of the phenomenon of life, which he says, is at the center of the course on the idea of nature and maybe of all philosophy, N1, 194, at the very least, we see that it is at the center of Schelling's philosophy. Does not this Nachtraglichkeit take us to the very heart of the problem of ground? Is this not the reason that an Urgrund must be thought as ungrund? Before proceeding to that moment in Schelling's work where he most radically poses the problem of ground, we think it worthwhile to open a brief parenthesis concerning the concluding of the system of transcendental idealism, as doing so will give us further insight into some aspects of Merleau-Ponty's late work. Philosophical reflection does not manage to grasp the originary identity of this activity, but where philosophy fails in its task, art succeeds. The sixth, extra-systematic part of the system is dedicated to art, the universal organ and document of philosophy, which ever and again continues to speak to us of what philosophy cannot depict in external form, namely the unconscious element in acting and producing, and its original identity with the conscious, I/3, 628, st. 231. The work of art reflects to us what is inaccessible to intuition, it shows what philosophy cannot demonstrate, and the question is, how? The work of art begins freely and consciously in the intentional activity of the artist, but in order for it to reflect the originary identity, the free and conscious activity must be related to a mysterious power, that is, joined to the unconscious. I/3, 628, st. 224. In the grips of this power, the artist is overtaken by the hand of necessity. The artist, despite all his projects, seems, under the rapport of what is properly objective in its production, to be under the influence of a power that separates it from all other men, and obliges him to express or to represent things that do not penetrate completely and of which the meaning is infinite. I/3, 617, st. 223. In so far as the artist is a genius, nature speaks through him and completes for him the work he had begun. The work of art then is a reflection of the originary unity, an objectification of the intellectual intuition. In The Origin of the Work of Art, Heidegger calls this the establishment Stiftung of truth. The moment when artist genius surrenders herself to this mysterious power must be strange indeed. One wonders if she does not feel captive to the things, if she does not feel herself looked at by the things. Thus, this moment in eye and mind is not at all indicative of some artistic schizophrenia, quite the contrary, it is an attempt to think phenomenologically what Schelling, like Kant before him, has named genius. But let us close this parenthesis and proceed to that moment in Schelling's text wherein he articulates what Merleau-Ponty will claim as our problem. For nature as the unconscious of God. The most radical questioning of ground, and thus also the most profound interrogation of necessary being and the ontology of the object, is found in the 1809 Freedom Essay. Here Schelling once again takes up the Barbarian principle and emphasizes its barbaric face. He tells us that the world that we perceive today, all is rule, order, and configuration. However, irregularity remains always subtending, as if it could still pierce through again. It seems that nowhere does order and form represent something originary, but that it is an initial irregularity that had been ordered and regulated. Such is what in the things constitutes the ungraspable ground of their reality, the absolutely irreducible residue, which despite the greatest efforts never lets itself be undone and leads back to understanding, but remains eternally in the background. It is that which is thus deprived of understanding that is born understanding. I/7, 359-360, F1, 34, translation modified. When irregularity becomes ruled, the result is the world that we perceive, irregularity the Barbarian principle of difference, and therefore of life continues to operate beneath or in what is ruled. The description of this auto-regulation occurs in a singular scene, the scene wherein God gives birth to himself, to which Merleau-Ponty explicitly alludes. The scene is staged in terms of the problem of ground. Point 18 Schelling contests that to be separated from God, things must come forth from a ground different from him. But as nothing can be outside of God, the only solution to this contradiction is that the things have their ground in that which in God himself is not himself, that is, what makes the ground of his existence. I/7, 359, F1, 33. How? What is this not God that is in God the ground of God's existence? We already know that the principle of this ground must not express an identity that, turning in a circle of self-sameness, would be non-progressive, and thereby, insensible and deprived of life. The unity of this principle is immediately creative. I/7, 346, F1, 18. The concern here is for the productivity and transitivity of life, inherited later by Bergson as the Allah vital. The ground must be living, its principle creative. This creativity is not a mechanical production of the same, but rather, as is Eugen, is bound to a living reproductivity of difference, a continual Anziehung, which is, as we have seen, the very definition of life for Schelling, constituting the ground as something real and effective, without which there would be only death. Because nothing is outside of God, this ground of his existence must be found in him. Yet, there is, and there must be, a difference between ground and existence, and the ground must thus be what is not God. Schelling explains, this ground is not God viewed as absolute, that is insofar as he exists. For it is only the ground of his existence, it is nature in God, inseparable from him, but nevertheless distinguishable from him. I/7, 358, F1, 32. In order to explain this relation between nature and God more clearly, Schelling takes up an example from his nature philosophy, the example of gravity. Gravity precedes the light as an eternally obscure ground, which is not itself and which flees in the night while the light rises. Light itself does not manage to break the seal under which it is enclosed, for what relative to gravity seems inexistent belongs in itself to the ground. I/7, 358, F1, 32. Like light, God comes to his existence, he becomes himself. Yet he also belongs to the ground, and so when God comes to his existence, the ground flees. Once again, we see the structure of Nachtraglichkeit. God contains himself in the inner ground of his existence, but similarly God is prior to the ground, as this ground as such could not be if God did not exist in actuality. I/7, 358, F1, 33. When God represses nature, when he masters himself, he properly exists, but nature can be his ground only if he already exists. But he is never independent of this ground, which remains in him as repressed. In order to bring this closer to us, Schelling offers a more human example. The being of the ground is a longing sense such that continually forces the one to give birth to itself. It is not itself one, but is however co-eternal with it. I/7, 359, F1, 34. Nature is thus a desiring, a suffering, to be what it is. As such, as desire, it is what it is not, a lack, a negativity. God suffers from this desire to become himself from out of his ground. It has the character of a will, but Schelling says, a will in which there is no understanding, a will which for this reason is not an autonomic and perfect will, since it is the understanding which is properly said the will at the heart of will, the concern for a will which wants understanding, a will that is not conscious. I/7, 359, F1, 34. Sensucht is thus a will that does not understand what it wants, and it wants nothing other than wanting. Schelling calls it der Nichtwille and Wille, and it constitutes a first potency of being, the Seinskennend, the being able to be. This indeterminate wanting of being able to be is the infinite lack of being and refers itself only to itself. However, it is already not nothing. Its own essence, its being able to be obliges it to be already, and as such, it determines itself. It must be something. There is thus a second potency, the necessity of being, das Seinsmussend, and it is constrained to be what it is, and it does not have its own will. The will without understanding is indeterminate and made determinate. In this regard, the will, which is sensucht, or nature, configures itself, determines itself. This birth of regularity is also the birth of God. But the birth of God and the imposition of order do not exhaust the being able to be of the originary will, which persists but as sent away, repressed as an absolutely irreducible residue, as an always operant power that manifests itself as the anger of God. We begin to see that necessity, that unthinkable upgrund of thought, is not unconditioned. The will thus wills itself to be, and God is born of this willing. But he does not yet know himself. To do so requires that he see himself in an image, that he pass through something like the mirror stage. Schelling specifies, in response to the desire that is from the obscure ground, the first emotion of the divine creature, an internal reflexive representation is formed in God himself, thanks to which God perceives himself in an image. It is through this representation that God, considered absolutely, is realized effectively for the first time. I/7, 360-361, F1, 35, translation modified. In other words, thanks to this image, God becomes determinate, becomes what he is and knows himself as such, while guarding within himself the destructive fire of nature, his unconscious ground. At this moment, thanks to the image, God is what he should be, and this is the third potency, the sine solent. He should be what he is, and is what he should be. Yet the possibility persists that he may be otherwise. Unlike Descartes, necessary being is what it is, but not because it could not be otherwise. It is the consequence and risk of his living ground, and it is here that we mark the difference from the Cartesian ontology of necessary being. God thus comes to be. He is a Wesen in virtue of a languorous will that seeks to know itself. This will turns out to be nature, which moves in anticipation like a surging billowing sea, similar to the matter of Plato, following some dark, uncertain law, incapable in itself of forming anything that can endure. I/7, 361, F1, 35. It remains for us to interrogate this representation that forms in God. Schelling tells us that it is at the same time the understanding the word of this desire. I/7, 361, F1, 36. Double consequence, God pronounces the word, and this exteriorization is at the same time the sending away or repression of desire, of Grund as of Grund. The verbal exteriorization of God, his contraction outside of himself, is his self-showing. It gives form to the instruments of his revelation, that is, the world. I/7, 361, F1, 36. The pronouncement of the word is thus the institution of God as ideality, as symbolic matrix. The Schellingian irony, as Zizek has rightly shown, is that the pronouncement of the word, the very moment of creation, implies the finitude of God. 19 Here, in the auto-birthing of God and the pronouncement of the word, we can discern a motif that would seem to be close to an ontological psychoanalysis of nature, that is, an interrogation of the manner by which the visible world produces itself from its invisible and unconscious past, a past that was never present. Even if Schelling published almost nothing after the Freedom Essay, he continues to interrogate the problem of ground, most notably in his unfinished project on the ages of the world, which we will not take up here, as well as in the philosophy of mythology and revelation and the project of positive philosophy more generally. But we will observe that in the three surviving early sketches constituting Die Weltalter project, Schelling does not get out of the absolute past, the first age of the world, does not succeed in coming to the absolute present. In this sense, the Wesen de Grunds remains a problem. V. Conclusion. We can begin to discern what Merleau-Ponty gains from this reading of Schelling. By way of conclusion, let us try to summarize and assess these gains. First, as we indicated at the outset, Schelling occupies a pivotal role in Merleau-Ponty's development, and especially in law nature. Schelling is the philosopher who most radically interrogates the Cartesian ontology of the object. This ontology is governed by the notion of necessary being, inherited by Kant, via Leibniz, as the problem of ground. Whereas for Kant, for whom the Grund ist Abgrund marks the limit or ruin of thought, for Schelling, on the other hand, everything happens in the space opened by the Caesura, by the Abdash. For it is in this space opened by the sending away of ground that beings come into presence, and it is precisely this becoming, this Wesen, that is Schelling's central preoccupation. In order for the primal ground to know itself, and we have seen this primal ground construed as force, activity, and productivity, it must differentiate itself, hence it becomes productivity, ground proper, and product, existence, where the former is contained in, but not contained by, the latter. But this differentiation means that what is originary is sent back, repressed, irrevocably lost. On the one hand, there thus seems to be a sort of romantic nostalgia for the origin, but on the other hand, because the ground can be discerned only on the basis of what is grounded, there is a Nachtraglichkeit of the origin. In Lacanian terms, the real is always already caught up in and construed through the symbolic, hence for Schelling, the Urgrund becomes an Ungrund. It is in these terms that Schelling poses the question of being. His project is a phenomenological attempt to describe how being shows itself. What are the consequences of this attempt for Merleau-Ponty? We have seen that Schelling's attempt to pose the question of ground within the framework of transcendental idealism leads to a profound critique of reflexive philosophy, mirroring and enriching Merleau-Ponty's own exploration of the limits of phenomenology. It would be in light of this exploration that we would situate Merleau-Ponty's reading of the late texts by Husserl, notably The Origin of Geometry and foundational investigations of the phenomenological origin of the spatiality of nature, sometimes referred to as The Earth Does Not Move. In this latter text, on which Merleau-Ponty comments at the end of the discussion of the romantic concept of nature, we see Husserl led to the investigation of our objects, notably the earth, which as the bodin of our lived experience, is not and cannot be constituted by consciousness, remaining withdrawn from every representation of it, but that nevertheless engenders all objects and representations of objects and contains all ulterior possibilities, serves as their cradle, N1, 110.20 in. This way, we are led back to the problem of Stiftung and Stiftung in Merleau-Ponty's work. Stiftung, Heidegger told us, is a construal of the problem of ground, and we can see in what ways Schelling's work helps to shape Merleau-Ponty's own investigations. Not only does the question of Stiftung underscore certain aspects of Merleau-Ponty's critique of Husserlian idealism, but also serves to outline Merleau-Ponty's confrontation with Heidegger, at which we have hinted throughout this work. This confrontation may well hinge on the phrase Wesen des Grunds, and it would be important to hear all the resonances of Wesen that resound in Heidegger. The development of these hints will be the object of an ulterior work. Unlike Schelling, Merleau-Ponty does not deploy a vocabulary of force, productivity, and activity, but he does appropriate the principle of differentiation on which this vocabulary depends. We know that it is only through the differences inscribed in it that the perceptual world appears and is known. Double consequence: first, perceptual meaning, and the eventual institution of ideality, as well as the structures through which we experience the perceptual world, emerge as differentiations of one soul and massive adhesion to being, which is the flesh. 6.1, 324, 6.2, 270. The analysis of the flesh that would necessarily complement a psychoanalysis would have to begin from this principle of differentiation. Incidentally, we must recall here that differentiation for Schelling holds what is most barbarian and terrible in abeyance. As a violence that menaces to erupt, we assert that what is repressed may show itself phenomenological through the activity of Dasein as violence and terror. If this be the case, then those readers of Merleau-Ponty who worry that the ontological Merleau-Ponty who so eloquently and elegantly describes the flesh as a connective tissue does not square with the political Merleau-Ponty who cruelly and cold-heartedly defends terror may well find the common unifying basis of Merleau-Ponty's philosophical and political thought in his reading of Schelling, appropriated in the context of a phenomenology of tradition. Second, Schelling's is not an attempt to get at nature in itself, but rather to describe the structures that allow nature to appear. We suggest that Merleau-Ponty, throughout the courses on law nature, rigorously pursues this program, and it is for this reason that he turns to the studies on animality and animal behavior in the second course. Living creatures, through the activity proper to them, inscribe difference in the world, and thus stand out. Through them, life appears as a total pattern irreducible to its parts. The phenomenality of animal life is an important aspect of Merleau-Ponty's concept of nature, insofar as this latter will be understood as a description of the man-animal intertwining, 6.1, 328, 6.2, 274. Differentiation and the negativity that it implies makes beings stand forth, and thus discloses the phenomenon of life. Finally, if we recall that perception and the perceptual world are to be understood diacritically, then it becomes apparent that Schelling's influence will also be felt with respect to language, the logos, and more particularly, the logos of the sensible world. Or rather, it might be more correct to say that the lessons derived from the reading of Schelling will be taken up and reinscribed in the realm, the flesh, of language. A cursory glance at the working notes confirms this. In his various attempts to formulate a plan for his work in progress, Merleau-Ponty tells us that in reality, all the particular analyses concerning nature, life, the human body, language will make us progressively enter into the Lebenswelt and Être Sauvage, 6.1, 221, 6.2, 167, and so we see that indeed this investigation of the concept of nature is indeed undertaken in order to disclose the world of life, which makes beings appear. The necessary first step, as Merleau-Ponty saw it in 1959, was the analysis of nature, which would have occupied the proposed first part, and indeed, nature occupies this privileged place because nature is understood as a leaf or layer of total being, the ontology of nature as a way towards ontology, a way that we prefer here because the evolution of the concept of nature is a more convincing propedeutic, shows more clearly the necessity of ontological mutation. We show how the concept of nature is always an expression of an ontology and a privileged expression, N1, 265. Although privileged, nature is but one layer, and there will therefore be a whole series of layers of Être Sauvage. There is, Merleau-Ponty notes, a circularity of the research. What is implied in the first part will be taken up and made explicit subsequently, and the constant and major implication of all of this first part is the logos, 6.1, 232, 6.2, 178. The attempt to take hold of the Lebenswelt, the perceived world, the world of silence, must be made in language, such that what is grasped is no longer the world of silence, but rather the articulated world, elevated to Wesson, 6.1, 233, 6.2, 179. Paraphrasing Hegel here, Merleau-Ponty argues that the end of philosophy is to narrate its beginning, and so the beginning of nature will always be retrospectively reconstructed, once again, the structure of Natürlichkeit. Have we not already seen how, in Schelling, God's attempt to take hold of itself requires his exteriorized articulation as the word? Are we not led then to the conclusion that nature as the barbarian principle, as the logos of the sensible world, would be structured like a language, without, as Merleau-Ponty warned at Bonneville, simply reducing it to the category of language? We hear at once in these questions or promissory notes both the anticipated encounter with Heidegger, and to make explicit what has operated implicitly throughout, this encounter would hinge on a reading of Wesson in its manifold resonances, and of the problem of ground, as well as an echo of the project of a psychoanalysis of nature. At the very least, we can now see in what way Schelling is the thinker who engages in the last task of phenomenology. And we can see that the reading of Schelling anticipates and prepares the way for these encounters, and traces out the first wave to be taken up again by subsequent waves lapping on the shore of Merleau-Ponty's late ontology, tracing the outlines or foundations of a work interrupted. Acknowledgements. An earlier version of this essay first appeared as Être Sauvage and the Barbaric Principle, Merleau-Ponty's reading of Schelling, Chiasmae International, Volume 2, 2000, 83-107, and we thank the editors for their permission to reprint it here. We also take the opportunity to signal here that this essay began as an idea emerging from a seminar on German idealism and romanticism with Professor David Krell at DePaul University, Chicago, in 1995 to 1996. The idea became real as a part of my memoir for the Diplôme d'études approfondies, completed at the Université de Paris, 12 Créteil, under the direction of Professeur François Daster. In 1999, at the invitation of Professeur Renaud Barbaras, I rewrote and presented the text in the Séminaire des Archives Husserl at the École Normale Supérieure, Paris. To each of these three teachers, exemplary readers of philosophy, I owe an immense debt of gratitude. Let me also thank Jonathan Derbyshire, Jenny Slatman, Daniel Osko, Dominic Wilsden, Cecilia Sioholm, Alessandro Delco, Matteo Gonfiantini, Christina Sartori, Michael Nas, Pascal Ann Brault, Judith Walls, Bernard Flynn, and my friends and colleagues at the Collegium Phenomenologicum, all of whom aided me immeasurably during the preparation of these materials. And finally, my gratitude to Jason Worth for undertaking to reprint it in this volume, and for his excellent effort to update translations that appear herein with new versions, particularly his own fine translation of the Ages of the World essay, unavailable when I first wrote this text, and his efforts to unmangle a few key passages from the 1936 Ballman translation of the Freedom essay. Chapter 8. Être brut or nature. Merleau-Ponty surveys Schelling. Josep Maria Beck. Abstract. This contribution purports to explain the change in Merleau-Ponty's conception of nature when he dissected Schelling's Nature philosophy in the lectures held in 1956 to 1958 and 1959 to 1960 at the Collège de France. Merleau-Ponty's thought on nature had been evolving steadily. A classical conception as a manifold of objective events bound by causal links had gradually unfolded into a specific interrogation of nature as an internally diffracted reality. The perceived world could then no longer be enclosed in an ancillary nature. Reduced to a mere sheet or layer of total being, nature was a philosophical showcase subordinated to the originary dimension of being and thus opening a pathway to objectivist ontology. However, Merleau-Ponty's standpoint altered radically in the lectures held during the years 1959 to 1960. He assumed that only a rethinking of natural reality could spur the development of ontology. If nature was shown earlier to hinge on the primordial être brut, at present this originary dimension appeared subsidiary to the understanding of nature. By the end of 1960, the supremacy of nature was completely asserted. The concern over being was subordinated to a reflection on nature, grown into the keystone of Merleau-Pontian ontology. Ontology, in short, developed into nature philosophy. The present contribution proves that explaining this priority finally given by Merleau-Ponty to nature over être brut, a shallow change in philosophical standpoint that yet appeared embedded in a deep change, requires some kind of externalist account. As a result, no truth-oriented form of intellectual history can cancel the need for external determinations. Given that irrational factors can take part in a rational reconstruction, in short, our explanatory resources require to be revised. And since any internalist account is in danger to become a mere description masquerading as an explanation, Merleau-Ponty's survey of Schelling regarding the question of nature bears out the necessity of externalism. The primary aim of this essay is to explain the change that the multifaceted conception of nature in Merleau-Ponty's oeuvre went through when he dissected Schelling's Nature philosophy in the lectures on the concept of nature held over a 3-year period, 1956 to 1958, 1959 to 1960, at the Collège de France. As it is well known, Merleau-Ponty's own Nature philosophy had been steadily evolving since his philosophical debut. A former classical or naturalist conception of nature as nature in itself, depicted as a manifold of objective events bound by causal links, had gradually unfolded into a specific interrogation of nature as a reality exceedingly diverse and loaded with inner diffractions. He eventually rejected naturalism because the extraordinary confusion about the idea of nature held by modern thinkers ran parallel to the misunderstandings brought by their naturalism, RC 127. Concurrently, the perceived world or monde could no longer be enclosed in a nature dependent on objectivist ontology. By the onset of these lectures, however, the main outcome of this development was the ancillary status of nature. Its philosophical relevance was declared subsidiary to the overruling originary dimension of being. Indeed, nature signaled a pathway towards ontology because it had been assigned the standing of sheet or layer of total being. The ontology of nature is the way we prefer toward ontology because the evolution of the concept of nature is a more convincing propedeutic, shows more clearly the need of an ontological mutation, N1 265, emphasis added. Natural being, even if it now held the preeminence formerly ascribed to perceived being, mattered insofar as its sens d'être led ultimately to the outstanding notion of his new ontology, the être brut. Nature was thus acknowledged as a propedeutic, a signboard, or a philosophical showcase, but it was permanently subordinated to ontology. At the beginning of the lectures, Merleau-Ponty merely argued against the condescending conception of spirit, history, and human being that came along with the neglect in which the nature philosophy was held, and that made them appear as pure negativity, N1 91. He rejected wholeheartedly, as he puts it, an ontology bent on silencing nature, N1 91. Merleau-Ponty stated then that there was a unique primordial status to nature that was both enigmatic, we are of it, instead of being before it, and expressible, although by indirect means and always outstripping its externalization in instituted science systems. His views on the relationship between the problem of nature and the general problem of ontology were at that time clear-cut. The study of nature is here an introduction to the definition of being, RC 125. Still, a misgiving inevitably came up. Was it worthwhile to set out from nature as a way leading to ontology, to the issue of being? Wouldn't it be more fitting to approach ontology directly, because nature cannot actually be explored without a pre-understanding of natural being? In Merleau-Ponty's own words, how are we to speak of nature, otherwise than enlightened by a conception of being? This perplexity was dispelled by his deeply held belief that it is out of the question to enter directly into the issue of being, and that we can only attain it by way of deepening our connection with the world. The gist of the matter was therefore that ontology can only be indirect, RC 125. In short, philosophy must forsake the tendency to justify beings from the vantage point of an overruling being. Instead, it is compelled to question being by means of dissecting natural reality. 2. Merleau-Ponty's standpoint altered significantly in the lectures held during the years 1959 to 1960. If formerly the scrutiny of nature merely sought to open a pathway to ontology, now it embraced a more far-reaching aim. The erstwhile historical inquiry had brought into view a deep-rooted difficulty in the development of ontology, and now it was assumed that only a sweeping change in the philosophical consideration of natural reality might overcome it. Nature was shown earlier to hinge on an originary dimension that Merleau-Ponty called être brut, yet the appraisal of this primordial reality nonetheless appeared to be determined by a prior understanding of nature. In the notes written by Merleau-Ponty at the end of 1960, the supremacy of nature is so completely asserted that no trace of its foregoing ancillary position remains in sight. The concern over being emerges as subsidiary to a reflection on nature, now grown into the keystone of his ontology. A satisfactory opening into the question of being is found by means of natural being, and Merleau-Ponty's ensuing main interest is to make explicit what being natural or naturally being means, N1 267. Ontology, in short, develops into the nature philosophy. Besides, the primacy he assigns to nature ensures the transition to an indirect ontology, in harmony with the long-held contention that a direct ontology is impossible because being can only be approached by the intermission of beings. Only starting from beings does ontology lead to being, RC 125. Yet this concern with nature, now predominant, despite the former primacy of the être brut, sprang from motives that are worthwhile to explain. It should be pointed out, first of all, that the first set of lectures strengthens nature's subservience to ontology. They bring to light, by displaying a history of Western metaphysics in which Descartes is the emblematic figure, the key problem set out by the modern relationship to nature. In Descartes, as elsewhere, the notion of nature springs from an ontological complex. Its transformations express a particular development of Cartesian ontology, and it is as such that nature interests us. It may even be that the drift into which the notion of nature is swept sets apart Western ontology almost in its entirety. RC 126, emphasis added. Merleau-Ponty was clearly dissatisfied with the problematic account of nature held by modern philosophy. He also resisted disregarding nature, either as the other side of existence or as subordinate to human freedom, and likewise objectifying it from a scientistic viewpoint. As is well known, philosophical modernity thrives in the alternative between naturing thought, tied to liberty, history, action, project, invention of sense, and personal existence, and natured thought, focusing on the given, passivity, anonymity, the past. Point 2. Indeed, it is split between naturalism and reflexive analysis, thus echoing the well-established cleavage between the naturing order, sheer interiority, the infinite productivity of divine nature, and the natured order, nature as product, pure exteriority. Naturalism naturalizes thought and reduces it to the status of an event that may be objectively explained. Then all thought is natured and truth becomes incomprehensible. Reflexive analysis, on the other hand, holds that thought must be grounded beyond nature for something like truth to exist. Natured thought, from this point of view, demands naturing, constitutive or transcendental, thought. No wonder, then, that Merleau-Ponty's philosophical progression replaced the received antagonism of nature against liberty, spirit, or history by the distinction between logos endiathitos and logos prophorikos. Merleau-Ponty was bound to consider nature philosophically relevant, above all, out of his uneasiness about the ontological tension or conflict in the traditional meaning of nature that he had diagnosed in his early work. He ascribed to post-Cartesian thinkers the dysfunction he happily dubbed ontological diplopia. 3. For they were torn between two approaches to nature. 1. Nature is utterly determinable and transparent to the understanding, since only being actually is, and thus appearances are a sheer restriction or impoverishment of it, and simply come out as its inadequate manifestation. 2. Nature is made opaque by an irreducible facticity that resists discernment but emphasizes the viewpoint of the senses, which is deemed philosophically decisive and accordingly must be reinstated. Appearances lead us into what has usually been understood as being, and thus the actual imposture is the supposed being in itself. Indeed, philosophy has been torn by the twofold certainty that, on the one hand, being is, and appearances are but its manifestation and also its restriction, and on the other hand those appearances are the canon of everything that can be understood as being, so that it is rather the being in itself which must be viewed as the ungraspable ghost and the undaying. RC 127. According to Merleau-Ponty, because of this ontological diplopia, the scrutiny of nature is now in a quandary. To transcend it, and at the same time to explain its genesis, requires that one rethink nature, with the aim of uncovering the original, pre-dualistic layer of reality where such diplopia takes roots. At the same time, the proposed ontology of nature should explicitly frame a relationship between the human being and being that cannot be reduced to the long-established opposition between subject and object. Thus, surveying the modern development of the notion of nature will be a means to draw closer to a new ontology grounded in a concept of being capable of absorbing contradictions. RC 128. Merleau-Ponty's concern over natural reality eventually led him to consider nature as it is in itself rather than as the other side of liberty, a move actually amounting to a liberation of nature from liberty. As a consequence, post-Cartesian diplopia seemed overcome. Notwithstanding the assessments of both in itself realism and naturalism, natural being was not any more nature in itself, and instead it came to be nature as we perceive it, n. 270, or, conversely, nature insofar as we belong to it, nous en sommes. And against the contentions of intellectualism, nature meant now the given and the not constructed as well, thus pointing to a productivity that is not ours. Yet Merleau-Ponty also was attracted to nature because its exteriority had always fascinated him. He alluded steadily to a natural world that always shows through the other world, un monde qui transparaît toujours sous l'autre, like the canvas underneath the picture, and gives it an air of fragility, pp 1, 339. The possibility of an objectifying account of reality, although reluctantly accepted by Merleau-Ponty, was indeed precipitated by his annoyance with any ontology either bent on silencing nature, n. 91, or sequestered in the incorporeal, n. 91, a repulsion that ultimately explains his fascination with exteriority. In this respect, the drive to perceive from the outside what is currently apprehended from the inside developed into the imperative to push away the limits of what makes sense for us, shifting the narrow zone of thematic meaning into the wider one of non-thematic meaning that surrounds it, pp 1, 318. Merleau-Ponty was permanently aware that human life is defined by its capacity to negate itself in objective thought, and that paradoxically it owes this power to its primordial attachment to the world itself. If human life can understand itself, he wrote, it is because it has been thrown into a natural world, pp 1, 377, emphasis added. As an aside, I note that Merleau-Ponty favored the peculiar brand of acosmism that understands nature as the other side of spirit and thus consents to self-objectivation. He argued that nature always comes forward in a wake of history, pp 1, 376, or as a presupposition of spirit, pp 1, 147, yet it only becomes actually visible by means of the gratuitous and tireless drive which compels us to anchor in things as a way to transcend ourselves in them, pp 1, 328, and that leads us to surmise, underneath the picture, the close presence of the canvas, pp 1, 33. In this regard, Merleau-Ponty's concepts of categorical attitude and symbolic behavior, as pointed out by Etienne Bimbinet in his comments regarding La structure du comportement, reflect our common humanity in the deepest layers of action, and so consciousness appears to be enveloped in a nature which in fact it already envelopes itself, sc. 50, emphasis added. In the lectures held during the years 1959 to 1960, however, Merleau-Ponty is now ambivalent regarding the pitfalls of ontological diplopia. On the one hand, the present opening to being through nature is now reckoned to be above it, for its naturing or instituting character dispels any trace of both causality and finality. On the other hand, it no longer makes sense to look forward to rethinking nature in such a way that one can surmount the antagonism between incompatible ontological approaches. A pessimist conjecture of Merleau-Ponty seems now confirmed: we cannot expect to overcome rationally this ontological diplopia, and there is no other issue than to attain its complete ownership, in the way our sight appropriates monocular images and achieves a unique vision out of them, RC 127. This wane in the early ontological euphoria, gradually replaced by an involvement with the problem of the natural world, suggests again that the lectures on nature at the Collège de France caused a puzzling conversion in Merleau-Ponty's thought. Since the subservience of être brut to nature happened within the ontological revolution that brought the Cartesian hegemony to an end, however, Merleau-Ponty's realignment actually instances what an intellectual historian would name a shallow change embedded in a deep change, as the conclusion of the present essay will make evident. It should not be forgotten, in addition, that Merleau-Ponty was trying to work out his commitment to the problem of nature in the mainstream phenomenological tradition. Even though phenomenologists showed some interest in the other side of phenomenology, identified by Merleau-Ponty's as what resists phenomenology within us, S1, 225, their intention was usually a negative one. They typically tried to make sure that all ties with the world not built by consciousness had been broken. The epoche overcame the naive or natural attitude in favor of the transcendental standpoint. Yet in his essay dedicated to Husserl, the philosopher and his shadow, Merleau-Ponty observed that the traditional characterization of phenomenology as a full-fledged philosophy of consciousness was at best a half-truth. Indeed, in Husserl's last writings, still unpublished at that time, the founder of phenomenology explored what is not constituted by consciousness and which as a result descends towards nature, S1, 224. This interest in what does not belong to the philosophy of consciousness but still cannot remain outside phenomenology, actually emerges as the true shadow of Husserl's thought, according to the metaphor that Merleau-Ponty employed in order to gloss an Abwehrse from Heidegger. It constitutes, in other words, the ungedacht, or the unthought thought that could be read between the lines in his already published writings. The ascendancy given to the unthought thought that, according to Merleau-Ponty, supplements the texts of classical thinkers such as Husserl, in the present state of affairs is still more plausibly credited to Schelling. Indeed, we will attest that the ungedacht thought in Schelling appeared to Merleau-Ponty as a series of points of diffraction which blended several echoes of his own ideas about nature, thus outdoing the formal account he had to take up at the Collège de France. For present purposes, it is particularly meaningful that in the above-mentioned essay on Husserl, Merleau-Ponty makes an incidental allusion to Schelling as the thinker who roughly identified the natural being that at all costs must find its place in phenomenology, S1, 225, and even designated it as the Barbarian principle. Incidentally, it should be noted that an ontology that has grown into a nature philosophy seems to have little to do with phenomenology. In his defense of this recalcitrant other side, Merleau-Ponty inveighs against the shabby phenomenological account of an interiority able to sustain the very links between the interior and the exterior, S1, 225. This impromptu appeal to Schelling opens an appropriate prospect into the significance of his thought for the development of Merleau-Ponty's late philosophy. The idealist approach of the former, indeed, paradoxically seems to have engaged the task that the latter assigns to a renewed, post-Husserlian phenomenology. In the following sections, we explain the shift in Merleau-Ponty's priorities whereby nature replaced être brut as the main focus of his philosophical concern. We also will bear in mind, however, that in philosophy, as compared with science, the possibility of a rational explanation and that of an irrational account are very distinctively enmeshed. Indeed, our attempt will have to proceed carefully from description to explanation, for I am convinced that explanation rests on description. As Alexander Bird argues in reference to Thomas Kuhn, if a description is not accurate, then the explanatory theory will necessarily be redundant, indeed mistaken. If there is no phenomenon, no theory is needed to explain it, and any theory that tries to do so will be erroneous. For this subordination, in its turn, justifies the comprehensive scope of the following characterizations. 3. Merleau-Ponty's approach to nature results in a multilayered and semantically overloaded compound of views, arising from the successive philosophical concerns of his thought. This aggregate can be specified as a sequence of clear-cut conceptions. They also can be compared with the many axes of a multidimensional space in which every statement made by Merleau-Ponty about nature is meaningfully situated. These lines of thought are not dimensions in a precise sense because they are not semantically orthogonal to each other. Yet they can be set sharply apart since they spring from a variety of theoretical interests. The many-sided approach to nature in Merleau-Ponty's thought, indeed, can be characterized by means of the following 7 conceptions. 1. Nature as the absolute other side that we carry in ourselves. Functioning as an operative concept, never fully explicated, this approach to nature envisages a horizon that transcends any form of lived experience but paradoxically cannot be dissociated from it. It is a nature inwardly connected with our grasp of reality, thus differing sharply from the view we consider next, and whose link with experience is external or exterior from the outset. The visible landscape under my eyes is not exterior to other moments of time and to the past, it is not synthetically linked with them, it has them truly behind itself in simultaneity, in its own interior odidondal we, and not as if it and they, side by side, were inside time et non lui et yux cote a cote dans le temps, 6 321. Accordingly, Merleau-Ponty conceives nature as an absolute other side whose door we cannot open because we do not have the key, but whose project we are readying in our depths in such a way that it can be said that we carry it in ourselves, pp 1, 376 to 377. And it could not be otherwise, for all problems of transcendence are solved in the thickness of the pre-objective present, pp 1, 495. Merleau-Ponty emphasizes the inward connection between this recalcitrant natural otherness and our lived experience. A thing is not effectively given in perception, it is recovered inwardly, rebuilt and lived through by us to the extent that it is bound to a world whose fundamental structures we carry with us, being only one of its possible concretions, pp 1, 377.5. To concur with this amalgam of the fundamental structures of a world and our most inward depths, we have only to accept that the very pulp of sensible being is nothing more than the union in it of the inside and the outside, the dense junction of self with self, 6 321. The present conception of nature also embraces the dimension of existence that emerges as the weight I feel at my back when I become a project, n1, 180, and that therefore makes me feel like a passive, pp 1, 171, being. Besides being the ground that supports our existence, in other words, this nature is also the background where it dissolves when the cohesion of our life gives way. To nature as a transcendence that only a wakesillage of subjectivity can render meaningful. Nature is a horizon well beyond any form of lived experience, though it still resists a complete dissociation from it. Therefore, it may unfold before us as a transcendent reality, yet it remains paradoxically related to our inner world. In such cases, this peculiar nature is given to us as the background of inhuman nature, pp 1, 374, where things take root, but that would not make sense to us if we did not carry within ourselves the fundamental structures of the world to which it belongs, 6 376. It goes without saying that all varieties of positive knowledge may be related in one way or another to this idea of nature. Thus, we are dealing here with a view tacitly akin to the same natural attitude from which phenomenological reduction wished to disconnect. It points to a transcendence, usually brought to us in the form of positive data or objective information, that somehow becomes revived in us and is annexed by our experience. But the sole criterion that decides whether this transcendence is to be acknowledged or rejected as meaningless, as we have seen, springs from an interiority able to sustain the very links les rapports memes between the interior and the exterior, S1, 225. This particular nature does not belong by any means to lived experience. Actually it amounts to its sheer other side, but it is also the paradoxical complement that lived experience demands. In this respect, Merleau-Ponty remarks already in the Phenomenology of Perception that what is given is not the thing alone, but the experience of the thing, a transcendence in a wakesillage of subjectivity, a nature sick that shows through transparite a history, pp 1, 376, which should not amaze us if we are ready to accept that nature transcends the distinction between past and present and creates an inner link between them, 6 321. A single aperçu condenses Merleau-Ponty's characteristic brand of objectivity, now decisively orienting his approach to nature. What positively has happened belongs to our experience in one way or another. It is not true that being conscious of having perceived implies being conscious of the past. In fact, the vertical past has in itself the demand of having been perceived. Having perceived is what is carried by the past like a massive being. I perceived it since it was Jela hypercupuisci el fuit, 6 297. As to the blend of similarity and difference between this conception of nature and the preceding one, we should point out that transcendence adumbrated in immanence, as was the case above, is not to be mistaken for transcendence brought in by genuinely transcendent means, objectification through overview, in Merleau-Ponty's parlance, yet depending on immanence to become truly meaningful. It also should be noted that the link between coincidence and disagreement between the present conception of nature and the view reported above, according to Merleau-Ponty, is the proper basis for a strengthened expressivity as well, instantiated by the suggestive interplay of our memories with documentary evidence, however loosely related to them, for both varieties of nature are expressive by themselves thanks to their diacritical structure. And they are compatible with understanding nature as the very thing to which the disagreement à la carte brought by partial coincidence actually opens the way, since it gives access to the thing itself, to the past itself. 166. 3. Nature as sediment institution. This notion implies a break with the post-Cartesian belief that nature was synonymous with existence in itself, devoid of orientation and interiority, N1, 27. A species of inwardness or interiorite is now ascribed to nature, which amounts to denying the existence of nature in itself. Natural reality is shown as fragmented in patterns of sense mutually related to perceptions and fostered in their turn by the bodily imprint of already experienced meanings. Like the preceding views, this conception remained merely operative in the structure of behavior and the phenomenology of perception but lacked complete explication. The most meaningful instance of such patterns of sense and of their perceptual phenomenal subordination is organic nature. As Renaud Barbaris explains, the living totality is not an appearance, but a phenomenon. Merleau-Ponty's great discovery is that life is a phenomenal reality, in the sense that it is real qua phenomenon. 6. But also physical, psychological, or even social nature exemplifies an order of reality and a type of structural integration that stem from a perceptual disposition and hence are immune to the naturalist reduction of nature to a manifold of objective events which are external to each other but nevertheless bound by causal links, sc. v. Thus the density épaisseur of the pre-objective present, pp 1, 495, appears to consist of both nature and history, each of them inextricably bound to the other. This natural cultural state of affairs, by the way, is precisely what some sociologists, Pierre Bourdieu prominently among them, have conceptualized as habitus, ultimately defined as history become nature. This unsettled status is warranted by the circumstance that it is at once structured structure, incorporate history, converted into nature and therefore forgotten as history, the active and effective presence of the whole past in the present it has actually created, and structuring structure, generative principle or creative thrust, acquired by means of practice, and by itself oriented to practical functions. 7 Thus habitus implies the interiorization of exteriority. It is the embodied, atheoretical, not representative, memory of previous experiences turned into a generative scheme that provides to agents the structuring background and immediate skills for making sense of current situations. 8. The present conception of nature as concerted or even intertwined with the notions of institution and of history was prominent in the phenomenology of perception, where nature is described as sediment institution, and as such is the permanent background of history and the foundation of all expressive behavior. There cannot be history, in other words, if the results of creative, instituting agency do not become sediment into nature. Witness the paradox that the human being pushes its roots into nature every time he transforms it by means of culture, pp 1, 231. And if culture appears to be irrevocably grounded in nature, it conversely happens that the living human body, at first sight an eminently natural reality, is also beyond any doubt a cultural object, for it is bent on embodying, in form of habitus, as we have seen sociology's jargon states it, the sediment or imprinted trace of all experiences conforming a human existence. On the other hand, it also is true that nature and culture are irreducible to each other. We are thrown into a natural world, which is the already unified counterpart of all our bodily functions, so is nature outside us, and yet our conscious life must acknowledge its anonymous origins in a natural heritage. Nature is inside us as well. For nature as the originary dimension of actual experience. This axis holds that nature is an origin to which the predicate mythic is adequate. Nature manages to emerge in tangible experience by means of a resilient staying power, even if taking the paradoxical form of a continuously renewed beginning. Thus nature appears as the primordial feature of existent experience, and as a result it eludes complete apprehension. That by which everything begins, nature or the originary, is not behind us, in a past where we should join it, but in the gap apart between this past and the present, a gap which is the space of all experience. 9. The gist of this conception of nature is that it connotes passivity and sedimentation more forcefully than renewal and creativity. Already in the lectures of 1956 to 1957 Merleau-Ponty defined nature as the primordial, the not built, the not instituted, and 19, and suggested that nature has much to do with origin, as shown by the Latin term natura, which comes from nascere, to be born, and 21. Accordingly, nature also denotes the original, wild, and raw dimension of experience, likely to be surmised by a genealogical scrutiny of the tamed and filtered experience that spans the world of culture, of recent making but soothingly human. Yet there is the mute world, previous to human beings. There is a truth of perception, which endures. 10. Such nature as origin, however, is not to be chronologically conceived as a particular beginning, which might have taken place once and for all. It should rather be thought of as an original past, a past that was never present, pp. 1, 280. Nature is thus to be understood, somewhat paradoxically, as the continuously renewed beginning of actual experience. The Erdumlich, the primordial or the archaic, the Ursprunglich, the originary, does not belong to the past. 320. Nature is therefore just another name for that feature or dimension of experience that can be called practical because it is always ready to furnish the primordial and original, and 20, attachment that assists our involvement with things. It should not come as a surprise, then, that in the lectures of 1957 to 1958 Merleau-Ponty characterized nature as the oldest of all things and at the same time something always new, and 70.11. The meaning of this opaque sentence is expounded elsewhere. Nature is always new in each perception, but it is never without a past. Nature is something which goes on, which is never grasped at its beginning, though it appears always new to us, and 160. This view is reinforced by renewing, with a twist that is actually a happy decontextualization, the well-known grudge of Lucien Hare against Hegel. In the thought of Hegel, nature is at its first day au premier jour, and 76. In so doing, Merleau-Ponty stays faithful to his extreme historiographic criterion regarding philosophical thought, for it preserves a sense outside its historical context, even has sense solely outside this context. 253.12. Still, to grasp the full sense of Merleau-Ponty's reference to Lucien Hare, we must pay attention to the unbroken quote: Hegel refuses to nature all proper effectiveness Wirklichkeit. According to him, nature is at its first day, cf. Lucien Hare, whereas Schelling allows us to think of a life of nature. 253.13. Therefore nature is at its first day should be read as an admonishment given to Hegel by Lucien Hare for conceiving nature as devoid of any kind of proper effectiveness. But it also must be noticed that Merleau-Ponty specifies that at its first day is what nature is now, thus conceding that nature lacks in active efficacy, but also emphasizing that it overflows with passive presence, rich in its inertial capability of making itself conspicuous. In fact, the assertion au premier jour is modulated as follows: Merleau-Ponty confirms in law nature that la nature l'est aujourd'hui, meaning, of course, that nature is now au premier jour, whereas in the notes appended to the visible and the invisible he refines this claim: la nature est au premier jour, ly est aujourd'hui. 320. The past outlives itself indefinitely in nature and exhibits this gift for survival as the miracle of a continually renewed beginning. By means of this paradox, nature opens its own way toward the future. In short, the productivity of nature is to be understood, according to Merleau-Ponty, as inertial and passive rather than as active and spontaneous. He describes it as a pure ability to stay that relishes in the enduring forwardness of itself, while pretending to be a continuous renewal of a beginning. By contrast, Schelling conceives nature, as we will see, as blatantly and spontaneously creative. Merleau-Ponty concedes to Hegel that nature is ineffectual and unproductive. But he states further that it has gone on being unalterably until now what it once was, so that at the end this resilient self-perpetuation is nature's most noteworthy endowment. The strange persistence that informs the life of nature, says Merleau-Ponty, contrasts with the anti-Hegelian effectiveness that Schelling ascribes to nature, as we will see soon. And again this much commented at its first day of Lucien Hare, Pace Robert Vallier 14 does not seem to denote, as such, any productivity of nature. Just the continuous renewal of nature's beginning seems to be here at stake because this feature resembles productivity only if seen from a convenient distance. Hare's sentence merely means that, although nature is ineffectual, as Hegel asserts, this constitutive barrenness has not prevented nature from remaining till now exactly what it once was, and thus Vallier is still right when he states that the primordial, the originary, is to be found in the thickness of the living historical present 15. But if nature is now at its first day au premier jour, then it can never be apprehended as it is in itself. Its elusiveness defeats our attempts to pin nature down. As a result, its intangibility appears as the dark backdrop of all human demeanors, even those belonging to the world of culture, ostensibly transparent and well lit, for their reverse side remains forever opaque. The lectures of 1959 to 1960 describe the cultural universe as vivified by nature in its impersonation as a brute and wild spirit, which according to Merleau-Ponty must be recovered beneath all the cultural stuff that it has given to itself, N1, 310. The thought of nature should therefore confront the paradox of an origin whose originary character can never be recovered. It is not anchored in a point of time that we must aspire to attain, with which we can imagine to coincide, or to which we may pretend to become adequate. This point of time is indeed out of our grasp, but not because we cannot move backwards along a timeline that proceeds inexorably ahead. The effective reason is that it absorbs its vitality from the natural dimension that makes our actual experience partly invisible, putting it out of our full reach. 5. Nature as an inaugural event in mythical time. This approach to nature contends that to understand it as origin does not involve converting it into a thing of the past. Yet this is what we do whenever we strive to transform nature into an orthodox object of knowledge with which it seems possible to coincide completely by means of a regression along serial time, 6.1, 222. An actual origin is never a point in time ready to be individuated and exposed to a retrospective view. Otherwise, a more daring regress would always be possible, on the sole condition of assuming an infinitely extensible temporality. To locate an absolute beginning is impossible because we may always ask about the events that preceded such an alleged origin. Therefore, a true origin must happen in the strange temporal dimension that Merleau-Ponty describes as a time before time, N1, 311, and that he dubs mythical time in the visible and the invisible, 6.1, 227 and 222. Even if it signals the start of a temporal sequence, it should not be understood as a feature of time among other such features. It is rather a sort of primordial inauguration where the temporal dimension itself opens up forever. Nature as origin can only happen in a mythical time, that is, in the sort of natural institution that forms the active core of history. In Merleau-Ponty's words, it is to be understood as an institution that produces and reproduces itself, having to be conceived in the sense of physis, which for the Greeks included human beings and gods, not only animals and plants, NC 127. This elusive origin does not occupy a given point of time and hence it is beyond all objectification. It evades rational inquiry just like any other mythical construction. This nature as origin can only be accounted for when it has moved past, telling the story it has already produced or scrutinizing the tradition it has put forth, a requisite that asserts its mythical character. Indeed, the present conception of nature shares with myth a sort of apodictically persuasive force. The root of this irrefutability, tied up to mythological constructions, lies in a twofold circumstance. On the one hand, the time subsequent to the emergence of nature does not account for its originary character, which on the other hand is warranted only by time itself. Both nature as origin and myth, then, are simultaneously indemonstrable and irrefutable. If claiming a lineage or a genealogy involves a reference to an origin, according to Husserl it also implies that such an origin may have fallen into the oblivion shared by all traditions. This blankness even seems to be a necessary feature, since forgetting the origin is a very effective way of preserving it as such. In short, only a story can account for nature as origin. Etymologically, myth means story, with the interesting corollary that this is precisely the case for our own birth. Indeed, both nature and our own birth must remain forever hidden, even if they are to be reported by a story begun by someone else. The originary character of our own birth cannot be converted into a proper object of knowledge, but it may be indirectly, if incompletely, reconstructed by unfolding its story. In both instances, it happens to be a story told by a storyteller, yet it must be referred to the story par excellence that myth incarnates, for it is a story about origins but lacking either an origin or a storyteller. Nature as origin is thus undoubtedly mythical. Like any myth or instituting action provided with an unlimited fecundity, NC 127, it can be neither wholly determined nor rejected. Amending the preceding conceptions of nature, an original productive principle must account for the consequences of this mythical beginning. The mythical time, a time before time, in which nature as origin comes about can also be described as a sort of time of sleep conceived as a present where an always new and an always the same may be found. 6.1, 320. The awakening is the final and only possible proof of such a time of sleep. The story the sleeper tells when she awakes, deciphering the confused marks in her body, indirectly elucidates sleep. It must be reported as a past experience because its only trace is the dullness of the body and thus it can only be accounted for upon awakening. For the sleeper's story to be as faithful as possible, she shares this aim with all stories about nature as origin. It must give voice to the body as a lively, if none the less blurred, remembrance of sleep itself. According to Merleau-Ponty, the body is our Janus-faced bond with nature, for it both inserts us in it and extricates us from it. To understand our originary link with nature, therefore, we must resort to a story not unlike the Proustian narrative of an awakening, where the most faithful trace of sleep is the torpor of the body. It is worthwhile to point out that Merleau-Ponty assigns to philosophy the same unfinished character that, as we have seen, distinguishes the present conception of nature. Philosophy should never complete its story, for a wholly explicated nature as origin would stop being productive. This seems to be the meaning of a rather cryptic remark in The Visible and the Invisible: the circle is to be closed after studying logos and history, as Proust closes the circle at the moment the storyteller decides to write. The end of a philosophy is the story reset of its beginning. 6.1, 231. Preserving its mythical inaccessibility is thus the only way not to drain nature as origin of its expressive power. 6. Nature as what definitely has not been instituted. After the phenomenology of perception, Merleau-Ponty contended that the scrutiny of perceived being opened the way to a philosophy of perception that could serve as framework for a theory of truth ultimately laid out as a theory of expression. Thus, he was led to define meaning as an institution fated to start an open series of expressive appropriations and hence originating a future. Meaning was deemed instituted and not constituted, since according to Merleau-Ponty experiences acquire meaning through their link with instituting events, and form therefore a thinkable succession or a history, yet on the condition that such meaning is not sediment as a relict or as a remainder, for it should call forth what follows or demand a coming time. RC 61. The main upshot of this theory of institution was that the scrutiny of perceived being was carried over to a reflection on nature. This shift involved the following steps. First of all, to understand the interdependence of expression and perception required applying to perception what had been learned about expression. Besides, the originary ground of expression was determined as nature because it was apprehended through a theory of institution. Perceived being was indeed specified as the natural in its difference from the instituted, and thus it was no longer taken as the originary in its difference from the derived, or as the sensible in its difference from the intelligible. Merleau-Ponty contended that scrutinizing nature was the only way to come to terms with perception, provided it were understood as what most emphatically is not instituted. Indeed, nature was eminently the not constructed, the not instituted, and in consequence it was also the source of all expression, for its sense in no way has been posited by thought. In the wake of the phenomenology, perceived being had been apprehended as the correlate of the embodied consciousness. To account for its ontological specificity became impossible, for it was dealt with by means of the same categories it actually invalidated. Thanks to its antagonism to institution, though, perceived being comes into view as no longer delivered by perception. Instead it emerges as natural being across the triad truth-expression-institution. Because the fated split between subject and object has lost all validity, the originary sense of natural being must be brought to light. And in retrospect, the old concept of nature was but a mere objectification of the not instituted being that nature has come to be. Nature is not a severed and all-explaining being any longer, and yet justifies the demand to make explicit what being natural means, n. 267. The present view of nature as not instituted being can be sharply distinguished from the conceptions analyzed above. In some accounts, nature was identified with the primordial, the not constructed, the not instituted, or was viewed as a world where nothing has yet been said, symbolized, expressed. Other characterizations dispensed with so much rawness, and understood nature, evoking a happy distinction found in Renaud Barbaroux, as what not only is the ground soul of expression but what functions as its cradle berceau 16 as well, hence implying that perception and expression intertwine. In such cases it was acknowledged that nature has a sense of its own insofar as it has not been posed by thought, and thus it could be, as it were, neither timelessness in itself nor the darkness conveyed by the total absence of sense. In those accounts, far from being amorphous, formless, and meaningless, nature is without doubt a world, N1, 19-20. The present conception of nature, on the contrary, aims at a philosophy of perception capable of an ontologically warranted theory of truth. Now perceived being acquires ontological weight because it points out to the final sense of being. The metaphenomenal character of natural reality implies its perceptibility. Nature is just another name for perceived being when interpreted as the not instituted. Natural being and perceived being must go hand in hand because, as the concept of Gestalt exemplifies, holistic being only exists if perceived. 7. Nature as the required correlative to phenomenological inquiry. This conception of nature credits Husserl with the insight that something that lurks inside phenomenology, yet manages to resist it, the Barbarian principle reported by Schelling, one way or another must find its place within phenomenology, S1, 225. In Merleau-Ponty's view, this admission helped to overcome the constitutive strabismus of phenomenology, because reduction not only does not truly force us to lose touch with the world but above all imparts the greatest lesson that a complete reduction is impossible, pp 1, 8. He interprets reduction as a reflective operation formally aimed at detaching us from the world but that actually ends up by confirming our crucial intertwining with the world. The reduction merely puts us in touch with the unreflected life, which is the initial, unchanging, and final situation of reflection, pp 1, 9. The phenomenological tradition held that reduction overcomes the natural attitude, yet Merleau-Ponty understands the task of phenomenology as not so much forced to break our link with the world as to make it distinct and explicit, N1, 103. The phenomenological attitude, encouraged by the same theoretical consciousness that supports the naturalist standpoint of the scientist, must give way to the natural attitude that compels us to believe in the world and which, according to Merleau-Ponty, contains a higher grade truth that philosophy must retrieve. Performing the reduction involves an unsaid effort to preserve and to understand the natural attitude, for it brings to light a pre-reflective and prethetic well thesis. Nature is precisely this unreflected reality or originary horizon of passive synthesis, and in Merleau-Ponty's view the main task of phenomenology is to enlighten our Irrglaube in it. The natural attitude, in short, leads us to the original sense of nature, which far oversteps what lived experience can grasp. Small wonder, then, that Merleau-Ponty came to believe that to reduce all experience to its lived fraction is only small phenomenology, CENSK de la petite phenomenologie. 17. In Husserl's thought, therefore, nature resolved into the Weltall where everything happens and which unsurprisingly embraces consciousness, although it should be noted that this inclusive view did not emerge until Ideen 3. Its outstanding feature is the perceived world, prone to giving itself in a display of sheer reality or Leibhaftig, and on whose foundation are built the pure things blossy Sachen with which science deals and which are yet much more primordial than the world contrived by reason. After Ideen 2 the concept of constitution had become increasingly a way to disclose in things a reverse which we have not constituted, S1 227, and accordingly reflection was no longer deemed the intimate encounter of pure subject and pure things, S1 206. It uncovered instead the third dimension of a pre-theoretical layer where the split between the subjective and the objective is brought to an end, S1 205, and where both realism and intellectualism lose their unilateral character. According to Merleau-Ponty, nature is this originary layer, level, or tier as well, on which the objectifying and idealizing consciousness rests, and that comprehends all of what is pre-objective, pre-theoretical, prethetical in us, S1 208. Three crucial features come together in this pre-theoretical, originary layer. 1. Consciousness is always either in advance or in delay when dealing with it. 2. It shows up either as already constituted or as never completely constituted. And 3. It only comes forth when the Husserlian blueprint for the intellectual possession of the world, S1 227, miscarries. For according to Merleau-Ponty, in Ideen 2 Husserl rehabilitates a nature philosophy. Indeed this text describes a frame membrure of the perceived world, through which comes to light an outside of the procedures démarques carried out by subjects, but never a nature cause of which we would be the effects, 18 which accounts for Merleau-Ponty's surprising conclusion. The far-reaching aim of the Husserlian writings dealing with the constitution of the pure thing, however, was to reveal a layer more primordial than the outcome of a subjective institution. For it sprang from an well shared by all of us, although strictly unrelated to thingness and to objectivity. We depend on this originary layer because it gives rise to all our initiatives while being self-determining. It is not we who have instituted it. Above all, however, it suggests an account of nature geared to the in-depth purpose of phenomenology. 4. Merleau-Ponty found in Schelling's thought many echoes of his own ideas on nature, for there were a number of issues that seemed to answer some of his concerns or stood in narrow affinity with them. Yet the philosophical significance of Merleau-Ponty's reading of Schelling, as shown by the 3 cycles of lectures on nature, rests on implied evidence. His confrontation with Schelling's nature philosophy focused on a succession of complex topics that worked as points of diffraction for his own philosophy. We name these issues points of diffraction because the uncertainties that marred Merleau-Ponty's thought underwent a sort of epiphanic realignment when faced with Schelling's nature philosophy. The outcome was an increased concretion that, as discussed below, set off the metaphorical blur so distinctive of Merleau-Ponty's writings. Indeed, we specifically contend that in Merleau-Ponty's reception of Schelling's thought, the following 12 points of diffraction can be distinguished. 1. The polysemy of the term nature and the need for a lateral approach to the ultimate ground of everything. In Schelling's thought, the notion of nature demanded a multilayered semantics because its meaning had to adapt to his philosophy in progress. Being much more than the mere object of physico-natural sciences, nature must be thought of as subject deploying its activity, as natura naturans, as an ungraspable free productivity, as the birth amid darkness from which light sets forth, as a living ground, as the impulse of an infinite development, Erstier Entwurf, I/3, 19, as beyond or Übersehen, as a barbarian principle, as a proto-revelation of the absolute, and even as a sort of poetics assisting divine imagination. Schelling also affirms that nature comes constitutively close to the mythological figure of Proteus, fed by his own unforeseeable metamorphoses, and hence resisting conceptual delimitation. To the primordial surge that remains forever present in us, like everything else, N1, 62. The aspect of Schelling's nature philosophy that more fiercely awakened Merleau-Ponty's interest was the notion of erste Natur. This term points to a primordial nature or principle of the world amounting to a superbeing Übersehen, in itself unvordenklich, which means that it can never be thought of in advance, N1, 62. Merleau-Ponty saw in this a pure and unmotivated surge that also appeared as an abyss of the past 19 on account of its being the most ancient element, N1, 61. Although we can never imagine it, it paradoxically remains forever present in us, like everything else. This abyssal past does not become eventually past in a trivial way, but was already past at its very beginning, 20, and it is so blatantly originary that Schelling terms it an eternal past. Erste Natur is thus a proto-reality which is always there when we arrive, N1, 62, and that can be regarded as a reality previous to any reflection on reality. This characteristic was not lost on Merleau-Ponty. Because reflection is actually derivative, it cannot be co-emergent with reality. 3. The intertwining of past and present, creation and destruction. Schelling's nature has to be reported, as it were, in the past tense, for it turns out to be a genealogical and immemorial past for human beings. This abyss of past may be compared with an ancient author who would have written in undecipherable hieroglyphics, I/5, 246. Nature is then an origin that only when it has ceased to count as such can be properly recorded, and that therefore never becomes a suitable object of knowledge. So firmly anchored in the past is nature that in fact, as Schelling contends, it could have been that it never was. For that reason he often labels it a metaphor and occasionally a mistake. Yet if nature is the most ancient of all beings, it is also the most permanent. Carl Loet described this baffling circumstance succinctly: primordial nature is contradictory in its essence, simultaneously affirmative and negative, creative and destructive, showing itself continually but also hiding itself. It is an unstoppable urge, without beginning or end. It is a sort of blind force, a vitality that creates itself and consummates itself, that appears and disappears incessantly. Again and again it returns to its origins, and eternally it begins anew. Thus it emerges as the immutable, the ineradicable, and the fundamental, das Bleibende, unvertilgbar und zugrundelegend. 21. For the first beginning of things and the deepest layer of the spiritual world. Nevertheless, the essential trait of Schellingian nature is its puzzling productivity, which should be understood in very general terms, for the products it brings forth are everything that exists. Yet the blind and unconscious productivity, Einleitung zu dem Entwurf eines Systems der Naturphilosophie, 1/3, 271, of nature is far higher up than any particular product. It is brought to life anew and hence is carried indefinitely ahead, which attests that the theme of the living ground is outstanding in Schelling's thought. The 1809 Freedom Essay assessed this primacy. All modern European philosophy since Descartes has this constant flaw: nature does not exist by itself and it lacks a living ground. I/7, 361, emphasis added. Point 22. He ventured to rescue this living ground from the self-positing subject that prevails in modern philosophy. Thus, nature was specified as a ground that relentlessly secludes itself beyond the frontier of visibility. And because nature is, in Schelling's view, the eminent first beginning of things, human thought is forced to return to its unconscious origin by means of an anamnestic process, which entails that all nature is only the Stirrupstig-Bugel, the deepest layer of the spiritual world. Stuttgarter Privatverlesungen, 1/7, 457. 5. The unchangeable ground that always breaks through the imposed order. Schelling also calls incipient nature or Anfang-like Natur the changeless ground that has withdrawn beyond the limit of visibility and is therefore antithetic to ordered nature. This opposition is not absolute because incipient nature is the tangled and informal state of things that precedes the establishment of order and form, yet persists even in ordered and formal nature as capable of breaking through again. Nature is withdrawn insofar as it precedes order and form, but also because it endures as the ground always capable of breaking through the order brought by creation. In the ground abides eternally the incomprehensible source of reality in things, the residue that the understanding cannot reduce even with the greatest effort. Freedom Essay, 1/7, 357. 6. The ultimate argument for not coincident, not adequate thought. Nature can never become a suitable object of knowledge for several reasons. Prominent among them is that nature's productivity informs the very cognitive acts that would understand it. And also because nature carries itself forward, n. 185, indefinitely, and thus its inception can never be established, n. 186. These contentions show up in Merleau-Ponty's views on nature, especially when in the introduction to the lectures of 1956 to 1957, he defines nature as the self-production of sense, n. 5. According to this outlook, nature is an enigmatic object, an object that is not an object at all, it is not completely in front of us. It is our ground, not what we are facing, but what supports us, n. 5. Nature can only be reduced to the status of an appropriate object for knowledge by ignoring its quality of productive principle that at best can be understood indirectly and a posteriori. For it is a ground that incessantly goes along with us, or else a sort of element in which we are submerged. 7. The task to live and to experience nature's productivity, n. 63, and the insertion of the subject in nature. We attest the living ground we call nature in the thickness of our lived experience. It emerges as the pre-dualist medium named by Schelling pre-objective being because it is the common ground of transcendental idealist I and primordial nature erste Natur. A convincing elucidation of this common ground has been forwarded by Andrew Bowie. His account also justifies Merleau-Ponty's fascination with the notion of pre-objective being. The vital factor which has sustained the actuality of Schelling's nature philosophy is its refusal to see the thinking subject as simply opposed to nature as a world of objects, because the subject is itself part of nature. 23. Thus nature has reality for itself and forms one complete whole, for its multilayered character does not banish a fundamental unity. The divisions imposed on it by our ordinary perception and thought are the outcome of the single formative complex of forces that is the inner aspect of nature. To fathom this primordial surge we must pay attention to its successive forms, for it is the spirit that we unknowingly apprehend in self-consciousness. 8. The proto-inander that can be discerned in Schelling's thought. His assessment that the task of philosophy is to live and to experience nature's productivity involves the interdependence of nature and mind, as echoed by Merleau-Ponty in the lectures. Nature outside us is revealed by the nature that we are, n. 267. But above all, it suggests what might be termed the Schellingian proto-inander, because it prefigures the efficient tool for thought that Merleau-Ponty labeled inander, a sort of circular link between being and thought, in which thought submits to being the connection with being that being itself has brought out. 24. The state of affairs may be outlined in two startling contentions. First, a nature philosophy cannot avoid creating nature. This means that any nature philosophy must reproduce in itself the dynamics that constrain nature to come to be outside us. Second, in a faultlessly accomplished nature philosophy, nature would reabsorb itself in form of thought. Otherwise stated, the prospects of nature and philosophy actually overlap. The idea of nature is only the result of philosophy itself. Ideen zu einer Philosophie der Natur, I/2, 708. No qualms, therefore, about the ground for a nature philosophy. To philosophize on nature means to create nature. Die Natur schaffen, erste Entwurfssystems der Naturphilosophie, I/3, 13. Schelling argues that the proper speculative path sets out from nature and turns up as spirit, and rejects the systems of thought that devise a nature of sorts from the vantage point of the mind. But the thought of primordial nature is baffling, for philosophy actually results from the split of human being and nature, and it would indeed collapse if the duality subject/object were cancelled. The transcendentalist attachment of Schelling is here a relentless source of intellectual discomfort. Nature is viewed as an undefeatable fact, and yet a natural philosophy must in the long run deduce the very possibility of nature. Schelling derived from Fichte the ideal of a completed whole of philosophical conception, and also the formal method to which for the most part he remained true. Nature philosophy should reveal the ideal as springing from the real, not to deduce the real from the ideal. 9. The unreflected residue that subverts all reflective processes. We have already remarked that the eye of transcendental idealism and erste Natur or primordial nature share a problem of ground. A non-ground prior to all differences, in other words, is the ground of self-consciousness, just as erste Natur is the originary unity from which consciousness emerges, its own unconscious past. Schelling actually points out that both erste Natur and transcendental self imply that an initially singular activity differentiates itself, puts limits to itself, mediates its own immediacy. Yet this parallelism is not boundless. Indeed, for the transcendental self to become conscious of itself, it must produce itself as an object for itself. Thus, the activity of the transcendental self compels it to divide itself, and thereby originates its own contradiction and differentiates itself into subject and object. As a consequence, it is exclusively to itself that it is allowed to represent itself, or in other words, the transcendental self has only itself to represent itself into. Yet there is a residue in this process that nature philosophy cannot take into account. The absolutely reflective process achieved by the transcendental self miscarries when faced with the unreflected reality, Merleau-Ponty's irreflechi, that tacitly sustained it along its self-productive effort. This unassailable remainder is what Schelling called the Barbarian principle. 10. The anti-objectivist distrust of ontic masks. 25. And the dismissal of adequation as a criterion of truth. As we have reported, Schelling's conception of nature enforces a productivity principle, yet destructiveness is one of its essential features as well. Only the infinite activity of nature is truly real. The objects are but a minor consequence of this liveliness, a negligible residual overgrowth. The objective world is the domain of life, not that of things. First and foremost, nature is bound to destroy whatever comes up as an object. Nature struggles against everything individual, erste Entwurf, 1/3, 6. According to Schelling, every thinkable product bears testimony to a self-limitation of productivity. Nothing ascertainable in nature is conclusively fixed. Everything has its place in a comprehensive process that cannot be thought of in objective terms. Therefore, the very condition of objectivity is reflective division within the whole, including human beings as part of the organism which the totality of nature turns out to be. This suspicion about ontic masks was powerfully expressed by Merleau-Ponty when he pointed out that Schelling's Barbarian principle meant in fact an excess of being over the consciousness of being, n1, 62. 11. The absolute primacy of an inner or organic necessity.